For more info, click bbc.co.uk/5live. More live sport, pure live sport.
You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra.
As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another, uninterrupted and in full.
Including cricket.
Bowls and pancakes. Bowl, it's all over. As England win by 266 runs.
Athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula One.
The crowd in the grandstands are on their feet. Lewis Hamilton comes out of the final corner to win the British Grand Prix at Silverstone.
Rugby League.
It's game over. That is job done.
Basketball. Rugby Union.
He crashes into the Springboks and gains 1 metre.
Tennis.
Djokovic's backhand. Federer's in the rally now.
Football.
Oh, it's fabulous! It is absolutely fabulous!
For more info, click bbc.co.uk/5live. More live sport, pure live sport.
You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra.
As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another, uninterrupted and in full.
Including cricket.
Bowls and pancakes. Bowl, it's all over. As England win by 266 runs.
Athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula One.
The crowd in the grandstands are on their feet. Lewis Hamilton comes out of the final corner to win the British Grand Prix at Silverstone.
Rugby League.
It's game over. That is job done.
Basketball. Rugby Union.
He crashes into the Springboks and gains 1 metre.
Tennis.
Djokovic's backhand. Federer's in the rally now.
Football.
Oh, it's fabulous! It is absolutely fabulous!
For more info, click bbc.co.uk/5live. More live sport, pure live sport.
You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra.
As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another, uninterrupted and in full.
Including cricket.
Bowls and pancakes. Bowl, it's all over. As England win by 266 runs.
Athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula One.
The crowd in the grandstands are on their feet. Lewis Hamilton comes out of the final corner to win the British Grand Prix at Silverstone.
Rugby League.
It's game over. That is job done.
Basketball. Rugby Union.
He crashes into the Springboks and gains 1 metre.
Tennis.
Djokovic's backhand. Federer's in the rally now.
Football.
Oh, it's fabulous! It is absolutely fabulous!
For more info, click bbc.co.uk/5live. More live sport, pure live sport.
You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra.
As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another, uninterrupted and in full.
Including cricket.
Bowls and pancakes. Bowl, it's all over. As England win by 266 runs.
Athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula One.
The crowd in the grandstands are on their feet. Lewis Hamilton comes out of the final corner to win the British Grand Prix at Silverstone.
Rugby League.
It's game over. That is job done.
Basketball. Rugby Union.
He crashes into the Springboks and gains 1 metre.
Tennis.
Djokovic's backhand. Federer's in the rally now.
Football.
Oh, it's fabulous! It is absolutely fabulous!
For more info, click bbc.co.uk/5live. More live sport, pure live sport.
You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra.
As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another, uninterrupted and in full.
Including cricket.
Bowls and pancakes. Bowl, it's all over. As England win by 266 runs.
Athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula One.
The crowd in the grandstands are on their feet. Lewis Hamilton comes out of the final corner to win the British Grand Prix at Silverstone.
Rugby League.
It's game over. That is job done.
Basketball. Rugby Union.
He crashes into the Springboks and gains 1 metre.
Tennis.
Djokovic's backhand. Federer's in the rally now.
Football.
Oh, it's fabulous! It is absolutely fabulous!
more info, click bbc.co.uk/5live. More live sport, pure live sport.
You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra.
As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another, uninterrupted and in full.
Including cricket.
Bowls and pancakes. Bowl, it's all over. As England win by 266 runs.
Athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula One.
The crowd in the grandstands are on their feet. Lewis Hamilton comes out of the final corner to win the British Grand Prix at Silverstone.
Rugby League.
It's game over. That is job done.
Basketball. Rugby Union.
He crashes into the Springboks and gains 1 metre.
Tennis.
Djokovic's backhand. Federer's in the rally now.
Football.
Oh, it's fabulous! It is absolutely fabulous!
For more info, click bbc.co.uk/5live. More live sport, pure live sport.
You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra.
As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another, uninterrupted and in full.
Including cricket.
Bowls and pancakes. Bowl, it's all over. As England win by 266 runs.
Athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula One.
The crowd in the grandstands are on their feet. Lewis Hamilton comes out of the final corner to win the British Grand Prix at Silverstone.
Rugby League.
It's game over. That is job done.
Basketball. Rugby Union.
He crashes into the Springboks and gains 1 metre.
Tennis.
Djokovic's backhand. Federer's in the rally now.
Football.
Oh, it's fabulous! It is absolutely fabulous!
For more info, click bbc.co.uk/5live. More live sport, pure live sport.
You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra. Coming up in the next few minutes. Test Match Special. 5 Live Sports Extra is a dedicated service for the BBC's live sport coverage with a flexible schedule to suit the occasion. On digital, online, smartphone and tablet. 5 Live Sports Extra brings you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events. As 5 Live broadcasts one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you something equally important, uninterrupted, live and in full. And on top of the coverage you can already hear on 5 Live, keep checking the text on your screen for details of future live events. Coming up next on 5 Live Sports Extra, Test Match Special. More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra. Coming up in the next few minutes. Test Match Special. 5 Live Sports Extra is a dedicated service for the BBC's live sport coverage with a flexible schedule to suit the occasion. On digital, online, smartphone and tablet. 5 Live Sports Extra brings you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events. As 5 Live broadcasts one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you something equally important, uninterrupted, live and in full. And on top of the coverage you can already hear on 5 Live, keep checking the text on your screen for details of future live events. Coming up next on 5 Live Sports Extra, Test Match Special. More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra. Coming up in the next few minutes. Test Match Special. 5 Live Sports Extra is a dedicated service for the BBC's live sport coverage with a flexible schedule to suit the occasion. On digital, online, smartphone and tablet. 5 Live Sports Extra brings you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events. As 5 Live broadcasts one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you something equally important, uninterrupted, live and in full. And on top of the coverage you can already hear on 5 Live, keep checking the text on your screen for details of future live events. Coming up next on 5 Live Sports Extra, Test Match Special. More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra. Coming up in the next few minutes. Test Match Special. 5 Live Sports Extra is a dedicated service for the BBC's live sport coverage with a flexible schedule to suit the occasion. On digital, online, smartphone and tablet. 5 Live Sports Extra brings you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events. As 5 Live broadcasts one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you something equally important, uninterrupted, live and in full. And on top of the coverage you can already hear on 5 Live, keep checking the text on your screen for details of future live events. Coming up next on 5 Live Sports Extra, Test Match Special. More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra. Coming up in the next few minutes. Test Match Special. 5 Live Sports Extra is a dedicated service for the BBC's live sport coverage with a flexible schedule to suit the occasion. On digital, online, smartphone and tablet. 5 Live Sports Extra brings you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events. As 5 Live broadcasts one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you something equally important, uninterrupted, live and in full. And on top of the coverage you can already hear on 5 Live, keep checking the text on your screen for details of future live events. Coming up next on 5 Live Sports Extra, Test Match Special. More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra. Coming up in the next few minutes. Test Match Special. 5 Live Sports Extra is a dedicated service for the BBC's live sport coverage with a flexible schedule to suit the occasion. On digital, online, smartphone and tablet. 5 Live Sports Extra brings you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events. As 5 Live broadcasts one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you something equally important, uninterrupted, live and in full. And on top of the coverage you can already hear on 5 Live, keep checking the text on your screen for details of future live events. Coming up next on 5 Live Sports Extra, Test Match Special. More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra. Coming up in the next few minutes. Test Match Special. 5 Live Sports Extra is a dedicated service for the BBC's live sport coverage with a flexible schedule to suit the occasion. On digital, online, smartphone and tablet. 5 Live Sports Extra brings you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events. As 5 Live broadcasts one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you something equally important, uninterrupted, live and in full. And on top of the coverage you can already hear on 5 Live, keep checking the text on your screen for details of future live events. Coming up next on 5 Live Sports Extra, Test Match Special. More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra. Coming up in the next few minutes. Test Match Special. 5 Live Sports Extra is a dedicated service for the BBC's live sport coverage with a flexible schedule to suit the occasion. On digital, online, smartphone and tablet. 5 Live Sports Extra brings you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events. As 5 Live broadcasts one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you something equally important, uninterrupted, live and in full. And on top of the coverage you can already hear on 5 Live. Keep checking the text on your screen for details of future live events. Coming up next on 5 Live Sports Extra, Test Match Special. More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra. Coming up in the next few minutes. Test Match Special. 5 Live Sports Extra is a dedicated service for the BBC's live sport coverage with a flexible schedule to suit the occasion. On digital, online, smartphone and tablet. 5 Live Sports Extra brings you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events. As 5 Live broadcasts one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you something equally important, uninterrupted, live and in full. And on top of the coverage you can already hear on 5 Live. Keep checking the text on your screen for details of future live events. Coming up next on 5 Live Sports Extra, Test Match Special. More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra. Coming up in the next few minutes. Test Match Special. 5 Live Sports Extra is a dedicated service for the BBC's live sport coverage with a flexible schedule to suit the occasion. On digital, online, smartphone and tablet. 5 Live Sports Extra brings you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events. As 5 Live broadcasts one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you something equally important, uninterrupted, live and in full. And on top of the coverage you can already hear on 5 Live. Keep checking the text on your screen for details of future live events. Coming up next on 5 Live Sports Extra, Test Match Special.
Welcome to the Oval and the final day of the third test between England and South Africa. We've got lots of build-up from 10:30, but first, here are the highlights of yesterday's action.
Rabada goes into bowl to Jennings, who puts the bat there and gets the first run of the morning. They're looking for 2, they don't get it. Maharaj is scampering after it from forward square leg to deepish backwards square leg. And so Jennings gets a single off a thickest inside edge, propping forward. And he's underway. He's 35. And England are 75 for 1. Wesley on 28. Rabada bowls, so that's down the leg side, flicked away. This is going for 4. And Morkel bowled so well yesterday. Jennings puts the bat there. The ball hits it almost, and it goes through backwards square leg for another single. A bit like how he got off the mark for the day in the previous over.
50 partnership came up off the last ball. It took them 84 balls.
Well, they've done well. Here is Morkel going into Jennings, and Jennings drives and finds the gap. He might well get 4 towards the third man area. The ball is inching towards the boundary. Bavouma's after it, has just enough on it to go for 4. Well, a bit more venom in that shot from Jennings. It was all guided drive, really. It was just outside the off stump, and he got forward and slid away off an open face. Rabada ball short, last edge. Oh, he's going to be caught. He is. He's caught in the gully. No 50 for Keaton Jennings. Dug in by Rabada, and Jennings could not control it, and England have lost their second wicket.
Yeah, he looked at the surface, but more than anything, I think it was just an effort ball from Rabada. Just driving that back of a length and hit it hard, and it just stood on Jennings and didn't get his hands out of the way. Almost again in that just that funny, quirky, no movement position, and just lobbed up to gully.
As Rabada is in again to Root, who clips this ball of his pads beautifully through mid-wicket. It's running away towards the boundary despite the rain. It might get there, and it does get there. Just. And that was the soggiest part of the ground yesterday. We walked around there to interview Jimmy Anderson and nearly went down a sinkhole.
Vern didn't decide for the sliding stop there, did he?
Here is Philander, and a thick edge, he juices straight away, that runs down to the boundary for 4 from Root. Bustling in from the pavilion end, Philander. And Well, concedes a 4 first ball, but it's a false shot from Root.
Just always manages to find just...
What is it?
I don't know, but you just can't put your middle of your bat on it.
Rabada, he wants more to Wesley, gets a... Well, I mean, actually, he might have got 4 for this. How that ball has gone through mid-wicket, neither Tuffers nor I know, because he was driving straight to the offside of straight, and it's flown off the inside half of his bat, almost off the edge, really, through mid-wicket.
Has he got a round bat?
Well, so look at it. I wonder if he has. The old mongoose. Well, yes, he was definitely not playing it there, but the ball has sped to the boundary for 4.
That's an incredible shot, but it beautifully timed.
Beautifully timed, 114 for 2, Wesley to 36.
There's a minor difference of opinion on the underground this morning about whether or not you get off at Vauxhall if you're on the Victoria line, or whether you continue along the Victoria line to Stockwell, then change tubes, go on the northern line up to Oval and get off there and walk to the ground. And I said to this young family, I said the youngster was trying to tune into TMS down there and not getting very much. A bit of crackle. I mean, it was probably Simon Mann. In comes Philander, bowls, and that's hitting up on the pad, and there's no run. Hard to tell the difference. But anyway, and they said, oh no, that's what we're doing. I said, oh, I don't know. So I got off at Vauxhall. I think that has to be the quicker way, does it? Because by the time
But as I said, Agus, if your ticket states that you go through the Alex Stewart gates, I would say Vauxhall definitely. If your ticket says you go through the Hobbs gate,
you do Oval.
I think the Oval would be
even
quicker.
if it means changing tubes.
I think so, yeah.
What we don't know,
Simon, it's usually about a minute and a half, isn't it? You wait for a tube.
Well, it's a Sunday. I don't know. But how far is Stockwell's Victoria line platform to the Northern line? That's the big question. Here's Philander. That's steered away down to Gully, because some of them are quite a long way. I mean, you're down there for ages wandering around. So I don't know how far that is, but Simon thinks they're quite close. Okay, well, he lives down there. He knows it. He knows it like the back of his hand.
How are you going to get the answer to this?
I don't know.
Race.
It's got to be, hasn't it? It's got to be.
We could have a race tomorrow. Morris bowls on the leg stumps, tucked away through the pigeons for 4. Out through deep square leg. Nice shot. There's some umbrellas up down there where the ball's ended up too. So there must be a bit of light rain falling at the moment. 127.
Is that the forecast?
2. I didn't think it was.
The forecast.
Light shower, says Anthony. Thank you. He's out there somewhere. In goes Morris. Bowls outside the off stump, chopped away by Root. Down towards square third man. Bavuma's there and can't get the ball. It dives, but the ball really always just rushing away from him down there. And he managed to clutch hold of his sunglasses, dust himself down. It's 4 more. 133 for 2 now. And England must play positively. They've got to keep this game moving along.
135 for 2. Wesley on 37. He's only scored 9 runs this morning. He's scored a few more now. He's hit that off the back foot. Through backward point for 4. It just releases perhaps a bit of pressure that's been growing on him. He's played calmly and not looked flustered about the fact that he hasn't been scoring quickly this morning, but you're conscious when you're trying to put runs on the board for a declaration that you don't want to drag things down a bit, and he played that well. Rabada bowls. It's driven by Wesley. Thickish outside edges, only half stopped at backward point, and they pinch a single for the misfield. Wesley goes to 42. There's 142 for 2. You see applause around the ground.
It's another 50 partnership up. There's taken 99 balls.
So, Jeffrey, Alex Ferguson.
Yeah, and then you were waiting for me. Go on.
No, it's just something I wanted to clear up, because I told you.
Play for Scotland. Scotland 11.
A Scotland 11.
And I'll leave you to tell Alex. I'll say, this lad Simon Mann says you never play for Scotland. He'd be thrilled to bits to meet you, Diamond. When we go to Old Trafford next test, I hope you're going, because he'll be coming. And I'll try and get Alex to meet you. And you tell him he never played for Scotland. I'm sure it'll be...
Rabada bowls, defended by Root into the offside to the left of cover, and there is no run.
I want to be there and hear what he says.
Well, he played for a Scotland 11 on a tour of Asia and Oceania in 1967. He did score, I think, the winning goal. Here we are, a winning goal for Scotland 11 against Australia, but apparently it was not an official Scotland team. It was a Scotland 11, 1967.
I played for England against the rest of the world here at the Oval, and I got 100 and nearly won the game. It was official, and then they took it away. It's unofficial.
Who was it sending that? Mark Etches. Thank you very much, Mark Etches, for clearing that
Well
up.
done, Mark.
Yeah, he didn't win a full cap, but went on this tour, he says.
And we'll let you know what Alex says to Simon as well. It's probably unrepeatable, but there we are.
I once did an interview with Alex Ferguson where I said to him, can I do an interview? He said, yeah, you got 2 minutes, son. And then he got his watch out, his famous watch, to time it. But he couldn't get it to work.
Morkel in, and a lovely shot for 50. Debut 50 for Tom Westley, well played. What a characteristic way for him to reach his first Test 50 with a flick through wide mid-on. It's a shot he favours, and a very understated celebration as though he wants a few more. And the way he's played in this Test match, I think he'll get them.
Well played. Yeah, deserves it. That's what I want him to do. Get his half century. It's a psychological step in your career, hopefully a Test career. Yeah, you've got to get to 50. Hundreds will come later, but might not be chance this match. I don't want him to give it away, just chasing runs.
Lovely shot. He's going to be stumped. Stumped by a long way. Westley came down the pitch, well bowled by Maharaj, just tossed it a little bit wider, and de Kock did the rest. So Wesley's out for 59, the end of his first Test match. We'll see more of him. I'm sure he's played well, but really I think they're playing in the interest of the team, looking to come down. It just turned a little bit, and it was delivered wide as well. And Wesley, he made no attempt to get back. He was sunk, and he knew it. And so England lose their third wicket at 170, the lead 348, with Wesley out for 59 from 141 balls. More from Tuffers, and then Dan's coming in.
Yeah, nice bit of bowling. There is a bit of spin there. Saw him, probably had a feel that he was going to look to come down the pitch. A little bit quicker, a little bit wider, and it just gripped and bounced past Wesley's outside edge, neatly taken by de Kock. Nice bit of bowling by the Maharaj. I've been impressed with him, and it just goes to show that there is a little bit of something there still in the pitch.
Philander bowls to Root, who drives square of the wicket again, and he picks up his 50 with that single from 91 deliveries, and he's getting warm and appreciative applause from the crowd. 176 for 3, and that is his 41st score of 50 or above, which 12 he's converted into hundreds in the past.
Just churned another 50 out, just another day at the office, but it's felt like, didn't it?
As Philander bowls, and this is nicely played by Philander. That's the best shot he's played in the match, and it's going to go all the way up to the deep mid-wicket boundary for 4. That's the first proper ball he's actually faced, and he's hit it for 4. It was on his pads, he timed it beautifully. And suddenly England are motoring. They lost a wicket and they're motoring. 180 for 3. As Maharaj in once more, and that's slogged, swept by Root up in the air. Is it going to be taken? And it is! So Root, no sooner does he get to 50, then he departs, caught out on the boundary, sweeping against the turn from Maharaj. England have lost 2 wickets in double quick time. They're 180 for 4, and Root is furious with himself. He wanted to get on with it. He wants to bat for the declaration and just didn't quite get to it. Bit too top edgy. It floated high into the air, and then it was well taken down on the boundary by Mornie Morkel.
Another nice little bit of bowling, slightly slower, slightly more tossed up. Bowled it outside the off stump. Root had to fetch it. That's what got the top edge. Bounced on him a bit. Straight up in the air, down Mornie's neck. Easily caught. No, good bit of bowling, but I think that's a bit of a sign that England are now looking to push on.
Here is Maharaj in to bowl to Stokes, who hits it high in the air. Now, where is this going? I think the fielder at long on has slightly lost it. Is it Rabada there? Yeah, running away to his left-hand side. It was high into the air, and it's a grey clouds up there. And for a moment there, it looks like he didn't pick it up. I certainly didn't either.
Finally.
Stokes came back for 2.
Finally, an England batsman's taking the game on.
Yeah. First time we've really seen it today. I'm no surprise that it's Ben Stokes. 189 for 4. Stokes to 8 with those rather fortuitous 2 runs. Maharaj bowls to him. He goes back and forces it gloriously through the offside, off the back foot for 4. Well, that was a classical shot from Stokes. Ball before, slightly agricultural, but nothing agricultural about that. Lovely shot off the back foot through the offside. 193 for 4.
Might be an option for Maharaj to use the through and around option to Ben Stokes, maybe tuck him up, because slog sweeping is easy when you can almost free your arms. When you tucked up, it's a very difficult shot.
Maharaj to Stokes again. Stokes back into his stumps, guiding it away on the onside. Maharaj is over to field, and there's no run. Milan on 6. He's struggled to get going so far. 1 good shot through the onside. Actually might find Morris to his liking. Morris goes into Bolton, and that's edged, and he gets 4. A sort of controlled edge, if you like. Down between second slip and gully, along the ground. And a relief for Milan just to find the boundary. Perhaps Morris just freeing things up a bit. How many runs per over with Maharaj going for? I mean, picked up a couple of wickets as well.
His bell was 10 overs, 2 men, 2 for 29, with 10 in the last over.
Yeah, well, that was what convinced du Plessis to change the bowling. And it hasn't quite worked so far. 202, so 200 up, the lead 380, 202 for 4. Milan on 10. Staggered slip cord now. Morris bowls, struck on the pad, shout for LBW from Morris. Not out, says umpire Wilson. And that has been immediately reviewed. My sense there might have been some bat in that, but otherwise it looked not too far away. Anyway, it's been reviewed by South Africa.
I think height looked like a good shot.
It's not a no ball, he's well behind the line. Let's have a look. Sometimes the pitching in line's a big issue here. That looks okay. It didn't look far away, that.
Umpire's call?
Umpire's call on leg stump, or not far away from hitting leg stump.
I think it's going to be out.
Daylight between bat and the ball, and it's a flat line, and you can go to the ball tracking when it's ready, Mark. Okay, waiting for the ball tracking, Joel.
This is the voice of umpire Damasina. Ball tracking now. Impact in line. Wicket's hitting on his way.
Joel, I recommend you to.
Well, that looked a good shout.
And let you on the screen now. You can make your decision.
There we go. Up goes the finger. Umpire Wilson overturning his decision. Milan is out. LBW, another one swinging back into him, or coming back into him from right arm bowler into the left hander, and that's the end of a disappointing Test match with the bat for David Milan. 1 and 10, and England are 202 for 5. I have to say, when I saw it in real time, I thought that's a very good shout. He must have got an inside edge on it to save him, but there was no inside edge.
Yeah, you got that impression straight away. 2 in-swingers troubling Milan in this Test match. Quite side on. We saw South Africa or Rabada attack him with a really good Yorker, in-swinging Yorker in the first innings, and that one again almost it's quite side on. Almost blocks himself off in many ways. A tough one for a debutant when you know you've got to push the score, and you know it's just got to play for the team.
Yeah, I mean, in a way, it might sound a harsh thing to say, in a way it might not be the worst thing in the world when you consider that Johnny Bairstow is coming in at number 7, who's got that confidence, he doesn't have to worry about his place or anything like that, and is a naturally aggressive player. And he's got Stokes at the other end as well.
Balls, and Bairstow whips that with 4 more. Very good shot. Not great bowling, if we're honest. He's brought that man up from deep backward square leg. And a lot of arms folded out in the outfield now on the South African side. And Morris has strayed towards middle and leg against a very strong leg side player in Johnny Bairstow.
Yeah, it's interesting, Morris. He was so good at Trent Bridge. I thought he brought a little bit of difference to the South African team. He bowled with aggression, consistency, batted well. Well, this week with the ball, he's been all over the place. I don't think he's landed 2 balls in the same spot.
Rabada in, Bairstow up and over. Beautiful shot. Nearly 6, just a little bit short. Really good batting. It was a good close bounce, so it wasn't that easy to play the ramp. Bairstow let it come right by his nose and just uppercut it with a deft touch. A really sweet bit of batting.
For now, though, it's Morris running in bowling to the left-handed Stokes, who hits him high. Wow, it's a big one. Away it goes into the crowd, halfway back, over to our left. So over deep mid-wicket, Bairstow is running off, but no, they haven't declared. Look for a moment there as if Bairstow was heading for the dressing room. So he has, but he's receiving some gloves on the way. He just gives Ben Stokes a bit of a punch there on his gloves to say, well played. Fantastic shot. I mean, just effortless. Morris again bowls. Oh, he's bowled Stokes. Having a swipe. And Stokes there repairs the stumps as he walks past. So a wicket for Morris. He's not had a great match so far. Perhaps he can contribute something with the bat. And Stokes just swishing a bit disappointedly, but he's played some fine shots there. Heads for the dressing rooms.
Maharaj is in the attack, and what that tells you, listeners at home, as the ball's worked out into the mid-wicket region. They're coming back for a second. The throw comes in. Direct hit. It is a direct hit. Hand is up. I think this is very close indeed. I think Moeen Ali could well be run out.
Was he not looking? He wasn't cantering, wasn't he? He wasn't sort of thinking there was any problem.
He was. It wasn't. The throw came in from a good 45 yards away, but he only had one stump to aim at, but he wasn't really motoring. This is out. I can see a bail off. Is it fully off? Out of its groove, though. What do you reckon, Jeffrey?
Out.
Ooh, you're going out here?
Out, I think.
I think that is out.
I think he was just cantering, thinking there was no problem.
Bailey's out.
What a throw.
Okay, it is a direct hit.
Terrific throw.
He didn't see any danger till it was nearly too late.
Yeah, it's completely removed. Okay, my decision is out, repeat, out.
Well, there you go. England have lost Moeen Ali. Perhaps you might say unnecessarily there. Elgar in again. And there's another reverse here, but he's got hold of it this time, Bairstow. It's running away towards the boundary. That'll be his 50. Splendid 50 in even time. Off 50 balls, he raises his bat to the crowd. It's been a very good innings from Bairstow. He's not looked in trouble. He's kept England's tempo going. It's his 19th score of 50 or above. He scored 300s out of those 19.
Terrific performance. I don't know why he's regularly playing in the ODI side.
Bairstow on 63. Maharaj bowls to him. It's a full toss, which hits down the ground. He could be caught here. He's caught at the second attempt by Rabada.
I think Johnny's looking for a declaration.
313 for 8. Bairstow is out for 63, and that is it. England have declared. The lead is 491, so notionally 492 to win. No one's got close to that in Test cricket. Question now, can England bowl South Africa out in the 4 sessions left in the game?
South Africa now with an impossible target. You imagine, and there's history is to be made in this 100th Test, needing 492 to win. I think it's unlikely. But England, more importantly, have got 40 overs today, 98 tomorrow, in which to bowl them out and to go 2-1 up in the series with one to... Here's the first ball. Anderson from the far end bowls and Kun turns him away into the leg side, and they're off the mark straight away. Here's Broad on the off stump, driven out to extra cover. There'll be runs here. Moeen's giving chase. There's 4 of them. He's just got out of the way nicely, actually. And South Africa moved to 15 for no wicket. Here's Anderson, bowls. Edge drops.
Oh,
difficult
Jennings.
To his left. Low, quick. But he had it. He did have it. And down it went.
Oh dear.
So Elgar survives on 9. They did go fast, and it was not a straightforward chance by any means. But it was he got his hand to it.
Oh,
got 2 hands to it.
Yeah. No, I'd be disappointed.
Was I being a bit generous?
Yeah, saw it all the way. Sort of slid off a waggled bat, didn't he? Sort of waggled his bat and it slid off the face. Low and quick, but sort of saw it all the way. Got 2 hands to it. No good. That would have been nice for England. Right.
In goes Broad, bowls. Oh, he's bowled him! Good on the back foot. Should have been forward. His loss is off stump. And he's out for 11. And England break through in the 6th over. And South Africa are 21 for 1.
Oh, you heard the death rattle there in the earphones. Just got sort of in a tangle, didn't quite know whether to go forward or back, and he's nipped one back at him beforehand, didn't he, with the LBW to shout, and he should have been forward, nipped back, straight through a yawning gate as well, and straight into the middle and off stump. Good breakthrough for England there. That'll make Mr.
Get an early one.
Yeah, get an early one. Get the South African dressing room sort of down, and Mr. Jennings will be happy with that after just dropping Elgar, but good start, good ball.
As Roland Jones is into Amla again, and
he's got it! Caught! Brilliant, he's trying to take his bat out of the way, and that was a very sharp, low catch. Taken by Joe Root, the skipper, and England have got the danger man Amla. Maybe he'd just gone too far into a defensive posture. Now they're waiting to double check. Now, I think they might be double checking to see if the ball is carried, because it was very, very low. They may also double check, of course, the front foot. Well, they will do in the process. England think they've got their man. They think South Africa are 47 for 2. The umpires are conferring. Let's see what the soft signal is. This is all important. They're checking to see if it's carried. Can you see what that soft signal is? Can't see from there.
Umpire to mark. Fair catch. Soft signal is out. Mark. Can you go to front foot? No ball first.
Which that gives them a bit more hope, doesn't it?
The conclusive evidence. All right. Yeah, fair delivery. Can go to your best shot.
Root was convinced, was he? Absolutely convinced. There was no doubt in his mind at all. Just trying to leave that ball alone. Cannoned off the bat. Well, we can't see from that angle.
Can't see that one. No.
This is looking okay to me. Jeff out.
Fingers under the ball, that's out. The crowd know, there's no doubt. Let's not get into two-dimension television. That is out. Yeah. That's not given out. Something's wrong. He's going. He's seen it himself. He's going.
We're just saying a third and final replay.
It's out, Daniel.
No problem. Fingers
it's out. My mum's given that out.
Do you have anything else to show me that?
You see, you get into, as you put, that just defensive mode. You can, but you've got to move your feet. And all he's been doing, he's standing back on his stumps, just stood there almost like a policeman on point duty. He's better than that. You have to move your feet forward, you have to move your feet back to the short ball and get into some sort of rhythm. He's not doing that, and that, well, it's been fatal, but it usually is.
Here is Stokes moving into ball. He's bowled him! He's got through, full delivery, and De Kock is on his way. Bowl for 5, Stokes strikes. South Africa are 52 for 3. He goes in now and bowls to du Plessis, and there's an appeal for LBW. He's given him out. No stroke. Second time in the match. The ball went through to the wicket-keeper. England are celebrating. Alim Dar has raised the finger, and du Plessis strolls down to have a chat with Dean Elgar. Has he reviewed it? He's talking about reviewing it, and he has now reviewed it.
I think he has to, Simon, but twice in a match, surely not.
Review for LBW.
Jimmy Anderson in the first innings, he left one, it was a bit shorter than this. This time he's on the front foot, clips that front pad.
Yeah, fair delivery.
Certainly no ball.
Spin vision.
Right, this is the crucial bit now. Just has to be flicking the off stump. Just seeing the replay now.
Straight to the ball tracking, no stroke offer.
Well, it's hit him outside the line. Well, that isn't the problem though. Here we go.
Surely there's a little bit clipping the off stump, isn't there? Looks that way. I mean, here we go.
Yes.
Oh, it's missed.
Wickets.
Was it?
Wickets are hitting.
Yes.
You can stay with
No, it's hitting. It's actually hitting quite a bit of off stump. So he's on his way out. First ball. That's the second time in the match he's been dismissed without playing a shot. Alim Dar raises the finger for the second time, and suddenly South Africa are rocking here. 3 quick wickets, 52 for 4.
Stokes barrelling one up past the umpire. Bowls now, and Elgar plays it nicely to point. Broad throws, Milan backs up, and Dean Elgar has reached a very hard working 50.
Taken a few blows, he's ducked, he's weaved, he's played 3 really fine shots, 2 off drives and a pull, and he deserves that 50. His 9th in 38 tests, 700s, that's a good conversion rate as well.
Yeah, good fighting knock for his side, isn't it? As I say, taking the blows and got stuck in again, looked to get forward, which is always tricky once you've been hitting the gloves or one's popped at you. But yeah, nuggety.
3 slips and a leg slip. Stokes in, bowls. Bavuma edges and gone. Stokes likes it. The umpire's not so sure. England like it. Well, if you go up that big, how about the review? Root's not sure now. Stokes is. Now, in real time, I was actually swayed a bit by the appeal rather than anything I heard or saw. Stokes is still, and Root said no, and then he's turned his back on the fast bowler. That was up.
Does that mean no?
In the stare off, I think Root decided he'd had a look at Stokes enough and was just going to turn the other way. Now, is there an edge? Well, he either hit the outside edge of his pad or it's the pad. He's clipped his pad. The ball has gone past the bat by the time Ultra Edge comes in. Very well done, Joe Root.
Great decision.
Final ball of the day, crowd trying to rouse Anderson. In he goes, bowls to Bavuma, thick inside edge. It runs away on the onside, backward a square for a single. So Bavuma will be on strike first ball tomorrow. And these two have done a very good job for their side in difficult circumstances. They came together at 52 for 4. They've survived until the close. 117 for 4. And South Africa are still alive in this game, although clearly with a day to go, England have got an excellent chance of victory thanks to 2 quick wickets from Stokes, 1 from Roland Jones, 3 wickets in 8 balls, and England getting enough runs this morning and this afternoon to eventually declare. So 1 day to go, advantage England. South Africa still just about afloat. So just past 7 o'clock. Quick thought from Graham, and then Jonathan's coming in.
Yeah, well done to England. I thought they were very good today. Bar maybe a declaration that should have come 45 minutes earlier, but I think all in all a positive day, in a good position. If it wasn't for the fight of Dean Elgar and Temba Bavuma, the late partnership, it would have been a very, very disappointing, outcome to the day for South Africa. But those two have given them a glimmer of hope going into day 5.
So close of play of the 4th day of this 3rd test between England and South Africa at the Oval sees South Africa hanging on. They're 117 for 4. They're chasing, well, an impossible surely, 492 to win. So actually, looking at it the other way around, England needs 6 more wickets to win this match and take a lead in the series. They're frustrated by Dean Elgar. Really brave innings. There's 72 from 111 balls. He's not pretty, but he's got some guts, and he really hung on in there when South Africa were rocking. They lost 3 wickets in 8 balls. Amla leaving, caught low down by Root off Roland Jones for 5. De Kock was bowled by Stokes for 5. And next ball, Du Plessis was LBW to Stokes for 0. For the 2nd time in the match, not playing a stroke. A rare distinction that, and he'll be absolutely furious, I would think. Bavuma hung on at the end with Elgar to see South Africa through to 4 wickets down from the 38 overs that they faced. Earlier on, Jennings out for 48. Wesley a very good 59. Root 50. Malan 10. Stokes 31s and bruising shots in that. Bairstow a busy 63, and Moeen was out for 8. So they declared, well, certainly some people thought perhaps a little bit late. 313 for 8. It actually left them 40 overs to bowl today and 98 tomorrow to take the wickets that they wanted. So 492 to win, that was never going to be an option. 117 for 4. We're keeping an eye out for Ben Stokes down there. He'll be with us in a second. But before that happens, Michael Vaughan, of course, is alongside me. What do you make of today then?
Yeah, I mean, a really good day for England. Yeah, I mean you could question the declaration. It could have come earlier, could have given South Africa 20 minutes before tea, and then again afterwards you get 2 bites of the cherry. But you can't argue with the position that England have found themselves when they bowled nicely, they were nice and aggressive, so it's been a perfect day for them.
Goes in now and bowls to Du Plessis, and there's an appeal for LBW. He's given him out. No stroke. 2nd time in the match. The ball went through to the wicket-keeper. England are celebrating. Alim Dar has raised the finger. That's the 2nd time in the match he's been dismissed without playing a shot. And suddenly South Africa are rocking here. England making good progress yesterday in their pursuit of victory. Welcome to the Oval for the 5th day of the 3rd Investec Test match. The sun is shining, plenty of blue sky above. Remember, South Africa 117 for 4, 375 runs away from victory. But they have realistically have to bat out 98 overs on this final day to save the Test match. Alex Stewart is down with me alongside the pitch. Good morning to you. Actually, 1 man down today, and Alex filling in. You're a very good deputy. Alex Tuffers is down. The only person not to go to Blows' party last night, Tuffers. But anyway, he's suffering a bit today. We'll hear from Graham Smith in just a moment as well. Now, what about this surface? Is it a surface on which a team can bat out 98 overs to save the game?
It is, but will they know? I've just had a look at it. It's hardly scarred, really, apart from the actual follow-throughs. The actual playing surface is in tremendous condition, probably because it started with a little bit of live grass. But no, that's no different to perhaps sort of a day 2 normal oval surface. So yes, they can bat for 98 overs, but I can't see how they're going to do it. Obviously Elgar and Bavuma played very well last night for that hour and a half, but once you get one of these out, you'd expect to roll through them. I'm saying it will be over by 2:15 today.
Right, okay, but that surface, I mean, is it better than at any other time in the game? Is it better than on the first and second day, or can you not really say that?
No, the overheads play such a part anywhere. You know, we talk about heading, you always look up, even the same at Lords, but it is the same here as well. So it was a brave decision on Thursday for Joe Root to win the toss and bat, but it was the right decision. Yes, there was movement, but it's always better to try and get the runs on the board, then control the game, which they have done very well. You weren't expecting South Africa to be rolled over for 175. You thought there might be somewhere around 80, 100 run deficit, but once they were rolled for 175, England were going to win the game. It's just a question of when they declared, which I still think was Graham Smith just arriving, by the way. I thought they actually declared a little bit late, but they're going to win the game with plenty of time and go 2-1 up with just one to play up at Old Trafford. But Mr. South Africa himself will have something different to say, no doubt.
No, well, in history, the 3 teams have saved a test match from 4 down on the final day, starting the final day 4 down, and Graham was actually involved in one of the teams that managed to do that in Australia in 2012. They were 77 for 4 overnight. They batted out 148 overs. Graham didn't get very many when he was batting, but the team collectively managed to do it. What chance today, Graham, do you think?
Got to put a word. I got 100 in the first innings, but naught in the second. No. Well, I mean, it's a hell of a task ahead of them. I mean, Temba and Dean gutsed it out last night, which gives them a glimmer of hope. But I think that's all it is a glimmer of hope. You know, the only time that they'll start thinking that they have a real chance is if the 2 of them can bat out this morning session. And then I'll start to think, wow, maybe there's a possibility here. But England have been dominant throughout the game. They did all the hard yards up front on day 1, earned the right, and then just South Africa crumbled in their first innings. And that's really, you know, I still believe that they're a good enough team to at least have got 250, 260, 280 in those conditions. You know, I think the batting mindset hasn't been right, and you know, the skill levels are obviously an issue. So these are things that they've got to look at in these conditions.
What mentality did you take into that final day of the Adelaide Test match? I mean, was there a belief in the dressing room, or was it, well, we'll give it a go and see what happens?
It's never an easy one. I think, you know, you've got to almost find a position for yourself that works. You know, a mental attitude that works for you as a person. And I think, you know, we often talk about, you know, making sure we commit 100%. Well, we used to talk about committing 100%, even if we're playing a forward defence. You know, don't go tentatively. Make sure it's a positive one. You really command your space. You know, you want to move well. You want to get into good positions. And sometimes when you get negative, you don't do that. And we saw that with Umla. We saw that with du Plessis yesterday. So I think Temba and Dean, you know, they need to stick to their strengths and they need to play that way.
Well, it's a lovely day here at the Oval. It feels like a good batting day. What is the weather going to be like for the whole of the day, though? Philip Avery can tell us. Any rain? There was some talk of showers yesterday. Is that off the radar now? Philip, good morning to you.
Good morning to you, Simon. I don't know why you're coming to me with Alex in that sort of forecasting form, saying it's all going to be over by 2:15. He could just as well do the weather as well, but I'll make a wild stab at it if I may. Yeah, there is just the chance of 1 or 2 showers. Folk who are listening to us down Sussex way at the moment, Hampshire, are seeing 1 or 2 of those coming in off the channel. I think they will stay to the south of London. If they do happen to stray towards the Oval at some point later on in the day, I think they're going to move through quite quickly. If you look up above your heads, the cloud that's developed since dawn this morning is racing through on quite a noticeable and a coolish sort of southwesterly breeze. I think the top temperature today, 22, 23 degrees, so a very pleasant day for cricket. I think we're going to see most of those overs bowled, provided South Africa hang around. If I could just show off a wee bit and take you through to the start of the 4th test, which comes at us very rapidly indeed on Friday. It looks as though things will be very cool, very showery again. Big old low pressure still dominating the UK weather scene at that stage at the tail end of the week. So Old Trafford looks to be a cool, breezy affair. If we get a full day's play on Friday, we'll be doing very well indeed.
Oh, well, that's very good work, Philip, to look that far ahead. Only 3 days between this Test match and the Old Trafford Test match, back-to-back games, so so important. If there is going to be some weather around for England to try to win today and go 2-1 up in the series, and you never know, with a bit of weather around, it might end up being a draw, that Old Trafford Test match. Just on tickets today, by the way, 8,000 have been sold, 1,400 of them to under-16s, which is good to hear. £1 today if you want to come along for under-16s. I think £20 for adults, and they're expecting a crowd around about 10,000 here. So England making good progress yesterday in this match. Let's just remind ourselves what happened in our pint-sized TMS. Ball short, that's edge. Oh, he's going to be caught. He is. dug in by Rabada, and Jennings could not control it.
Morris. Ball's on the leg stumps, tucked away through the pigeons for 4.
In, and the lovely shot for 50. Debut 50 for Tom Westley, well played. What a characteristic way for him to reach his first Test 50.
It's been good cricket again from England.
He's going to be stumped. Wesley came down the pitch, well bowled by Maharaj.
That's Maharaj in once more, and that's lob swept by Root over the air. Is he going to be taken? And it is.
Staggered slip cord now. Morris bowls, struck on the pad. Wicket's hitting on his way.
Morris running in bowling to the left-handed Stokes, who hits him high. Wow, it's a big one. Away it goes into the crowd, halfway back. Morris again bowls. He's bowled Stokes, having a swipe.
Now he hoists that away. Morkel doesn't see it. Well, it's gone for 6. A full toss which hits down the ground. He could be caught here. He's caught at the second attempt by Rabada. England have declared. The lead is 491. Can England bowl South Africa out in the 4 sessions left in the game?
Edge drops. Difficult Jennings. To his left. Low, quick. Got 2 hands to it.
Yeah.
Bowled. His loss is off stump.
Roland Jones into
Hamler again, and it's caught! Brilliant, he's trying to take his bat out of the way, and that was a very sharp, low catch.
Here's Stokes moving to goal. He's got through, full delivery, and the cock is on his way. Goes in now and bowls to Duplessis, and there's an appeal for Elder. He's given him out. No stroke. Second time in the match.
Twice in a match, surely not.
They've survived until the close. 117 for 4. South Africa still just about afloat. Yep, that's the top and bottom of it. 117 for 4. South Africa just a glimmer of hope on this final day. Dean Elgar has just strolled past us, going up towards the pavilion to get his kit on and his pads on. If you want to keep up to date with the highlights today, you can go to the BBC website, and it's all there, all the action and the highlights in our pint-sized TMS. You can catch up with that at the end of the day. Are there going to be 6 wickets in it tonight? Well, that's what we're here to find out today. Graham Smith and Alex Stewart down on the ground with us. The England team are doing their loosening up exercises, their game of football. The South African side have had their match of head tennis. Dean Elgar, Graham, yesterday evening, I mean, what a struggle it was for him.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you just see a guy really fighting everything. I think technically and mentally he's maybe mentally he's found a good place, but I think technically, he's falling into that channel at off stump, which is making him, uncertain about which ones to leave, which ones to play. But I mean, a real determination and ability to find a way. He showed a lot of heart and grit, and that was wonderful to see. I mean, just a player that's found a way to contribute. He's got 350s in the series, but not once did you ever think that he looked good. And that's a sign of a player with character and a type of man that you want in your environment.
I suppose one good thing, one thing for Elgar, he's been over here all summer, hasn't he? He knows the conditions. He's been scoring runs for Somerset, and he's sort of learned to tough it out as well in county cricket. He's got those runs behind him this season.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think over the last year, though, he's become so much more consistent at the top of the order. He's become a key man for the South African team. If anything, they've struggled to find a partner for him, since he's got there. The guys have had 1 or 2 good moments, but not consistently been able to form a solid partnership, which has put Unla under a little bit of pressure, which has put the middle order under a little bit of pressure. So, that engine room of 1, 2 and 3 is such a key phase of your batting lineup, to be able to blunt the attack, lay those platforms for the glory boys at 4, 5 and 6.
Oh, we're talking about whether England replace Keaton Jennings at the top of the order. What about South Africa and Heino Kuhn? Does he stay in for Old Trafford?
It's a tough one. South Africa have Aiden Markram in the squad, who's a young man. He's been spoken of very, very highly for a long period of time. I think he captained the side, under-19 side to a World Cup. He's performed well for the Titans under Mark Boucher over the last year. So, yeah, I mean, I think I've heard a lot of good things about him. If they're going to pick him, they need to give him a run and really say, okay, well, we're going to back him to find his feet and give him a chance to really establish himself in the international game. I think it's reached that point now for me, when you look at someone like Heino, he just technically just also, like Jennings, just looks a little bit out of his depth, He just doesn't fill you with confidence when he walks to the crease at this stage. And Old Trafford with the forecast there and everything else, if you're struggling technically, I think you're going to be found out against class bowlers.
For you, Alec, what about Keaton Jennings? Does he stay in for Old Trafford?
He's just got 48, but he was dropped on 6s almost, and he had that decision overruled as well. So it's almost 48 for 3. But the one decision the selectors have got to make is there's one test match to go against a really good attack in South Africa. Then there are test matches against the West Indies where you'd have thought runs become that little bit easier. Looking a little bit further ahead, you have the Ashes. So they're going to have to take 3 openers with them. If they've seen enough in Keaton Jennings to say either, yes, he is our player, or he's not, make the decision now, is my opinion, so that you can then look at the next opener in, potentially Mark Stoneman, where you can find out how does he cope against a high-class attack and then against a slightly lesser attack but still in that international environment. And that's so important. I was just talking to James Whittaker briefly before coming on air here.
Did you ask him who picks the side, Alec?
Yeah, I did, and he didn't know. No. But their meeting at the end of today is what he intimated, whether they announce it tonight or tomorrow morning. You'd have thought the way the selectors work, they will go unchanged and they'll take this same squad up to Old Trafford. But just say Jennings did miss out at Old Trafford. Then a new opener comes in against the West Indies and they are easier runs. It's a real tough one, I think, on the individual who's just been missed out. That's why I'm talking more about make the change now, find out more about this bloke who would come in. So I think that would be Stoneman.
I think Stoneman rather than Hamid on his own ground. I know he's been playing some second-team cricket. He got 100, but he hasn't been in good form, Hamid, this season. But you not feel he might be the longer-term bet?
No, not yet. Not in my opinion. He did nicely in India, but that was India where the ball doesn't really bounce above waist high. I look at players who can play off the back foot, who I know can play well against quick bowling. Hamid will have his time, don't get me wrong, but he's not on my Ashes tour as we're talking now.
OK, yesterday there was talk about the declaration and whether England batted on too long. Well, they got enough runs in the bank, 492, and they picked up 4 wickets, which is very satisfactory before the close. And after the close of play, Alison Mitchell caught up with Ben Stokes, and he agreed that things had gone to plan for England yesterday.
Yeah, I think so. To go out there and post the lead like that, very pleasing from the batting side, and then obviously to get into their middle order there towards the end with those 4 wickets was very pleasing. So it's it's a starting point for tomorrow.
What was the plan as regards batting and a declaration?
Yeah, we always knew what the target that we wanted to be ahead when they started batting, and there wasn't really a massive plan going forward until me and Johnny just made the decision to start kicking on and start trying playing some more aggressive shots because we were that far ahead of the game. And there was a little hint that we might have a quick 15 to 20 minutes at them before the tea break, but we took the decision to have a full session rather than 15 and then break and then start again.
What's the main thinking behind that, going for the tea break and having the one long session?
Well, I think it's just the guys, Jimmy and Brody, get into a rhythm rather than just having the 2 overs and then having to start again. So I think that was the main thing, and take the full momentum of the game, us being so far ahead into a full session.
And was it more about having enough overs to bowl South Africa out, or was it more about wanting to get that big 450 plus lead?
Oh, I think it's a bit of both. It's last innings pressure, 450 looks like 900 at sometimes, especially on a wicket that's been playing like this. So we've done very, very well to get the 4 wickets. So hopefully we can get these 2 who are in at the moment and then finish it off pretty quickly if it goes to plan. 2 wickets and 2 balls for you. What was the hat-trick ball like for you? What was your plan? I'll try to bowl the same ball I got Faf with, to be honest. I just think I got a little bit greedy, and it's amazing how many times that a hat-trick ball is absolute rubbish. So I apologise for all the build-up towards the crowd there as I walk back. But no, great atmosphere and brilliant to be in the position we're in at the moment.
Ben Stokes talking to Alison Mitchell. He's had a very good game, an excellent 100 in the first inning, some useful runs yesterday that gave England the hurry up, and then 2 vital wickets on a good pitch yesterday evening to put England in a very strong position. Alec is still with me. Ed Smith is here as well. Good morning to you, Ed. He bowled quickly last night, Stokes, as well.
Yeah, morning, Simon. Morning, everyone. I think with Ben Stokes that he actually, you know, it's funny how all-rounders often there's a sort of bleeds across by some weird process of osmosis. They bat well and then they bowl well. And I think with Stokes yesterday, Stuart Broad made the comment, it reminded him a little bit of an Andrew Flintoff spell, where he's hitting the bat hard, bowling, you know, with real aggression and intent. And I thought it looked like an uncomfortable place to be facing Ben Stokes yesterday. And of course, that's all wrapped up in his confidence and his form and the way he's been batting so well. So yeah, I think it's interesting with Stokes, with people who can swing the ball, you know, does that sometimes act almost as a distraction, where I think he sometimes bowls best when he just bowls a really heavy ball and looks to hit the bat hard.
He's an impact bowler. You know, his batting is his main strength, and he's a bowler in the making still. But no, I agree with Ed there that, you know, talking there about is he like a Flintoff? Flintoff was a bowler batsman. Stokes is a batsman bowler. But yesterday he had a massive impact on the game. He was allowed to run in and bowl quick, express himself. He got those 2 in 2, and that really put then South Africa on the back foot. And that's what I'm saying. Is he a third seamer? No, I think he's a 4th seamer unless the pitch is really going to spin, and then the 2 spinners will do a lot of the bowling. But he's just getting better and better. You know, we've spoken about his batting, that looks after himself. But his bowling yesterday was highly impressive.
Yeah, I mean, his bowling was good. I mean, his batting seems to have gone to another level as well, isn't it?
Definitely, 100%. You know, he's now a frontline batter. You know, they talk about moving him up to 5 and that type of thing. Just leave him at 6. He's comfortable there. He can, if he needs to dig in, as he did, well, in both innings, but certainly in the first innings here, and he tried at Trent Bridge in the second innings. But he's a proper top-class batsman who can destroy attacks, and if you have to see off good balls, he can do that too.
We're going to hand up to John Snagney in the commentary box in a few minutes' time, but just one final issue. There's been a lot of talk, hasn't there, about teams, you know, not really been able to dig in for a draw and showed a bit of resistance. England didn't manage it at Trent Bridge in the last game. South Africa no chance on what actually was a difficult pitch at Lords in the first match of the series. I mean, you just look recently, the 2 big dig-ins of late have come in the last 5 years, teams who survived when they were 4 down overnight. England did it in Auckland, South Africa did it in that match we were talking about at the start of the programme in Adelaide. England very nearly did it Headingley against Sri Lanka a couple of years ago. What's your feeling about today and that sort of resistance factor, Ed, in Test cricket?
Well, I think one of the things, this is different. South Africa have a better chance than I think England did at Trent Bridge. I think there was something about 2 blank days that kind of frazzled the modern mindset of people who want to go out and play their shots. I think getting through 3 sessions with 6 wickets in hand is a slightly different prospect. I think the South Africa's batsmen have a chance actually to slightly disprove what we've all been saying. I think there's a general feeling among the cricket media that the art of the rearguard action, the ability to sort of just play for time in that sort of Michael Atherton style way when he saved that game against South Africa is going out of the game. And I think it would be a shame, particularly if we're going to stick with 5-day tests, where the ability to force a draw is actually very central to the drama of the 5-day match. So if sides just keep falling over in a heap, that whole aspect of tension goes out of it, I think. And one of the points of difference between Test cricket and the rest of the sporting world goes away. So I think a little bit that side of Test cricket is on trial a little bit. I actually think that if sides keep losing very, very quickly when they're on the back foot, I think that will hasten the arrival of 4-day Test matches, because I think it will be hard to sort of have that, to fill that space, if you like. But South Africa have a chance today to actually prove that we're a bit hasty in our assumption that style of batting has gone out. And I thought Elgar last night, even though he didn't score solely by any means, just the way he's prepared to take a few on the body and sort of get stuck in, you could almost feel the resilience, couldn't you, from the boundary edge.
Do you feel we are moving inexorably towards 4-day Test matches?
I do, and it's a whole different debate. Alex played in a few more than I have, so his views counts a lot, but I feel that's probably the way we're going to go. But
I personally think it's an easy cop-out. If they move to 4-day cricket for exactly the reasons Ed has said we can't secure draws, well, learn how to secure a draw. You know, it's 5 days. Now, that is the thing. You're allowed to express yourself. You're allowed to bat long. And if you're a really good cricketers are adaptable. So they can play 20-20 cricket, 50-over cricket, and they're allowed to actually bat for a day and a half. It's not a crime. So I wouldn't want to see it go to 4-day cricket, because I think you're almost saying, well, OK, the modern-day player can't do something. We'll get the modern-day player doing something, and that is put a high value on your wicket and try and bat. And South Africa have got a good opportunity. I don't think they'll do it today, as I've said earlier, but at least try and show a bit of fight. And can they take it to tea, which in itself would be an achievement?
I think the interesting thing, I take Alex's point, is whether or not once you change the instincts in your game, what degree of control do people have? Can they move between different formats? I mean, the very, very best, I think we've all agreed that the Virat Kohlis and Joe Root, people like that they are able, Williamson, they are able to. I wonder whether, for people who, all the benefits of modern batsmanship, that instinct, I'm going to score, and what that does to people's body shape and their preparedness to get at the ball, there's all the upside. I just wonder whether it's possible to then come down through the gears in players' education and then say, we've done that, and then I'll learn to bat for 2 days. I don't know.
But to me, it has to be. That's like we keep using that. It's Test cricket, because it's a test of your skills as well as your mental skill as well. And I like looking back. There is history. Yes, you've got to look forward, but I just don't see any reason why to change it to 4 days. Again, if weather played its part, I don't know how many overs we've lost altogether, but especially...
Well, we probably actually lost nearly a day in this match. It's actually going to be a 4-day game effectively anyway.
And that's what I'm saying. You just suddenly lose with weather, and then it's, the spectators are paying good money as it is, and then they could end up seeing on day 4 a dead draw. At least people are turning up today. They've paid £20 and £1 or whatever to walk through if you're under 16, and they'll see some cricket. So to me, I'd like to keep it at 5, but I'd also like to see the current and future players learn the art of batting long.
Well, I think this is a debate that's going to continue and intensify probably over the next few years. You need to sort out things like over rates, and also you probably need to have a proper, well thought out Test Championship as well if you're going to go to 4-day cricket. So anyway, it's something we'll doubtless come back to in the future. Well, play's about 5 or 6 minutes away. England looking for 6 wickets today. South Africa looking to bat out 98 overs. 375 runs away from victory. Absolutely no chance of that. But, well, we're looking forward to it. What's going to happen on this final day? The weather is set fair pretty much anyway. The possibility of 1 or 2 showers, but I think we're going to get most of the cricket. And to describe the first 20 minutes of it, it will be Jonathan Agley. Good morning to you, Agus.
Yes, good morning, Simon. Thank you. A lot of common sense spoken down there, I must say, about 5-day cricket and 4-day cricket. And, well, for that reason alone, we could see South Africa really fight hard today and make England really work hard. If they do win, that's fine, but at least make them really work hard for that. The sun's shining. They're not going to get any help, I don't think, from the conditions today. We've got blue sky around and a lovely warm morning with a reasonable crowd coming in. It is Monday after all, so lots of people back at work. I must just read out, it's just starting to happen, sort of rumour, press speculation, but actually just even firmer than that now from Australia, that hopefully this civil war between Cricket Australia and the Australian Cricketers Association seems to be solved, at least more or less. They're talking about possibly a press conference as early as tomorrow. It just seems that over the last few days a lot of progress has been made, and of course that would save the Australian tour to Bangladesh, for instance, in late August. But for our interests, of course, very much so, just make sure that the Ashes is absolutely secure. I was talking to a friend of mine who runs a travel business actually the other day, and he was saying that bookings have been hit, no doubt about it, because of what's been going on over the last couple of months. People are holding back, and quite understandably so, but it does seem anyway now at least that hopefully there's going to be peace in our time between Cricket Australia and the Australian Cricketers Association. But we may have more of that during the day. Michael Vaughan's alongside me. Interesting hearing that chat about 4-day and 5-day cricket, isn't it? And the inability, if that is the right way, for modern cricketers to set out their stalls and to battle their way through to 5-day draws, because that is part of the drama of a Test match, to really work hard. We were talking about his rearguard actions. That one in Auckland, I can't believe it was 2013. It seems like only a couple of years ago. But Gerald Monte's long despairing dive and a yard out of his crease and all those things. It's all part of the drama, isn't it?
Yeah, well, it is. Yeah. You've also got to look at who's paying for, Test matches. A lot of money coming in through television. I think it tells you that on the last day it costs a lot of money. more often than not. There's so many games that finish inside 4 days, so I think it'll probably be TV that dictates. I'm all for trialling it. I'm all for trialling a 4-day test match, like we're trialling day-night test match cricket. I'm not saying you suddenly go, right, we're doing 4-day all the time. Trial it. Have a look at it. 100 overs a day, and people say, oh yeah, they can't even bowl 9. So, well, you know what, make them bowl the overs. Make sure that the players are out there getting through their overs.
What's the thought now with Afghanistan, Ireland? I mean, they could certainly be looking at 4-day test matches. Good, then seeing if it.
But I'd have four days of 100 overs a day.
Yeah.
You know, yes, you have to play a bit longer, and you know, I think the key is the over age. You know, making sure that the players get through the overs. I'd like to see it trialled. You know, I'm not sure whether it'll be an absolute success, but like the day-night test matches, which were mentioned many years ago, and so, oh no, it won't work. Well, it's been a huge success, particularly in, you know, countries that have the weather. Adelaide had 2, and you know, the game last year in Brisbane, you know, they all talked about Brisbane. Oh, you won't have it there because there's thunderstorms at night, and the ball will do plenty. Well, actually, the game in Brisbane versus Pakistan, the wicket got better at night. It seemed to be doing a little bit more in the afternoon. So, day-night Test cricket again. I wouldn't have it all the time, but I've enjoyed it. The trial. We're going to trial it in a few weeks. I have to be honest. I don't think we need it in England. I don't think we have the right conditions here in England for day-night Test match cricket, but certainly overseas, Abu Dhabi, Dubai. I think it's perfect for those kind of conditions. You know, Barbados and places like that. But you know, I'm all for trialling things and just having a look, because clearly Test match cricket has to try something. You know, it has to try something to try and have more content, and whether it's the Test Championship again, which I'm all for, and trialling 4-day cricket, let's have a look.
Here come the umpires. It's a lovely sunny morning. Flags are waving, and Joe Root leads his team between them and out into the middle to come and try and finish this game off. They know what they have to do. They've got to get these 6 wickets. And I came down the lift in my hotel today with Westley, actually. What a nice young man. We chatted away. I said, I do hope you're enjoying yourself. And he said, I'm just sending, I've never met him before. He said, I'm just sending a text to a friend of mine. I said, I'm saying exactly that. So that was great. You know,
well, apparently
what a nice attitude to have.
He's a real funny kid, you know. He's humorous. He's full of a little bit of life. And
good.
You know, I've spoken to a couple down at Essex who have been around him for a while now. You know, Chris Silverwood and Anthony McGrath are down at Essex with him, and the message from all the Essex guys and Alistair Cook that he's got a nice character about him. I mean, he looked the part. He's looked composed, and I think the first thing that you look for in a player is do they look calm out in the middle in a Test match environment with a bigger crowd. Obviously, the media scrutiny. You know, he changed just a little bit from that first innings dismissal where his bottom hand came across the ball, and I'm sure that's his natural tendency for that to happen. But you can see him in the morning, even this morning, he knows he's not batting today. He's in those nets just practicing one-hand, bottom-handed drills, making sure that right hand's going back towards the ball where it came from, and that's already the area that he knows he will have to work on. Graham Smith had to work on that throughout his Test match career. So it's good to see a player come in and look the part, but there's been quite a few over the last few years that have started well.
Yes.
And look the part at the start, and then have a couple of bad games, and then obviously pressure builds because you get scrutinised more, and that's always the challenge for new players in Test match cricket. When you have those 2 or 3 bad games, can you cope with that?
Well, we've got Bavuma on strike. There's 3 sips of gully, and there's a short leg as well. Small crowd, but they're enjoying the sunshine and hope they enjoy the cricket too. As Ben Stokes bowls the first ball of the day from the pavilion end, up he comes, and Bavuma stands up as tall as he can and plays it into the offside, and there's no run. So 3 slips of gully, point wide mid off, mid on, forward short leg, and Moeen is down to our left here at long leg.
No surprise they've started with Ben Stokes from the pavilion end, Aggers, but from this end it looks like they're going to go Stuart. But I would just have a little look at Moeen Ali to the left-hander for an over or 2. Elgar used to pace at the start of his innings, of the day. I'd just start with the off spinner just for a couple of overs,
In comes Stokes, bowls to Bavuma, same sort of length really, and Bavuma's on the back foot, finds Broad there at mid-off, who comes in like a man who's about to bowl next, is loosening himself up, swinging his arms and that sort of thing.
I have to say, Bavuma, usually players walk back into the dressing rooms about 10:30, don't they? Get half an hour just to maybe have a cup of tea or just chill out. Well, he was still down there hitting balls into the net at 1:45.
Was he?
Yeah. No one's going to shout down to you, but you better hurry up, pal.
You're in. Stokes wheels round, spins himself a catch. Elgar leans on his bat. He'll have taken some bruises from yesterday, and Stokes comes in, bowls outside the off stump, and there's no stroke from Bavuma. Yes, I saw Moeen at breakfast, and he said that big difference in the pitch, he reckons, when the sun's shining when it isn't, which is often the case, but particularly, so he reckons this one. So with the sun shining, not so much going on, and it is going to be a pleasant day today. Well, I said earlier, I hope South Africa really do make England fight. It's what Test cricket's all about. Isn't it, Andrew? Good morning.
Good morning.
117 for 4. In comes Stokes and bowls. Oh, that's chipped away just past short leg. Out towards mid-wicket. A chase for Toby Rowland-Jones, who'll pick it up now. They've taken 2. Bavuma wants the 3rd. He's very quick. And it's Elgar who runs into the danger end with the throw coming high over Bairstow's head. So there's the first runs of the day. It's 120 for 4.
Absolutely, that's what Test cricket's all about, a good fight, isn't it? Hopefully South Africa will do a bit of that today. Day 5 of a Test match. Since the start of the Ashes series in 2015, there have been 15 Test matches in England, and this is just the 3rd one that's gone to day 5.
That's remarkable, isn't it?
Last year, Sri Lanka at Lords was a bit of rain around, that went to day 5, and the game against Pakistan at Birmingham also went to day 5.
I guess that's why I say it'll be down to the broadcasters, because it's costing so much money day 5, and if there's not a percentage high enough that states that games go to day 5 often.
In comes Stokes round the wicket, and that's turned away by Elgar, so he's off the mark for the day. And again, Broad goes trotting up to pick it up. It just seems the wrong way of doing it for the wrong reason, because the players, if you want to put it in a nutshell, aren't good enough. That's what we're saying. That's a shame.
But 400. The key for me is 100 overs a day.
Yeah.
So there's 400 overs in the Test match. At the minute, there's 450. You know, I think Andrew was talking through stats last year about how many Test matches finish inside 400 overs. It's a good number, isn't it? There's not many that go beyond the 400 overs.
In comes Stokes. Bowls, Bavuma defends. Ball keeps a little bit low there. It's played cautiously into the gully where Anderson fields. And there's no run. 117 for 4. Go over from Stokes. It's only a way of checking things off the top of my head, so it might be nonsense. But, I don't know, the average length of a Test match in terms of overs in the, 1990s compared to this decade that we're in now, to see actually how long Test matches generally.
But there seemed to be in the 90s lots of collapses as well. I mean,
oh yes. England were terrible.
But I do think, maybe it's just I was assuming, but it feels like in the last 3 or 4 years there has been, doesn't matter which side, the side that's been under pressure, 4 or 5 quick wickets have fallen on a regular basis. England will hope that's the case today. They'll hope that South Africa collapse. I've got a sneaky feeling that South Africa might dig in a bit today. They might fight, but this pair obviously is crucial. They both have a natural game of grinding the opposition down. They're not flamboyant players. They will play for their off stump, play it late.
So Broad is going to bowl. Just new ball wise, well, 38 have gone, and of course a new ball is due at 80. So we're somewhere away from that situation yet. 117 for 4. 2 slips, 2 gullies, and a forward short leg then as Broad in the sunshine runs away from us and bowls the left-handed Elgar down the leg side, and collected by Johnny Bairstow. And Broad immediately swivels round and looks with some suspicion at his footholes as he glares at as he walks past. Always a bowler's ploy, that. If you bowl a bad ball, it's the footholes' fault. Andy Caddick was a big one for that. If he got hit for 4, you knew what he'd be doing next, with kicking at the footholes. It's, a lot of bowlers do it.
Glenn McGrath.
Oh, is he the same?
Oh, yes.
117 for 4. Elgar on 72. He played really bravely yesterday afternoon. Took a lot of blows. And in goes Broad over the wicket, down the leg side again. Well, there's an appeal for a catch there, but I think it's a rather speculative one. The umpire's not interested. Neither's Elgar. He turned his back on it. But both Bairstow and Broad's still lingering, saying something to Joe Root. He always enjoys the theatre of a possible review, Stuart Broad. He's still muttering, actually. He might prove to be right, but he's run out of time. But Broad keen on that. Bairstow went up, but it wasn't sort of a huge jubilant appeal.
Well, it couldn't have been anything else.
No, it couldn't have been anything else. If there's a little spike there, we'll see in a minute.
I just wonder if there's a little snick on this.
Well, Broad was interested, but it doesn't. Unfortunately, it doesn't tell us very much. Just because Broad's interested in a review, it sort of doesn't really mean a great deal. But he ought to have his own, shouldn't he? His own little quota of
he
them.
Gets it to the boundary every now and again and wants the review.
Yeah. In goes Broad over the wicket, bowls to Elgar and nudges that away off his pads. down to the fielder at long leg with Roland Jones down there. They come back for the second two. That's good running. Nice positive cricket from South Africa. They've got to play reasonably positively, certainly with the running, keep their own scores ticking along and so on. Now we're looking at the replays. It can only, if there is a noise or a spike, looking at that replay, it can only have been from the bat. There's nothing else anywhere near it, but we haven't lined up the ultra edge yet. Oh, there's a noise. There's a little squiggle there. Stuart's not going to be pleased.
It just looks
there it
like
is.
It's clipped the stickers right at the top of the
There
bat.
it is. Absolutely. In goes Broad again. Bowles and Elgar's beaten outside the off stump. Well, I'm not sure if that was put up on the big screen or not here, but I don't think Stuart's going to be very pleased, because there is absolutely, undoubtedly, a squiggly mark as the ball passes the bat, and it cannot have been anything else. Funny enough, looking at the pitch to the left, you can also see a bit of daylight there, but
yeah, it's only a little marginal one, isn't it?
Yep, but the mark is there, no question. Elgar would have been out if Broad had got his way and reviewed it. In goes Broad again. Bowles, Elgar's forward, playing down to mid-on where Moeen fields. Who's going to break the news to Stewart?
Do you know what, actually look at that and think, wait a minute, that's every now and again an area that England can target, because he gets so far over to the offside. You know, he's trying to cover his off stump, he almost gets with his feet outside of off stump. Every now and again it's worth throwing one down the leg side, because he don't look the type that's going to lead down the leg side. So just he's not going to do it often, but every now and again it's worth just gambling that you might get clipped down to fine leg before, but also might get a little feather to the keeper.
Broad, Bowles to him, and he's forward obdurately onto the front foot, and the ball trickles up to mid-off. Well,
when do you reckon they'll know?
And when Broad finds out, he'll combust. I don't think he knows yet. He's heading off towards mid-off. I don't think it's been shown on the screen up there yet, but we all know. How many did he have at the time, Elgar, please?
You got to remember that, guys, always with these reviews. The reviews were brought in to get rid of the howler.
Oh, absolutely.
And I think when you're looking at that, that's not howler, is it? So you can completely understand where Joe Root at Trent Bridge got quite a few wrong, didn't he, with his reviews? So you can see that at least this test match, it looks to me like there's more of a communication. It looks like there's more of an interaction between the bowler, the keeper, and then Joe Root steps in and says, right guys, what's happening here? What do you reckon? And as soon as as soon as the captain feels that they're a bit unsure, he kind of walks away and goes, no, I'm not going for it.
Yes, well, he's been much stronger.
Yeah, I think it's a lot better. I think it's almost like the 15 seconds, you've got to give 5 seconds to the bowler and the keeper just to have a chat. You as captain then steps in, and you've got your 5 seconds to start making your decision.
In comes Stokes. He bowls to Bavuma, who drives, push drive really, square through the offside. It'll race away over those used pitches. Will it go for 4? Not quite. It's just been pulled back. Nice piece of work. 126 for 4. So he was what, 73?
He was on 73 of that, yeah.
I wonder how the message will get. Right, do you tell him, or do you just? I suppose it depends on the character a bit. Do you wind him up? I'm saying, oh, you've been robbed there, Stuart.
I think I'll be keeping it quiet.
I think you might do.
One thing's for sure is the next one he will be reviewing.
Yes.
Could be any type of review, he'll go for it.
Oh. Who is it? It's Wesley at short leg, isn't it, I think? The pads on there. I mean, he must have had a good sound of it. Here's Stokes bowling, turned away, past him, and out to long leg.
Well, I think it is. Short leg's pivotal to anything that's down the leg side, because as you said, he's the closest to it. But he, it's only a feather.
Yes, and maybe with a helmet on or whatever, scratching of spikes on the ground or something. He couldn't hear it very clearly either. But anyway, a little bit of drama. That's what it's all about. Gets people interested. 127 for 4. Our aeroplane's back with us today. Something coming in overhead as Stokes in the sunshine runs towards us, and bowls to Bavuma, who stands up, plays away up to mid-on, fielded by Roland Jones, and there's no run. 127 for 4.
Well, this is going to surprise you a bit, but the average number of overs per test match, this just overall average worldwide over the last 40 years, since the 80s, has been remarkably consistent.
Is it?
In the 80s it was 331, in the 90s 336, In the 2000s, 329, and in the 2010s, 332. Quite a lot before that. They were quite a lot longer.
Here's Stokes, short. Bavuma stands up, wants a single. No, cries Elgar. Presumably, and I'm getting the thing on top of my head, but the time added on has come in over the last couple of decades, hasn't it?
It has, yeah.
That has helped.
That would have helped that. Prior to that, before the 80s, it was 375, 400, round about there, with much higher over rates.
But still your 100 overs in a day, isn't it, Michael?
It is, it's inside it. What did you say, 332 in?
So 332 this decade, yeah.
Wow.
127 for 4. The shadow of that aircraft flashes across the ground as Stokes bowls again short, and Bavuma whips his bottom hand off the bat handle there and then shakes it after the ball hits the bat and is fielded in the gully.
Yeah, England will be just looking at this partnership, knowing that at the minute they don't look like they're going to be playing any flash shots. So it looks to me like they're going to have to either bowl a Jaffa, or just hope that something happens off the pitch. You know, one or two kept a bit low yesterday. Playing nice and straight. They're playing it late.
Stokes bowls. Bavuma stands up, plays this up the pitch, and there's no run. So it's 127 for 4. Interesting here that I was reporting earlier that there's possible signs of a breakthrough in this dispute between Cricket Australia and the Australian Cricket Association, with talk of potentially a press conference tomorrow. It's been reported in their Daily Telegraph, not our Daily Telegraph, the Australian Daily Telegraph, but Mary McGeeran, who works for ABC in Australia, said that ABC have been told by the Players' Union that any call re the cricket pay deal resolution is premature. There's no peace in our time just yet. So, well, there's obviously a bit more going on there, but on the other hand, the Daily Telegraph, the Australian Telegraph, saying that they've made a big breakthrough. Here's Broad bowling. Elgar squared up rather. Ball dribbles away out to point. And there's no run. Carl Bates says, Mr. Vaughan's forgetting our wonderful weather, so saying let's play 100 overs a day is a great idea. We've enough trouble now with rain, bad light to get all those overs in. Stick with 5 days, and as Alex Stewart said, batsmen learn to bat long. Keep up the good work. I look forward to the tales of Blower's party. Absolutely, we had a lovely evening with Henry last night. Happily, it was dry, so we were able to congregate outside. I don't mean dry in that sense. I mean the weather was dry. 127 for 4. In goes Broad and bowls on off stump. It's pushed away by Elgar out to cover. We must have gone through the entire stock of Blower's Sauvignon Blanc, and I mean his own label.
Yeah, I enjoyed that, I must admit. It was a splendid evening, but to arrive at the venue, he has a lot of pictures on the wall, does Henry, so I spent a bit of time looking at all the different pictures. One of myself, actually, the Jaeger bombs. Last year, me, Warney and Tuff has introduced my dear old thing to a Jaeger bomb or two at Birmingham, and we're there on the wall in the lounge. Oh, that's nice. And to arrive into the garden to see his own wine. Red and white. I know. Yeah, it was nice.
It's available at all good outlets. 128 for 4. In goes Broad, bowls. Bavuma stands up, steers this firmly into gully. Goes straight to the fielder. And there's no run. No, it was great fun. Good to catch up with friends new and old, as well as Blowers at the very good form too.
He was very bright. He had orange on.
He was bright.
Orange and green.
And green, yeah.
Green, what they call boat shoes.
Yeah.
Bright green boat shoes, green pants, orange shirt, cravat, as you'd expect.
Yeah, no, it was all there.
Now our friend who's just sent that little email in, Andrew, what were those stats of the last 15 Test matches in England?
128 for 4. While Andrew looks it up, in goes Broad, bowls, and that's padded away just past Wesley at short leg, and there's no run.
This is the third one that's gone to 5 days out of the last 15.
Okay, so the weather hasn't intervened too much in the last 15 Test matches.
Gene, mischief, as he says, if there's no deal in Australia, do we get awarded the Ashes? Because technically they didn't turn up. Absolutely. No question about that.
5-0, it's a whitewash, isn't it?
Absolutely.
You get every single game.
128 for 4. 3 slips of gully. Short leg's quite deep there. Bavuma over his bat now. Broad's on his way. Bowls. Oh, let that go. It was very close to the off stump. I heard the barked howl there from Broad. Chris on email says, I was lucky to be at Melbourne for last Christmas and the Boxing Day Test. Australia against Pakistan. I was there for all 5 days. The game had a tremendous last session finish. Had the match been just 4 days due to rain, it would have been a washed out draw. 5 days is better, he says. Broad, fingers round the ball, pauses for a moment, takes a step or two to the left. And if he's setting up to go wide of the crease here, or at least for the batsman to think that he is, and in he goes and bowls down the leg side. There's runs for Bavuma, tucking it away through square leg, just picking it off because Broad strayed ever so slightly onto the leg stump. And he'll be cross. He'll be even crosser now when he finds out that he should have had Elgar out.
Yeah, I mean, I think Bavuma is a really nice play. He played so well in the first innings, and he's a bit from the old school. Let's look at the South African batting lineup, actually. And, you know, the move to put de Kock to number 4. You know, I think in this lineup, Faf du Plessis 4, Bavuma 5, de Kock 6. Now, with the way that he plays, you wouldn't mind de Kock coming in at number 4 when the ball's a little bit harder. You know, I think having him at 6, like kind of licensed, like Ben Stokes. You know, you still have to read the play, and he can't just come out crashing it. Come what may, he has to, like Ben Stokes, show a little bit of application when it's a little bit tougher. But I certainly prefer him for the South African team to be coming in at 6.
Stokes starts a new over and bowls, and Elgar takes another blow. Oh, it's on that hand again. Dear me. Well, he must have some terrific protective equipment because he's been hit so many times. And he's still out there. He's gritting his teeth. It's the left one. He's now just looking at it. He really has to. You just see his face. It's almost as if it's beyond pain. He's taken so many blows on that one. Oh,
that's
dear
flush.
me. Looking at the replay of that.
Yeah, he's a gritty character, isn't he?
He really is.
He's hanging in there.
Yeah, this is what Test cricket's about, you know. Don't give your wicket away. Make them work for it. In comes Stokes, round the wicket, bowls to him, and he's right back behind the ball again. And mowing fields. Ben from Salisbury. If you move to 4-day Test, you'll lose the intense graft, the batting, the blossoming of an innings. Say goodbye to the Atherton Classics, the Lara records, the Daddy double centuries. All the records will become post-2020, just like it was in the Premier League. Not allowed to mention that Division 1 ever existed.
But these people are forgetting that the average number of overs that Test matches are finishing in is 332, 331, 329.
Yeah, in comes Stokes, round the wicket, bowled short, has pulled for 4. Well done. You've got to admire this man. I mean, he's really taken a peppering out there, and Stokes there bounced him as well, just for good measure, but he's pulled him through straight mid-wicket for 4 more to go to 77, 132, 136 in fact for 4. The scoreboard just a little slow ticking over. So well played Elgar. Stokes testing him out from round the wicket. Richard says on Twitter that Stuart Broad knows. He asked the dressing room at the end of the over and they confirmed it, and of course he then ran up and told Joe Root. You must have a good view down there, Richard. I guess you're at that bottom end somewhere. 136 for 4. In comes Stokes again. Bowls short once more, and it's another 4. And that's been hit actually more imperiously. That was just whistling past short leg and has gone into the square leg boundary. And again, you just admire it. 140 for 4. James says, I'm in favour of 4-day Tests. Just make them start at 9 to 9:30.
What, in the morning? Oh, it's a bit early. I'm just having my breakfast.
You can't have it always, Michael.
10:30.
You can't have your cake and eat it, but you can't win this box.
10:30 starts. That's fine.
In comes Stokes. Bowls fuller length this time. And Elgar turns him away out towards short leg. And there's no run. Here's a nice picture of Rob, his little baby. Thank you for the calming voices helping my newborn go to sleep. Isn't that nice? Jeffrey's not been on this morning.
He's coming. Time's here. Oh, no, you've got a bit of time, yeah.
12:20. You'll get an hour's kip in, Rob. And then I think you probably turn over to something else. Actually, don't turn over to something else at 12:20.
Yeah, please don't. I know what's happening.
140 for 4. And Stokes in the sunshine.
12:30 actually, I guess, when Jeffrey arrived.
Yeah, 12:30. Okay, in comes Stokes, then bowls, and there's sort of the other side of Elgar, really, that rather ugly cross-batted defensive shot. But anyway, he survives. He more than survives. He's really playing very grittily. Should have been out. You could argue. I'm not blaming the umpire at all, because if the players don't hear it, what chance has the umpire got? However, he could have been dismissed. had England reviewed that decision for a caught behind that wasn't given. That's more accurate. 140 for 4, Bavuma 26, Elgar has 85. So England wicketless so far. More from Michael Vaughan, and then for the first time today, it'll be Ed Smith.
Yeah, looking at Dean Elgar. He's just looking at that bottom hand that's taken a pounding. Well, he's all right. He'll carry on. 85 not out. If ever anyone deserved a century, it's certainly him. There's 15 more required, but I think in the back of his mind, yeah, that's a nice milestone for himself. He'll know for South Africa to get anything out of this test match, he's going to have to be there at tea time and probably beyond.
Morning, Michael. Morning, everyone. Stuart Broad is going to start a new over in bowling to Bavuma, who's excellent today and leaves outside the off stump. Bavuma reminds me of a sort of efficient Spanish midfielder. He doesn't do very much. He just doesn't extravagantly look
similar size,
big passes, just knocks it around, that kind of thing.
And David Silva, someone like that.
Not quite so flashy, maybe, but just a very efficient.
Come on, name names. Which player?
Well, I was thinking of Xavi actually, but then again, I thought he was probably the best player in the world for a few years, so probably setting the bar a bit high. But I think what I mean by that is
of Man U, that kind of player.
He just doesn't seem to be doing very much, but he does it very, very efficiently. Minimal movements, very precise. I think technically he's looked as good as anyone in the
not like a Vinnie Jones, is he?
That's what I was looking for. Bavuma waits, Broad in and left outside the off stump. Probably been the most, in some ways, technically. Can't think of anyone on either side in this test match who's looked better.
He's very still at the crease. Plays it right under his eye line. Left well, he knows, well, has done so far. He's known where his off stump's been. I don't remember him taking his hands towards the ball at all. He's kind of just waited and waited, punched the odd drive, flicked it. The odd one he's played a pull shot, but not played any big wild drives as yet.
Broad in, and Bavuma, just as we've been talking about, just slightly forward, not overstriding. Excellent balance and had all the time in the world to defend that ball.
Well, yesterday morning I strolled past him. He was on the pitch and the sun was shining. It looked nice, and I said, "Morning, Mr. Bavuma." He says, "Morning, Mr. Vaughan." I said, "What do you make of it?" He said, "It's absolutely fine until the lights come on." And at the minute you'd say it's probably
quite distant.
Well, yeah, and it's possibly the best conditions of the week for batting.
Broad in again, bowls, and Bavuma leaves once more outside off stump, as he has done so with such discipline in this test match. Michael, you probably have experience of long bats in the fourth innings trying to save games, but actually the fields will stay attacking. The pitch has barely got a scratch on it apart from the footholds. It looks like a day 3 pitch, doesn't it? It's a good time to bat.
Yeah, and also I think as a captain you've got to, don't just settle in, you know. I think I played a test match a couple of years ago at Lords, and they set quite defensive fields in the morning, so I think that might have been against Sri Lanka.
Broad in, Bavuma nicely forward into the offside.
I think they were batting out for the draw, and then straight away after lunch England came out and you saw a field, and you know that field that you get set, if it gets to the last hour you have a desperation, everyone's catching. You know, on days like this I think, you know, when the runs, there's no way that the runs can be got, you almost have to go to those desperation fields earlier. So for instance, mid-off now, you can get him in on the catch and say to him, go and try and punch one down the ground, because it doesn't really matter about the runs, you want to try and force the error early. So I'll be saying to England, so just try and go to that desperation mode of field earlier.
Broad in now, Bavuma slightly discomforted by this late away swing.
No, you know, short leg in, or you know, a little catcher on mid-wicket, just too much of an orthodox field, just go for that field. I remember when England were batting out for the draw against Sri Lanka at Headingley a few years ago, it was very similar watching Sri Lanka. They were just normal for a while, and then the last hour they realised, wait a minute, we need a wicket still. Sure. Big desperation, everyone around the bat. Well, you can go to that, because you've got so many runs on the board, you can go to that really early.
Maiden from Broad. The other thing is that the reason for batting on yesterday was to take the runs out of the equation. Yeah, so take the benefit, which is messing around with your fields without worrying about it.
Certainly mid-on and mid-off can come closer, you know, and entice the batsman to play the drive, and it may get the outside edge, it may get you an opportunity of a catch at short mid-off, short mid-on. But you certainly don't need to have too many orthodox positions. Now this is going to be good. This is going to be a move, the first tactical move. Short leg in place for Elgar. Joe Root himself's gone from second slip. He's gone to catching on the leg side of Keaton Jennings gone on the leg side boundary, so they're going to really target Elgar here.
A bit more protection for the short ball as Stokes is in now, bowls, and it's too high and easily ducked by Elgar. We're sitting in the OCS stand here behind the batsman. Stokes is running in with the Victorian pavilion behind him, charging towards us.
The one thing I'd say about this is that, again, because you've got so many runs on the board, you can still have a second slip. And you could probably bring Broad in from mid-on. Wouldn't have Broad at second slip, but you can have another catcher. It just looks too big a gap. You've got all those runs on the board that you've just got to get everyone in catching positions. That's what you've been able to do by batting so well.
Stokes in, and Elgar pushes it wide of mid-on. There's a horrible bounce. Stuart Broad does well to adapt and takes it.
Sergio Busquets.
Yeah,
is
shout.
As the Blakes on Twitter. Art Deco.
Unflashy, efficient.
What about an English star midfielder? Who are you going for? Sammy Lee right back.
Stokes in now, and Elgar's right up on his toes and defends. Maybe a Hargreaves, someone like that, Michael.
Bit of Hargreaves. Paul Parker, right back. Paul.
A question for you, Michael. With Stokes now, even though he's going to set it up for the short ball, is there not room for a second slip? There's
That's
only
what
one
I said,
slip.
yeah, I just think that's important. Yeah, you've got to get all the fields.
Maybe mid-off to second slip and then
mid-on, yeah.
Stokes in again. Bowls cut for. Yes. Stokes has set his field up and he kicks the dirt in frustration. He set his field up for the bouncer, but his line was a bit wrong. It was outside off stump and there was huge spaces on the offside for a little push for 4. Didn't try and hit it too hard, Elgar, as he moves towards 189 not out.
Yeah, Joe Root's just pointed to Toby Rowland-Jones at mid-off, said get loose. I think that's going to be the change. I said at the start I'd have been tempted to start with the off-spinner against Elgar, because he's so used to facing pace at the start of a day, start of an innings. I just thought for a couple of overs it might have just surprised him.
Stokes round the wicket in, bowls, and Elgar drops his hands. Closer line that time.
Good battle though, isn't it? It's good to see.
Has been a good battle.
Stokes has probably not quite found the rhythm that we saw last night, where he clicked it at 90 odd miles an hour. But Elgar is he's scrapping. He's working hard. He's 89. He's played some lovely shots.
He has. It's been gritty with intermittent, glorious shots, pull shots and off drives, and then plenty of blows on the body in between. Elgar waits for Stokes now, and it's a high bouncer looping through to Bairstow, and that's 1 for the over.
Not quite got it right, has he? I think when you're bowling bouncers with this field, I've been saying to Ben Stokes, look, the bouncer, try and get it to where Dean Elgar's right ear is, underneath the right armpit. In the minute they've all been outside the left eye line, it's been very easy for him to sway out the way. He's going to come over the wicket, so, and now he's going to change the field back to what it was. So it's an orthodox field, short leg, mid-arm, fine leg, and then 2 slips, 2 gullies, backward point just behind, and mid-off, mid-on.
6-3 offside now for Stokes, who's over the wicket in, bowls to Elgar, who's up on his toes and defending to Jennings.
Yeah, he's chirping now, Stokes. He's having a few words. I think just a bit of frustration. South Africa have played well for half an hour. That's the first half an hour that they've ticked off. That's what you have to do on a day like this as a batting unit. You look at that scoreboard, forget it, forget the runs. Look at the time, look at that clock, look at the overs. Just tick them off if you can. Half an hour gone.
Oh, sorry, I see. Now Bavuma will resume his battle against Stuart Broad. It's been really absorbing contest so far as Alex Stewart sits alongside me. Morning, Alec.
Good morning, Ed. Good morning, listeners.
Broad's angled run up in, bowls, and Bavuma leaves outside the off stump. We've been
sort of praising Bavouma's technique. He's looked very untroubled, hasn't he, Alec?
He's played very, very well. He plays the ball very late. He plays under his eye line. He doesn't go pushing at the balls he doesn't have to. And if he gets beaten through a very good delivery, it doesn't look as though it phases him at all. He's mentally strong. I thought he was very impressive in the first innings, and he's constructing a good innings here, 26 not out. He's learnt quickly though, which is good to see, which some of the South African batsmen have got a lot to learn yet.
Broad in again bowls, and Bavuma once more disciplined outside off stump.
What I like about him, he makes the bowler bowl to him. So that was a good, pretty ball, as we'd call it, around fifth stump. Bavuma happy to let it go. So it's a game of patience. Will Broad now try and bowl a little bit straighter to force Bavuma to play a shot. He's strong through his legs, so they've blocked it off at square leg and mid-on. It's that game of chess just evolving.
Quiet air of concentration around the ground. Broad in bowls, and Bavuma lots of time. Plays this into the offside at 81 miles an hour from Broad. Just saying to Michael, Alec, that it's a good time to bat, actually, if you can get in when the opposition is trying to force a victory. They'll be inevitably attacking fields. You don't have to worry about scoring runs if you just stay there. The runs will definitely come.
The ball's just 45 overs old. The pitch is excellent. They lost a little bit of pace, a little bit of zip. So it really is a matter of concentration.
Broad in again now. Fuller. Bavuma plays a very nicely controlled off drive. Jeff Boycott would have enjoyed that. Under hit. So it's almost deliberately played for 3, which is what Bavuma will end up getting for that. It was not a flourish, it was just a punch drive. And he looks increasingly assured. 29 not out, 148 for 4, South Africa. I think the main difference between this test match, and maybe this is offering some hope to South Africa, and Trent Bridge is that, and this is true of oval pitches in general, they don't deteriorate in terms of the bounce, do they? They maybe turn out of the footholds, but so that's one thing that makes batting very hard on 4th and 5th days of pitches, when you start feeling physically threatened by variable bounce. Doesn't happen here.
Now all that will happen is, say, the pace just goes out of it, so if there is a short ball it just sits up a little bit, and sometimes you can, if you force your hands and throw your hands at it, you bring in the gully line stroke cover.
Broad again. Elgar clips this for runs. Keaton Jennings is after it, and he'll be beaten by fine leg Toby Rowland-Jones, who picks up now. And it's going to be a couple for Elgar, moves into the 90s, 91 not out. So in some ways batting probably stays about even in terms of difficulty. Maybe a little bit easy against seamers, a bit harder against spinners, but there's not actually, you wouldn't say day 4 or 5 at the ovals.
It's not as you shouldn't get one that's going to shoot along the floor and suddenly catch your glove off a length. It's been a good test match pitch, I think. The overheads played their part in the first 2 days, and then batting's become that much easier.
150 up for South Africa, although that's not preeminent in their mind. Broad in now, length ball pushed across Elgar, who leaves and goes through to Bairstow.
I would quite like to see the introduction of Moeen Ali in the first hour, ideally. There are some footmarks. The actual playing surface isn't really scarred. It almost looks like a day 3 pitch, I'd suggest. But with those footmarks, a lot of the bowlers have bowled around the wicket, the right arm around the wicket to the left-handers. So there is a little patch there which Moeen Ali can hit either side of. If he just misses it, will the batsman be playing for turn? It goes straight on and find the outside edge, brings slip into play. As we're talking now, Rowland-Jones is coming on from the pavilion end, replacing Ben Stokes. 5-wicket haul in the first innings when the bowling conditions were very, very favourable for his style of bowling. I wouldn't mind seeing Moeen Ali follow Stuart Broad from this end.
I think that's probably the plan, and maybe why Rowland-Jones is bowling from the pavilion end, to allow Moeen to attack the footholds from this end. So Rowland-Jones will be running towards us from the pavilion end, towards us in the commentary box. We're sitting behind Bavuma. Warm applause for Rowland-Jones, who's announced to the crowd. And morning, Andrew Sampson.
Morning, Ed. It's the first time in the match that
I was going to say, yeah.
Rolled from that end.
Rowland-Jones just bowling a couple of warm-up balls to Stuart Broad in his floppy hat at mid-on.
He's looked good though, Rowland-Jones. If you just put his 5 wickets to one side, it's how he's bowled. And we're always looking ahead, aren't we, to the Ashes. His type of bowling, will that suit Australian-style pitches? Well, I'd say it does. He doesn't just rely on swing. He relies on hitting the seam as well. The Kookaburra ball doesn't swing for long because he comes over the top. He'll create bounce as well.
Here is Roland Jones in, bowls to Bavuma, and Roland Jones right on the money straight away. Line and length, 84 miles an hour. And Bavuma stays disciplined again and leaves a length ball. It's funny, isn't it? It's a national characteristic. Sometimes we invent patterns that aren't there, but there's something about his run-up that is a little bit Australian, actually. I'm trying to think who it reminds me of. It's quite chest on, not much can go wrong.
They get, I won't say mechanical, but they went through a stage in the early 2000s and later that this is how they should run up.
Yeah. Roland Jones in again, once more wide of the off-stump. Bavuma again leaves. It's slightly in that sort of...
It's almost the old Dennis Lilly, those who can remember that far back, with his arms pumping. I'm trying to think. There's a touch of Martin McCaig in the way he sticks his chest out, but we'll come round to who we think it is in the way he runs up.
Slightly svelter chest, I think, than
yes,
than Martin.
Somewhat.
I played with at Kent in his later years. Could bowl quick, Martin McCaig. 3 slips and a gully. So it's probably more of a 5th slip
there
with a slight gap. Roland Jones in. That's I think he played at that Bavuma. It went through to Bairstow. He practiced the leave after it had gone.
But that's what's been so impressive about him. He's just bowled a little bit fuller. So though Bavuma is only 5'3", 5'4", he's still making sure he brings the batsman forward. So he's probably bowled another 1.5 foot fuller than perhaps Broad and Anderson. It's no coincidence he has been rewarded with wickets.
Is there was it Matthew Nicholson played a little bit? Played for Surrey. Is there a little bit of Matthew Nicholson in that?
Yes, that's a good shout.
I didn't face him for many balls. I managed to get out quite quickly. But
they've won Test match at the MCG.
A little bit of there. Matthew Nicholson in this run up now. Yeah. Roland Jones in, and Bavuma again staying sideways on and just playing it late under his eyes on the offside. Stays 150 for 4.
He's consistent though. You can see that he's worked with Richard Johnson and Angus Fraser, people who prided themselves on accuracy and giving the batsman absolutely nothing. You don't have to be express pace. He's going to be there or thereabouts, but he's at that early mid-80s, just quick enough that if he gets a little bit of lateral movement, the batsman can just joust at the ball.
Roland Jones again in bowls, and Bavuma actually slightly misplays this. He squeezes it off the inside edge down to Moeen Ali at fine leg. One of the few false shots Bavuma has played today. And of course, as the day goes on, the pressure transfers with each half-hour segment survived by South Africa. There won't be anxiety, I would say, yet in the England camp, but just that gradual transfer of expectation and pressure.
Well, I'm sure the South Africans will be, let's do it half an hour at a time. I know we talk about ball by ball, but just tick off first half hour. They've gone unscathed. Can they get it to midday with just 4 wickets down?
Elgar flexes his knees and waits for Roland Jones, who's in. And Elgar does one of those slightly ugly shovels to gully, and it bounces to Stokes. And exactly as we thought, Roland Jones is going to bowl from the pavilion end, and partly, I think, to allow Moeen Ali to bowl from this end, the OCS stand end. And Moeen takes his cap and sweater off, has a chat with Captain Joe Root, and there's plenty to aim at. Some darker, rough and footholes we can see from up here, and I think this is a good move by Root.
At the bottom end, Moeen Ali.
There was a case for him almost not quite taking the new ball, but particularly with Elgar, I think he looks a bit less comfortable against spin. 4 from you, Alec, and I'll make way for Dan.
Well, I'm pleased Joe Root has made this bowling change. Moeen Ali can play a big part today. We're going to look at, can he hit that pancake? It's a perfect length. We're out there pre-match looking at that length. You normally go 8 to 10 pigeon paces from the popping crease. That's the length that the off-spinner wants. It's a little bit wide of off-stump. I was saying in the previous over, he can bowl it into the pancake or he can just miss it, and the batsman's guessing then will the ball turn or will it not, and will it go on and find the outside edge, bring the keeper and slip into play.
Pigeon paces, that's a formal distance, is it?
I believe so, size 8 when
size
it's for
8.
me.
Okay.
Yes. What size feet do you have?
I'm 11.
11.
Well, actually 10.5 and 11.
So whereas mine are 8 to 10 paces, pigeon paces, you may only be 7 to 9 perhaps.
Okay.
To get the right distance for the off spinner.
That's a very handy
We'll mark it
tip.
out
It's a
at
very handy
lunchtime,
tip.
shall we?
Yeah, let's do that. Let's do that. It's been a bit of a claggy morning for England, doesn't it? What did you make of the possible down the leg side catch?
What I saw on the snickometer, it sounds silly, I don't think he hit it, even though, well, it was only a murmur, I thought. I think when you hit it, you see spikes, and it was whether there was a scratch on the floor or...
Moeen's in to start his spell, and outside the off stump, the ball goes low through to Bairstow. It's left alone by Bavuma. He's got a short leg and a slip in.
But you thought he hit it, did you?
No, I just thought that if they'd referred it, it might have been given out.
That's the thing.
Which I'm not sure if he hit it, but I thought the technology might have worked in England's favour there. As Moeen bowls again, a tossed-up delivery which is driven nicely out to the covers. The man comes in off the boundary to field, and is that the 100th partnership?
It is. It's the 100 partnership. It's this pair's second 100 partnership in Test cricket, and it's taken them 184 balls.
Dean Elgar's got 67 of them. Temba Bavuma has 31 of them. That's in the partnership. Elgar himself is on strike now on 91, and South Africa 152 for 4. They've started today well. They've still got a mountain to climb, but
step by step,
if you're going to climb a mountain, you've got to start at the bottom.
That's generally, generally the idea, I believe.
Unless you can be helicoptered into the middle, but I don't know how that would happen in this instance. Next delivery is worked at short mid-wicket and beautifully stopped. A lovely diving stop prevents a run, although I think Stuart Broad may have had it covered. I suppose the equivalent of that in cricket would be having the first session and a half rained off.
Yes, I think that's fair. I'll be with you on that one.
Thank you. Moeen in again, down the leg side, flicked away. They're going to come through for at least a single as Stokes chases after it and hauls it back in. It is just the one run, and it's a leg bye. It's being signalled by the umpires.
So what do you think about this snickometer then? Would you, from what we saw on the screen, do you think the third umpire would have given that out? Would he have had to give it out? Because
I feel he might have done, because the precise moment that you got that murmur was the precise moment as Moeen is in again. Oh, now reverse sweep, brilliantly anticipated, got to be said, even though Bavuma didn't get much bat on it by Stokes, who moved 4 or 5 paces to his right in seeing Bavuma's body shape change. It'd been interesting to see if it actually connected with that, whether Stokes might have pulled off.
Got there. Yeah, he anticipated well, Ben Stokes.
Certainly did, as Moeen's in once more, and back into his crease goes Bavuma. Pushes out to the offside, that completes the over. 153 for 4, Bavuma 31, Elgar 91. Yes, I think the umpire might have had to give it, because the split screen had the ball.
It did.
And yet somehow, I know what you mean, it didn't really feel like he'd hit it.
Just the ones where you, even when you've seen a decision given, it just seems more of a spike when there's definite contact, and whether there was something, don't get me wrong, but it just didn't look like a normal spike on a snicko. And this is where the technology, how much do you believe it, how much you have to use it? It's there to be used, obviously, and then you go back to the Indians, who are pretty anti a lot of this technology. They don't believe it's 100% foolproof. And we also remember it was brought in to get rid of the absolute shocker.
Yes.
Now, that wasn't a shocker, because we're still debating whether it hit the bat or not.
Well, here is Roland Jones to start a new over from the pavilion end to the left-handed Elgar. He's got 3 slips and a gully in, and this ball is wide outside the off-stump, left alone, taken by Bairstow. And there's no run. We've got a pretty decent crowd in for 5th day, and talking to you about this yesterday, Alec, we were talking about what sort of pricing structure there should be. We've ended up with £20 for adults and £1 for under 16s. I bumped into a few people on the tube today who'd come in speculatively.
Did you apologise when you bumped into them?
No, I never apologised.
Did you just walk in
on the
on
tube?
purpose?
On the tube, in the tube
Just,
in London.
Barged in?
Yeah, just,
a bump or a barge?
Straight, a bit of a shoulder.
Good.
Straight in there. Knock over the packed lunch. There's Roland Jones in. The ball is sneaking in towards the pads of Dean Elgar, and he just works it with no timing into the onside there.
Do you think the pricing is fair?
I do, actually.
I personally do.
Yeah,
and
I
on
think
Twitter, a few people sent things to me saying, it should be free, or £20 is too much. Why not let the kids come in for free?
Didn't some people buy tickets in advance?
Yeah, so you can buy for fifth day, and if it doesn't go on the fifth day, you get a full refund. And also, I guess there are stewarding costs. You have to open the ground up, and catering and all these types of things. So, yes, it'd be nice, but you don't lose money through opening up a fifth day.
Roland Jones in again to Elgar, who drives gloriously through mid-off. A straight mid-off, really, all the way up to the pavilion for 4. That was a wonderful shot. Transferred his weight into the ball, and with an economy of movement, sent the ball flying up to the pavilion.
There's nothing more, really, than a forward defensive push, but he got his body back into the shot. He's still coming across the ball. Dean Elgar, he's not the prettiest of players you'll ever see, but he's a highly effective player. Certainly in this innings, 95 not out from 142 deliveries, just 5 short of 100. It will be South Africa's first 100 in the Test series.
What is it about left-handed South African opening batsmen and their lack of aesthetic beauty?
Well, we'll ask Graham Smith in a minute.
As Roland Jones is in, this ball's edged, a beautiful diving stop, very agile from Stokes. He is fantastic in that position. Stops the ball from going down to the boundary, a boundary that would have taken Elgar to 95. Instead, he gets knelt for it. Andrews poised.
South Africa haven't had 100 in a Test match since the first Test against New Zealand in Dunedin earlier this year. 4 in a row without a game, without 100 before this one. Last one to score 100 was Dean Elgar in Dunedin.
And he scored 100 for Somerset as well, didn't he, at the start of the summer? So when he gets in, he does stay in. The crucial bit will be, if he gets to 3 figures, can he continue that concentration?
Elgar again pushes back up the wicket. Beauty, there's a lovely gap for him, and he's found it perfectly. He's going to just get the single for it, as Bavuma was late setting off. So he moves to 96. I'm thinking of other less than aesthetically pleasing South African
Vessels.
Kepler Vessels. Gary Kirsten.
Yeah, Gary too, in parts of his career. Kepler definitely.
Kepler Vessels, yes.
Gary's probably just nudging it. Graham Smith.
Well,
he's not.
Is he here?
No, I'll say it once he comes in.
I've
told him before when I played against him. I told him he's pretty ugly player.
The antithesis of David Gower, really, wasn't he?
100% correct. Yes. He used to get 100 or 200 for fun against us.
Next delivery from Roland Jones is defended late. It's just come through, maybe a trifle low, that one, but Bavuma's got his bat down on it, pushes it to the offside. There's no run. 158 for 4, that very evocative number, 158 at the Oval.
And Graham's just walked in, he's punched me.
Yeah. I think he must have been listening.
He's a bit bigger than me. Well, he's a bit bigger than when he was playing as well.
Well,
but that's good. I like it.
If you put a cigarette lighter on his head, I assure you, he becomes a lot less strong. I tested him out with the trick earlier today.
Yeah. Now, are you going to tell the listeners about this?
Yeah, well,
theory?
It was something that Foxy Fowler's theory. And he demonstrated it by taking a packet of tobacco, plastic,
which we're not recommending.
No,
it doesn't have to be tobacco.
But actually, it worked out. You could do it with a cigarette lighter, a lighter that you might use for lighting a gas oven, for example. As Moeen Ali's down the wicket, driven by Dean Elgar.
Or anything man-made.
There's no run. It would appear to be, yes.
It doesn't have to have anything to do with smoking, because that's not good for you.
No, just as long as it's of plastic and not made of cotton, for example. So the next delivery is tossed up and driven again to the right this time of Root, who dives to stop. And did they come through for a single?
They did.
They just squeezed through for a single. It takes Elgar to 97, 159 for 4. So if you place your dominant arm out to the side and you ask somebody to push it down and you resist, most of the time you'll be able to do that, and then you place this item of plastic on your head and you perform the same trick, and they lose all power. As Moeen Ali is in once more, and that's defended on the front foot out to the offside square of the wicket, no run. And therefore, a lot of players who've played with Foxy, I'd be interested to see if Tom Westley does it, but I know Caroline Atkins, now Foster, used to play for England, joined us in the commentary team during the Women's World Cup. As Moeen Ali is in once more to Bavuma on the front foot, just turns in slightly, but band pads close together, pushed out on the offside, no run. She would wear a cotton bandana between her head and her plastic helmet because she felt that
gave her more power.
Gave her more power, exactly. And I demonstrated it on Graham Smith, who's a sizable fellow.
Very sizable.
Balls, they're tossed up and driven to Root at mid-on. They've just come through for the 1 run. Bavuma to 32, 160.
Do you think it would have worked then? Superman and Kryptonite. If he'd had a cotton bandana on, do you think?
Yeah,
he'd
definitely.
He'd have been okay. He'd have kept his powers.
I think that's essentially what he was getting wrong. He was wearing.
Well, why didn't
he was wearing
Graham Fowler
latex.
tell Superman?
He's a busy man, Graham. He's got pet duck these days. Next ball's pushed off the back foot to extra cover, and there's no run. It takes up a lot of your time. 160 for 4, 50 overs have gone. Bavuma 32, Elgar 97.
A pet duck? Does he take it for a walk?
Yes, he does pretty much. You've not seen a picture of him with it on his head as well?
I haven't.
Yeah, he's
Did that work? Can you put a duck on the head? You then
that's
lose
a really
strength?
good. That's a very good. I haven't checked that.
Is a duck man-made?
That's a really important question. We need to find out. Foxy, if you're listening,
please do text
can
in.
you get Sarah to try the test on your arm with the duck?
On your head?
Yahtzee the name of the duck. On his head.
Right.
Yeah. Yes, this conversation's perambulating all over
Anyway,
the place.
160 for 4. Yeah, Bavuma 32 not out, and Dean Elgar 97 not out.
Yes.
Roland Jones bowling from the pavilion end. Back to the cricket.
Thank you. 51.5 minutes into today, and we've now gone on to ducks. We're not seeing any out there so far as Roland Jones comes hurtling in to Temba Bavuma, who comes forward in defence. It's a big appeal for LBW. Oh, now, if that's pad first, I think England might be interested, though Joe Root is not showing that much interest. He's doing that. He's managed to adopt a very, I wouldn't say gormless, more like a blank expression at times.
Which is quite good. They have gone for it. They have gone
He's gone for it. So the question here is, Alec, has that ball hit the pad first, then back? There was definitely a bit of bat involved.
There were we heard two noises in the headphones. There'll be two things. Was it bat first? And also, would he have been outside the line? It's not a no ball, so the ball is live.
You can go to front on spin vision.
You'll hear Kumar Dharmasena, and we're now watching the replay. That's hit him outside the line. So at least it's umpire's call.
Can you rock and roll again, please?
Potentially bat as well, but it looks as though it's outside the line.
I'm looking for the first contact of the ball, Mark. You can go to the ultra edge.
Pad first?
Yes,
pad first. So it's now whether he's outside the line or not.
But that'll be umpire's call on the line at best, won't it?
Looking first up, it looked as though he's just outside.
Pad first, so you
just outside the line, but we're about to find out now.
Oh, impact's in line. Oh, that's hitting. There we go. The first wicket. First wicket for England this morning, and it's Temba Bavuma. So Alim Dar is now going to have to overturn his decision. And, well, he was coming in towards us, Roland Jones, to the pavilion end. We didn't get to see it in real time, but a very good call, because the same is true of Root and Bairstow. They wouldn't have known that was pad first.
That was a brilliant review, and as I think Roland Jones on debut as well was the one who controlled that. They took their time, which is the correct way of doing it. So Bairstow spoke to Roland Jones, Root was listening, and then Root made that decision. So you have 15 seconds. That probably took, 10, 11 seconds? So they took their time, but Roland Jones was adamant. So that's a brilliant review.
And it all stemmed, really, on whether it was pad first or bat first. And what I think is marvellous there is that had, as you say, that had to be bowler communicating with captain and keeper, because they can't see, they can't tell. The bat and pad...
They'll hear two noises, which we did.
Exactly.
But it happened that quickly.
And Bavuma's got a very, very tight technique. His bat and pad are very close together, so it's not as if, sometimes you might say, well, if you can see the gap, because sometimes you can see the gap, can't you, from your position as keeper, then you can make an educated guess.
But bat pad very tight together. And he doesn't make a big stride forward, obviously.
Yeah,
brilliant review. Good bowling from Roland Jones. Having a good game.
7th wicket is that on his debut so far?
That's right, 7 for 83 so far.
Dare I ask the question, how many England bowlers have taken 10 on debut? We know there have been some stellar.
47 have taken 5, have they not?
That's right.
Which
Bob
amazed me.
Bob Massey was on debut and he took 16, wasn't he?
At Lords.
So he's Australian, of course. But
correct.
So I wonder what the England
we'll find out shortly, I reckon, and we'll have the answer.
I'm getting a bit ahead of myself. He's only got 7, but there are 5 wickets to fall.
Well, that's a massive wicket, though, because, as I say, he was batting very, very well, Bavuma, and Elgar looked untroubled.
And you can see him mouth it, actually. Just seen a replay of Roland Jones mouthing pad first, and was only just hitting it. The impact was significant. I wonder if that would have been umpire's call before they changed the width of the stump, do you remember?
Yeah, good call.
as Roland Jones is in to the new batsman.
Philando, big appeal, that's really close, and he's given him 2 in 2 for Roland Jones. Another South African padding up. He's asking, should I review that? I really don't think you should. That looked dead, stone dead. It's hit him on the shin, and he's going to have to go, isn't he? Oh dear, I don't. He's asking. He's asking Elgar, and Elgar's saying absolutely no way.
That's an incredible non-shot. The ball never started outside the line of the stumps. It was full, and he's just shouldered arms. He hits him shin high in front of middle and off. The ball is angled back in. Brilliant bowling again by Roland Jones. But what on earth is Philander? Just hit him on the back pad.
You'd walk, wouldn't you? We're just seeing the Hawkeye, and it's
crashing into off stump.
About 6 inches from the top of it as well. So, I mean,
the inside of off stump. But that is unbelievable batting or non-batting. We spoke about du Plessis with him in both innings.
Yeah.
Do you think Vernon Philander first ball? Well, a few people who are considering coming down, thinking £20 for, let's see, 4 hours cricket. It now could be everyone is disappearing by lunchtime.
Well, 2 minutes ago, you were wondering where England were going to get a wicket from. Roland Jones has picked up 2 in 2. He's on a hat-trick, and let's not forget, it's less than 12 months ago that he got a very, very prominent hat-trick.
He did indeed, as that team north of the river won the championship.
They did.
But you've asked him one question. You've asked Andy one question.
Yes.
England bowlers 10 for on debut. What about a hat-trick on debut?
Ooh.
Just to throw the spanner in the works.
Now then.
That one I think I can do off the top of my head, although I will check it.
Yes.
3 of them.
Oh, go on.
3
have taken a hat-trick on debut. Morris Allen, Peter Petherick and Damien Fleming.
Damien Fleming?
I'm going to check that just to make sure I've got them all.
Damien Fleming's an Australian,
yes,
by the way.
Yes. And Petherick's a New Zealander, isn't he?
Petherick's a New Zealander, yeah.
See, we're getting there. Yeah. Will Roland Jones? So he would also be the first bowler on debut with a double-barrelled name to have got a hat-trick
I'm pretty
Test
sure.
cricket.
Without a doubt.
Do you think so?
Oh, without an absolute doubt.
And potentially 10 for as well with a double-barrelled name.
Well, he's got 2 in 2. He's excited. We've had 2 in 2 already. We had Stokes had 2 in 2. He was on a hat-trick.
He did.
But his hat-trick was going to be spread over 2 overs. Now, unfortunately, they've taken drinks, which has rather taken the momentum out of this hat-trick delivery.
But that's fair enough, taking drinks now. He's going to take it at 12 o'clock. It's 2 minutes to 12. The batsman's walking out to the middle, so probably saved a minute.
But the perfect hat-trick is the one where you just get ball after ball after
Perhaps
ball.
Chris Morris wasn't ready either. He was still padding up when Philander just padded up.
Well, 160 for 6 this morning has been turned on its head. There's a very sedate 51 minutes when Bavuma and Elgar were in complete control. And now Bavuma's gone. Straight away, Philander with an absolute brain fade.
It's incredible. We've all done it. Whatever level of cricket we play, at times we just, you say it is a brain freeze. But the ball never started that wide. He's just seen Bavuma out to a ball that just angled back in, and he's hit him on the back leg, knocking out off stump, but the inside of off stump as well.
Yeah, it was crashing into it. It was an incredible misjudgment.
And this has all started from that brilliant review from Roland Jones as well.
So, Roland Jones has destiny in his hands. He's got 3 slips and a short leg. He's got Chris Morris in his sights. I think we're going to see the slip cordon and gully cordon fortified now.
Crowd building.
Yes. Is Jimmy Anderson going to come into a leg slip? I think he is, you know.
Now, because it's a hat-trick ball, just tell me, would you consider bringing... Is he going to bowl a bouncer? And if he's not, then I'd suggest he's not. Why not bring fine leg up and have 2 leg slips, or a leg slip and a leg gully? Just a thought.
I'd love that. A bit more body line-ish.
Yes.
So we've got a short mid-on, we've got a short leg, a leg slip, 3 slips, gully. Here is Roland Jones to Morris, who gets a thick edge and goes into the slips at a diving stop. I think it's prevented any run. Just landed in front of 3rd slip. Stokes was diving across. 3rd slip was diving. Jennings was diving, but it's just, I don't think it's a job. It's landed just in front.
It's hit him somewhere.
Has it? Somewhere slightly unmentionable?
No, I think, did he get it on the knee?
Oh, well, it's been it's stopped initially by Stokes.
Or did he then land on the ball?
And then rolled on the ball with his left thigh. Yes. It's all happening. It's all very dramatic. Only had 3 balls of the over. I'm pleased to see that 4 slips have been kept in, 5 slips really, and the long leg, the short leg's still there. Roland Jones into Morris. and covers up beautifully in defence to a full ball, pushed into their covers. No run, 160 for 6, a score remains.
It's a perfect time to hand over to Graham Smith, the former South African captain.
Well, before we hear from Graham, let's hear from another South African, Andrew Sampson.
Well, the number of bowlers who've taken 10 for on debut for England is either 6 or 7, depending what you prefer, because John Ferris...
Oh, yes.
In fact, he got 13 on his debut for England, but he played for Australia before that.
Right.
The most recent one was John Lever.
Oh, in India?
That's right.
76. Roland Jones in again. Another full delivery is pushed back up the wicket, fielded off his own bowling by Roland Jones.
So you've got to go back a bit for the other ones. Alec Betzer was the one before Lever. And then before that, I'm going chronologically backwards. Ken Farnes, Father Marriott, Tom Richardson and Frederick Martin.
Father Marriott is one I think that a book should be written about.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah. Welcome back, Graham Smith.
Hey,
lovely to see you. I'm very well, very well.
I thought you and Stewie were very poor this morning.
Did you?
Well, it's all
fun and frolics. Roland Jones is in. Morris, who defends a short ball into the offside. Stokes moves from 5th slip to field. That completes the over. A double wicket maiden for Roland Jones, 160 for 6. Commentary will now continue on 5 Live Sports Extra, digital radio, online and via the BBC Sport app. Radio 4 long wave listeners are leaving us briefly for the shipping forecast. Yes, Graham, I think you'd better talk us through the events of the last 5 minutes, and then I'm delighted to say I'm going to be replaced by Simon Mann, who can take your ire on the chin.
Dream debut for Roland Jones. It's been incredible. Bowled superbly well. Pace has been up in this innings. I always thought maybe if the conditions didn't suit him, would he become just a medium pacer? But he's running hard. He's got good bounce. He's been accurate. Asked a lot of questions of the South African batsmen. Bavuma and Elgar fought hard this morning. It was going to be, wicket in clusters, and that's been the problem. South Africa have had little pockets of partnerships, but lost wickets in clusters.
Now Elgar is there on 97. Good afternoon. That's driven back, and Moeen fields off his own bowling, and there is no run. He's got 3 close catches for company. Elgar, so a few gaps in the field to perhaps hit the boundary that will take him to another Test 100. Down the pitch he comes, and he rather slogs that over mid-off, and there we go, there's his 100. Goes out to the long-off boundary for 4. Elgar delighted. Well, that is personal triumph for Dean Elgar. It's been hard work out there. He's been struck on the body. He's not looked in great form, but he's battled through. Brilliant effort from him. 8th Test 100. Almost single-handedly, he is resisting England and continues to do so. 101 not out of 164 for 6.
Yeah, it's an outstanding innings from Elgar. He's shown so much guts, determination, strength of mind. He's battled himself, he's battled his technique, but the type of man that you want in your environment, puts in performances, finds a way. South Africa will be desperate to find him an opening partner, but this man is leading from the front.
Interesting way to get there, going down the pitch and whacking it over mid-off. That's outside the off-stump. Turn and bounce from Moeen, taken by Bairstow. No stroke from Elgar. Andrew.
He's actually got quite a few of his 100s with similar sort of shots. His first one, I remember in Port Elizabeth, was a 1-bounce 4 and over a slog sweep. But anyway, I'll give you his details now.
Yep, here's Moeen. Into bowl to Elgar. Pushed through, turned away, hits short leg, but deflects into a gap. So Elgar can collect a single. 165 for 6. Elgar to 102.
235 minutes, 149 balls and 16 fours. Funnily enough, it's easily his quickest. His previous quickest was 162 balls. 800s and 850s.
Yeah, I think the attacking fields have offered lots of opportunity to score, but what sticks out for me is the determination. He's taken a lot of blows on the body, the gloves. Saw him this morning, fingers were taped up all over the place, but he's still there, shown an incredible amount of mental strength and determination, and I think this is one that he will remember. That old Jimmy at mid-wicket causing hassles again. It is. He loves the word, old Jim.
The umpire, I think, went over to say something to him, did he? Here's Moeen going into bowl to Morris, and Morris plays defensively, squeezing that shot back up the pitch, and there's no run.
Yeah, good conversion rate, 800s, 850s.
Welcome back to our Radio 4 long-wave listeners. You actually have missed something. You've missed Dean Elgar's 100. Hitting the ball over mid-off, coming down the pitch. His 8th Test 100. Here's Moeen bowling to Morris, meanwhile. And Morris just about keeps the ball out of his stumps, drops the ball at his feet. And there is no run to end Moeen's over. 165 for 6. Andrew's just giving us a few stats about the 100.
Yeah, 800s and 850s for Dean Elgar now. Conversion rate of 50%. Obviously, the only other South African player with a similar record is Ashwell Prince, who got 1100s and 1150s over his career.
Maybe Jimmy's just frustrated that he's not the go-to man at the moment for Joe Root. Hasn't bowled yet today.
I didn't notice that. Was he saying something? And the umpire came over and said, "Tell him to shut up," did he?
Yeah. Jimmy's probably needed that a few times over his career.
Yeah. Well, you have to be a bit more careful these days. You get those demerit points. And you end up with a ban. 165 for 6. That's happened to Rabada.
It's always an important phase. Just post your 100, you tend to just mentally relax a bit. You've got to start again.
Here's Roland Jones bowling to Elgar. Elgar clips that away uppishly, but past square leg for 4. England got a forward square leg rather than the backward square leg. If they had one of those, that would have flown straight to him, but that was to Milan's left. And it went very quickly off the bat to the boundary.
Such an important milestone for a batter. The 100, mentally you just got to almost regroup and find that rhythm and zone again.
Because it's your first goal, isn't it, as a batsman, or your main goal? And I suppose you feel you've got there.
It's an iconic goal in many ways for you as a batter. I mean, 100's what stands out in your career, really. And he's led by example. I think a lot of batters in that lineup can look at the way that he's played. He's stuck to, I mean, even though he's battled that off-stump channel, he's stuck to his strengths. He's cut and pulled well. He's gutsed it out. He's played. He's committed to his forward defence. He's been positive there. There's too much muddled thinking. I can't remember the last time I've seen a batter out-padded up in the modern game.
Yeah.
I've seen 2.
Well, 3 in the game now, isn't it, as well? Roland Jones bowls to Elgar, who stretches forward and defends towards Broad at extra cover, and there's no run. It's 3 in the game, because twice for the captain and once for Lander.
2 in this innings.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right.
Dan was talking about it yesterday. Mike Gatting got into a habit of padding up. He just seemed to happen to him, a patch of it in his career where he kept getting out that way. 169 for 6. Elgar 106. We've got 4 slips in, or 3 slips and a 5th slip. Roland Jones bowls. Elgar plays defensively, crab-like defensive shot, running away towards Moeen Ali at backward point, and there is no run. But up until then, Bavuma and Elgar looked in very little trouble.
Yeah, they played well. You know, the key, and South Africa have had pockets of that, really. You know, you think about Amla and Elgar yesterday, fought for a short period of time, but then almost bang, bang, bang. You know, that next phase of being able to build a partnership after you've lost a wicket, I think they've really managed to get on a roll.
Roland Jones with this very long run. Into bowl to Elgar, who leans forward, thinks of single. It's not really there, too close to Broad at extra cover, and there's no run. But if you are going to bat out the final day, just about everything needs to go your way. And it was one of those really tight LBW decisions against Bavuma. Of course, before DRS he would have been fine. Was pushing forward to a ball that was.
Oh, it's a bad leave.
So we're just seeing some replays on our television monitor, Graham referring to, but Bavuma, it's pad then bat. Given not out, England thought about it. Are we going to review it? Yes. And bingo. Here is Roland Jones bowling to Elgar, guided away towards Moeen Ali at backward point, and there is no run. And that's the other thing as well. How many reviews did England have left? Do they have 2 left? Yeah. So I mean, they get some more at 80 overs. So in a way, we're in the 53rd over now. I think, well, it's worth the gamble. He's still got 1 left, and you get a couple more in an hour and a half's time.
He seems a bit more sensible about it, Joe Root. He's taking his time. He hasn't almost rushed in or been rushed into those decisions. And I guess it does help when you're ahead of the game, is that, you know, you're not searching for something, but he's handled that a lot better in this game.
The silly mid-off in. Roland Jones bowls to Elgar, who's forward, running that down to Moeen at backward point, and there is no run. It's the end of the over. Was that a maiden? There was a 4, of course there wasn't. Right at the start of the over, the flick through backwards square leg. So Roland Jones's figures, 3 for 30 to go with his 5 for in the first innings. Well, he really does have a chance of 10 wickets in the match. 169 for 6 is the score. Morris yet to score. Elgar, well, 106 out of 169. And England have, well, they've done enough clearly in the first hour and 10 minutes with those 2 wickets and 2 balls. And Moen's going to bowl, but another delay while some more short leg pads are being brought out and attached. So Morris will have to wait. The crowd today at the Oval, a reasonable crowd. Lots of people sitting sort of close to the action, and lots of empty seats further back in the stands. Just want to be part of it. Chance to see England win a Test match. A great deal for under 16s. Come along for £1. I think 1,400 have done so, all been brought along today. Now we are ready. 3 close catches. Moen bowls. It's driven by Morris into the offside for runs. Broad is after it, probably be 2. Broad gets there. Morris, in fact, no thought of 3, just jogging through for the 2 runs. 171 for 6. And Morris underway. He's got a short leg in, Moen, and a silly point and a slip, and a short mid-wicket Anderson. 2 saving, 1 on the off, 2 on the on, and deep backward square leg. Morris comes forward, guys that away past the silly point fielder, no run.
You can see what Ali's trying to do, almost the rough that's been created from bowlers bowling around the wicket, but the rain throughout the game probably hasn't allowed that patch to deteriorate like it looked like it might on day 1.
Here he is again, and he's looking to land it in it, just a bit fuller that time. Morris comes forward and defends to silly point.
You feel if we had good weather throughout the game that he would be getting a ball to turn and bounce out of that section of the surface.
Morris, tall man, settles, looks up. See Moen go into bowl to him, throwing right arm over the wicket. And it's defended by Morris again, dead bat. And it goes to silly point again. Stokes in there at slip. Hands on knees at the moment. Bairstow goes down, Moen goes into bowl, and Morris bat and pad close together, defending that away on the offside, and there's no run, picked up by a silly point fielder. When South Africa did save that game in Adelaide, just ask Andrew how many players from that team are playing in this match today and have sort of very good memories of it. Here is Moen bowling, back goes Morris, plays it defensively, back up the offside of the pitch, and there is no run at end of the over, quiet over. There's 2 runs through extra cover, 171 for 6, Morris 2, Elgar 106, and the answer is
3 of them. Hashim Amla, Faf du Plessis, who obviously saved the game with 110 not out batting through the innings, and Warne Morkel, who was batting there at the end. South Africa 8 down. Of course, some innings didn't start very well with the captain going out second ball, but South Africa 45 for 4 on that occasion.
As he pointed out at the start of the programme, he got one straight back. I did get 100 in the first innings.
Got to remember those. Yeah. Stay positive. I can't remember ever getting a naught, Andrew. Now that I've retired, I mean, that never happened.
Right, new over from Roland Jones. He's taken 3 for 30. Steamy in to bowl to Elgar. It's outside the off stump. Elgar lets it go through to Bairstow.
I know we debated it at the top of the show, but maybe just for the selectors this week, it's just the 2 opening batters from either side, really. Jennings and Heino Kuhn from South Africa. From a South African perspective, over the last, I don't know, maybe Andrew can help me. I'd say probably the last 14 innings as South Africa have averaged opening partnership of about 14, and it's an area they really need to work on. Dean Elgar has been excellent. They need to find him a partner. That engine room is so crucial to the success of any Test side.
Elgar prepares to receive Roland Jones. He plays defensively. Ball rolls back up the offside of the pitch.
If I was in that position, I mean, it is hard on Heino. He scored a lot of runs, but I think technically he's been found out a little bit by the England seamers. This sort of attack almost back at the stumps. They've used the angle. He's closed himself off and hard hands, and LBW caught behind has been a big issue for him. I don't know a lot about Markram. He is young, but it might be worth giving him an opportunity, especially with just a 1 Test match here against a good attack. Bangladesh, I think it's Bangladesh to follow, am I right, Andrew? Maybe might be at home, might be an opportunity for him to gain some confidence.
Roland Jones bowls outside of Elgar's off stump. He lets it go.
And maybe give him a run at the top of the order from a South African perspective, because it's an area of the game that they've just really struggled to find a pairing at the top that consistently can provide performance. And I feel the same for England. I mean, if I heard Alex Stewart's comments, and I kind of tend to agree with him, and give someone like Stoneman an opportunity, give him the test matches against the West Indies, and hopefully he will, have had a couple of games before he gets to the Ashes, where it's going to be high pressure environment.
Roland Jones bowls very wide of off stump this time, almost a wide. It would have been a big wide in one-day cricket. Elgar ignores it, taken by sprawling Bairstow between first and second slips.
That Ashes is going to be high flying. I mean, Australia have always got pace. That's got to be a factor at the top of the order. If you can get off to good starts, it really just settles everyone down. The crowd is going to be going mad. You can see it at Brisbane. So people that can handle themselves is a key factor.
Yeah, the abuse at the Gabbatoir awaits.
There's nothing like it. But if you can get through it, it's one of the most rewarding occasions in your career.
Back with Roland Jones. Running smoothly in, bowls to Elgar. Elgar head right over. He likes that defensive shot. He holds the pose. It goes up to Anderson at silly mid-off, and there's no run.
South Africa's opening partnerships here, the last test of 2016 at Port Elizabeth against Sri Lanka. Cook and Elgar added 100 in each innings. But so far this year in 15 partnerships, the average is just 17.6. Only 150 partnership, best of 64.
Yeah, I wouldn't... England are probably fairly close to that as well. They're in a similar situation at the top of the order. There have been one or two partnerships, like Jennings and Cook one at Lords was reasonable. 171 for 6. Roland Jones bowls outside of Elgar's off stump. There is no stroke. Not much going on in that over. Elgar resisting. Roland Jones bowling wide of his off stump. England still need 4 wickets to win, with 45 minutes just under to go until lunch on this 5th day. 171 for 6. South Africa.
Yeah. What's the weather forecast for next week? Because obviously I hear the long-term forecast is not great.
Well, we're in one of those disrupted weather patterns. We had a nice settled one earlier in the summer that seemed to go on for a long time, but disrupted. It could be on off a bit.
South Africa will want to, sorry to speak over you, but South Africa will want a result surface there, really. Overhead conditions, try and level the series. England looking like they're going to go 2-1 up here.
Moen bowls, Morris goes forward and defends past silly point, and there's no run. I mean, Old Trafford's one of those pitches that is a bit of normally there's a bit of pace and bounce up there, so it will help everyone.
It would be nice to see a competitive game.
Yeah,
also.
definitely.
It's been very one-sided in this series.
Definitely. Driven by Morris. Full ball from Moen. Tossed up outside the off stump. Morris hits it for 4. Probably got what it deserved.
The inconsistencies of both batting lineups have probably been a reason for it. I think South Africa will look back. Obviously, the Vernon Philander illness on day 1. Not being able to use him. Morris not being at his, far off his best. Probably allowed England to get away a little bit. And just not batting well enough. You felt it was a 260, between 250 and 300 type of surface in the first innings for both teams.
Moen bowls, straighter delivery. Morris back, playing it from the crease, dropping the ball onto the pitch. No run. Moen here bowling to the right-hander. Might perhaps fancy having a go at Elgar for a while. At the moment, it's Elgar at this end, Morris at the far end. Moen bowls, edged by Morris, along the ground. Chase for Stokes, down towards the third-man boundary. They're off for 1, they're back for the second. I suggest they should stay on 2 as well. Stokes has got one of the great arms and sends in a very good return. It's a bullet arm. I remember him very nearly catching out an Indian batsman who clearly hadn't seen him very early on in his Test career at Trent Bridge.
And besides the talent that Stokes has, he's a 100% cricketer. He really just, everything he does is so committed. It's wonderful to have.
177 for 6. Morris, who is a capable lower order player, is on to 8.
England's opening partnerships in this series are averaging 22.5, bolstered by that 80 in the second innings at Lords.
Yeah. So it's normally a wicket early on for the bowlers to feast on, and then see if they can make more inroads. Here is Moen round the wicket. Morris is down the pitch and hitting it over mid-off. 1 bounce for 4. Change of angle from Moen, and Morris had it in his mind to take it on. I remember Morris batting one-day cricket, the shot that really stays in my mind is when he played at the Wanderers in that remarkable Friday night when South Africa got themselves right back in the series. I think the series England should have won, hitting the ball way into the stand at deep mid-wicket. I know it's altitude and everything, it flies there at the Wanderers. Massive blow. But he's on 12, 181 for 6. Moeen goes in to complete the over, still looking for his first wicket. Bowls to Morris down the leg side. Bairstow takes and offers the ball to the stumps. Morris bat foot anchored though. End of the over. 40 minutes to lunch. Elgar 106, well played him. Morris 12, South Africa 181 for 6. More from Graham Smith and then Jonathan Agnew.
Yeah, you feel most people at home are probably thinking, what is Morris doing? Coming down and slogging one over mid-off, but when you watch him, it's more of a bowling all-rounder. Probably doesn't have the defensive game to be able to bat out 4 sessions, so he's got to find the balance. He's a natural attacking player. That is the way that he plays best. You know, you wouldn't class him as a frontline batsman by any means, so he's got to find that balance in his game and allow himself to, I guess, to be himself, to give himself the best chance to bat a long period of time.
Hello Graham, it's good to see you last night out and about at the Blofeld residence.
I thought you looked dashing in your red and white shirt there.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you.
Definitely stood out in the crowd. You and
cowboy look.
You and blowers?
Oh, you can't say that. Please, don't bracket me with that.
Dabbled in a little bit of blowers red.
He was on good form, wasn't he?
Yeah, the storytelling is amazing.
Oh, yeah.
A couple of glasses of red. I didn't have a headache this morning, so the wine must be decent.
You're right. Well, it's the Blofeld label too, isn't it? Not many people have.
Thought it'd be a bit more colourful, the label.
Well, yeah, it's a nice caricature, isn't it, of him? So 181 for 6. Good morning for England after a little while to get that first wicket. But they're in the hunt now, and Anderson's in the attack, and he bowls, and Elgar nudges that around the corner, probably off the pad. And Bairstow comes running round from behind the stumps to pick it up, and Aleem Dar, the bearded Dar, signals leg by to the scorers. So it's 182 for 6. Billy Cooper's arrived with his trumpet. He was here yesterday on good form. Going through one or two of his repertoire that those of us who tour with England recognise. I wonder what Australia are doing with him this winter, because he's allowed in some grounds and banned from others, isn't he? He was banned from Brisbane last time, I seem to recall. 182 for 6. And in comes Anderson, bowls, that's turned by Morris.
What was the reason for him being banned?
Well, they were a bit sneaky, the Aussies, we think, because they tried to sort of break up the Barmy army a bit. So they couldn't have a huge block of the Barmies supporting England in the Gabba. So, and of course, he's very much part of that, getting people together. So he wasn't allowed his trumpet. And they try to break up the block. So that's what we think, anyway.
It wouldn't surprise me.
182 for 6. Anderson's on his way, and he bowls outside the off stump. But it does seem more positive news from that part of the world. Overnight, anyway, about that dispute being settled. There might be a press release out later, we don't know. Today or tomorrow, something like that, to push that forward, but hopefully that long-running saga is over.
Eggers, what do you think Jimmy's thinking that Root didn't go to him first up this morning?
Well, he's quite pragmatic, I think. And he comes from the pavilion end, bowls, and that has turned away to mid-wicket. What I also think is it's quite a good sign about Root, don't you think? That he doesn't just do the expected thing and just toss it to the...
I noticed that at Lord's, really, that he pulled Jimmy quite early. We didn't feel he was being effective, and then pulled him again early. So it shows that he has, the conviction of his decisions. I thought yesterday, really, when the camera on the declaration, his instinct was right. He just didn't go with it. He probably asked too many people's opinion.
Yes.
And don't ever ask your bowlers, they'll always want to bowl less.
That's a very good shout. Anderson bowls down the leg side, collected by Bairstow, low down.
They always want the safety net bowlers,
I agree. So did you must have consulted the coach, did you, or not? That's a bit of a dodgy relationship with things like that.
Yeah, and also you'll learn to not talk in front of the world's cameras, maybe drift into the back of the dressing room, have a chat with the coach. But I think his instinct was right yesterday, and then just ended up dragging it out a little bit, But that instinct is there in him, and that's what you can see about his captaincy, and that'll grow and develop over time.
Anderson past Aleem Dar, bowls, and defeats Morris there, groping outside the off stump. A nice over. I think it'll make Anderson think, right, I'll show you. I don't think there's any doubt about that. We'll talk about that spell of Bob Willis's, don't they, heading in 81 when Mike Brearley took him off. I've seen Bob at the back of the commentary box actually stalking around, talking on his mobile. But I think it does as a bowler. It makes you think, oh, OK, well, I'll show you. I'm number 1 around here. But at 36, he's been around a while now, hasn't he?
35 yesterday.
I'll put a year on him, sorry. In his 36th year. 182 for 6. 4 wickets for England to win.
Switching to the box lane, Tony Roland-Jones.
And so Roland-Jones has changed ends. Well, that's quite interesting. That suggests that Anderson, well, it suggests to me that Anderson got the end that he wanted. And they've switched around Roland-Jones, although he got the wickets from the far end today. That's quite an interesting strategy. You wouldn't normally take someone off and switch them round ends like that.
Bowled the decent spells, and maybe Root just wants to have a go here with him, maybe 12 balls.
Off he goes and bowls outside the off stump. It comes cutting back at Elgar.
This is the end he's had most of his success from.
Yeah, he's just had that spell now was the first from that end, and then it came for him.
Yeah, I think that's what surprised me. Anderson has had better rhythm from the Pavilion end throughout the game, and then Roland-Jones has had all his success from the Vauxhall end, and Root went to Roland-Jones from that end, and I was watching and thinking, it's quite surprising that he didn't turn to Jimmy. I mean, it seems like he's actually looked okay in this game, Jimmy.
Yeah.
I guess the talking point is whether when you get to Australia on those type of surfaces where it's not.
Goes Roland-Jones then over the wicket and bowls. Oh, again there's one. Elgar taking that hand off again. That hand is absolutely battered. He might have got away with that one, but climb up quite so much, but he's taken some punishment. He's battled hard. He's got his 100.
And it's the Kookaburra ball, and the surfaces are probably a little bit flatter in Australia, where pace is maybe generally more of a factor. Australia have real pace in their attack. Maybe reverse swing comes into play depending on where you're playing. You know, can you have Roland-Jones and James Anderson in your attack, or do you need to look for a bit more pace? Maybe like Wood needs to play more of a role if he's bowling well.
It's Roland-Jones, bowls outside the off-stump, bottom edge from Elgar. He tries to force through the offside. I think so. Roland-Jones is in the Jake Ball bracket, isn't he? They are very similar actually in terms of pace, what they do. Would you take both of them, for instance? And Roland-Jones has got his nose in front now, but
I think you've got to look at your attack and the options that you have. You know, I don't think you always want to pick your best bowlers, but you do need, I think in Australia, you do need someone that has a bit of pace. That can play that role. You also need control. The ball's not going to swing and bounce. Well, it will bounce, but it's not going to swing like it does in England with a Duke ball for lengthy periods of time.
182 for 6. England need 4 wickets, and Roland-Jones on his way bowls a big away swinger to Elgar, who chases it. Quite unusual for him. He's been so disciplined that he just liked the look of that one, but it did swing. But it started wide. But a little bit surprising to see him chase that after all the hard work and discipline that he's put in so far. But he didn't edge it. You're allowed to play a loose shot every now and then. But I've got nothing but admiration for Elgar, I must say. And his absolute commitment to the cause. 106 not out. That's interesting. You don't often see this. The non-striking batsman is standing on the same side that the bowler is bowling from. I'm not sure I've ever seen that before. In goes Roland-Jones, bowls outside Elgar's off stump, and it's because there's a man fielding, it's Anderson, where the backing up batsman would normally be. But I don't think I've ever seen that before. That Morris is standing on the same side of the wickets, so in other words over the wicket that Roland-Jones is bowling from. Have you ever seen that before? Normally they go wider on the side.
It's a position that a lot of captains used to Matthew Hayden.
Yes.
You know, he used to sort of stand out of his crease in command and drive on the up a lot there. People felt that it was a catching option.
I've never seen that before. Roland-Jones over the wicket, bowls to Elgar, again a testing delivery round about the off stumps, pushed away to backward point.
So kind of if you look at what Root is trying to get Elgar to do with that field placing, one, he's got a catching man in case it stops and he sort of defends it back to that man, but the gap is left at extra cover. So basically he's saying, oh, that's where I want you to try and hit the ball, bring half your blade into play and bring my catches into play. So there's a little game in a game also.
Yeah, but normally you'd have the non-striker who'd go wider on his side, wouldn't he? So he'd be running a couple of strips further down, but Morris choosing to go on the other side. We've been lucky with those big Airbuses in this match. There's another A380 on its way in. That's more common, I suppose, these days. 182 for 6. So England have taken 2 for the 65 runs that have been added in this session today. They've removed Bavuma for 32, and then Philander next ball both to Roland Jones. Philander playing no shot. In comes Anderson and bowls and finds a thick edge there as Morris looks with some suspicion at the pitch, as that one just appeared to bounce a little bit. 182 for 6. I can hear some muttering at the back of the box. Graham.
Time for Jeffrey.
I think it's time for you to have some lunch. 182 for 6. I'll see you later. 4 slips lined up in the gully. And, Jeffrey will be cheered up by the news about the Australia dispute, I'm sure. Seems to be coming towards an end. Here's Anderson, and that's pushed away up to mid-off. And there's not to get official word of that, but does seem to be moving in the right direction.
It was always going to get solved. There's too much tradition, history and money at stake.
Ah, right. 182 for 6. Morris on 12. Rather tuneless version of Jerusalem there. Billy Cooper's trumpeting's all right, but not sure about the singing. In comes Anderson, bowls on off stump. And back goes Morris. Plays back up the pitch again, and Anderson tosses the ball onto mid-off.
I would have bowled him a bit earlier. You know, 480 wickets, and he has been bowling well.
Yeah.
I know I've got a lot of wickets, but his rhythm, everything's been good. He's passed the bat early on. Don't mind Ben Stokes bowling a few, but I think I'd have got him in the action. Yeah, definitely. He's been bowling well. He passed the bat so many times with a new conker, didn't he?
Yeah. 182 for 6. Anderson pumps those arms, is on his way, and he bowls to Morris, who again defends. It's a bit of a shaky start. He's looking a little set now, but he's looking with some suspicion at the pitch. Every now and then the ball lifts a bit, bounces.
Yeah, but not so often when your ball's 50 overs old and the sun's out or it's good weather. When we had periods in this match when it's been murky, hasn't it?
Yeah.
And that's when it lifts and does things, and when the ball's shiny and new.
Billy Cooper gets a round of applause for that. Well, I hope he does take his trumpet to Australia. Whether they'll let him in with it is another matter. But he does a great job in entertaining the crowd, making them join in. Morris plays down to mid-on. And there's no way to say. It just sounds as if things are moving there. Ah, in fact, I do have a press release. I thought it might come in today. 182 for 6. It's from the ICC. I do love a good press release, Jeffrey. So hopefully this is one we've been waiting for. Let's see. Let's watch Anderson bowl first of all, though. Wheeling round to the pavilion behind him. 4 slips, and Anderson's on his way. Dipping his head. Here he comes now. Bowls to Morris. Oh, he's beaten. What a lovely ball that was. And it's taken by the keeper to end the over. Right, here we go. Ah, it's not what I was thinking. This is a statistical, not very good at this press release. Further to the recent request from the South African government, the ICC has now considered the question of downgrading the status of all statistics, including runs and wickets, from the series played between England and the rest of the world in 1970. The ICC agrees, it's quite interesting, agrees that the series is played against the spirit of the Gleneagles Agreement, and that in the interests of keeping cricket free from political interference, a bit of a mouthful, all matches will be removed from first-class records.
That's ridiculous.
David Richardson, chief executive, says clearly this will not prove popular with those cricketers whose records will now be amended, but we're looking at the bigger picture. This is quite serious, isn't it? Let's watch Roland Jones in the sunshine, past the umpire, in he goes, bowls, and that's turned away out towards mid-wicket. A couple here for Elgar. No, in fact, he only gets 1. Peter Hain, who was on the programme recently, the long-time anti-apartheid campaigner, has hailed it as a great day for cricket and humanity. I'm sure the players involved will take it on the chin. For more details, contact us. Well, I was not expecting that.
That's a loaded
Andrew,
tripe.
what are you going to do with that?
Well,
what does that mean?
That's the first time I've heard of that, that's for sure.
They weren't test matches, were they, those games?
Well, yeah, they were played as test matches at the time, but were subsequently ruled not long after that as not being test matches.
Well, they were ruled in as test matches for test match statistics for I don't know how many, couple of 3 years or something.
In goes Roland Jones, and he bowls. That's clipped away off an inside edge. There's runs here, probably 4 of them. Yes, there is, down to the boundary.
Then they were taken out.
Then they were taken out.
That's right. And I don't have a problem with that.
Yeah.
But then, when Australia played as world champions the rest of the world, and the ICC picked the team for the rest of the world, they included them as test matches because they were getting lots of money from sponsors. Now, it's either all in or all out. I have no problem with being out because there weren't 2 test teams, you know, 2 nations.
But this is they're taking away first class status from these.
Crazy.
That's ridiculous.
So
I
what
mean,
ridiculous.
So what happens with that then?
Oh, we'll have to change the database, won't be? But it's, you know, they are ridiculous the way they change these things all the time.
In goes Roland Jones, and that's prodded away into the offside.
Politics, isn't it?
Yeah. How many games were there? I can't remember.
Well, 5 in the series. 5. Yeah.
It's politics to interfere with it, because they're talking about politics taking them out.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's nonsense, isn't it?
Who played? Alan Jones opened the batting.
Alan Jones, of course.
He got a pair.
Did he open with you? You
no,
played?
I didn't play till the 4th test. I played the 4th and 5th.
Right.
I wasn't.
So they don't count as first-class matches anymore.
Well, that's silly, isn't it? First-class umpires, first-class players. Some of the best players in the world were playing. So that rest of the world side is a fantastic team.
In goes Roland Jones, and that's pushed away by Morris.
As long as you do with me personally, but just to say it's not first class is nonsense, isn't it?
So all those records are binned.
Great players, as Jeffrey's saying. Sobers and Pollock had one particular partnership. You can look at on YouTube.
Fabulous.
Sobers and Pollock batting together. Can you imagine that?
Fabulous.
So those hundreds won't count.
That's ridiculous. It really is. I mean, and there was Eddie Barlow, got 4 wickets and 5 balls. All sorts of things happened in that series.
I mean, they're not first class. I mean, I have no problem with no test matches. But the other one in Australia versus rest of the world, should not be test matches then. But they kept it because they picked the side.
Here's Roland Jones, and that's driven nicely down to mid-on. And there's no run.
It's an anomaly, isn't it? You know, it's either all in or all out.
Yeah.
You know, but they just pick. I mean.
So to be clear, does that mean that these are now retrospectively scrubbed? So all these stats from those matches now
will be gone. Yeah,
will be gone.
I mean, I suppose.
And so it's backdated.
Yeah, we'll have to take them out. I suppose we'll have to see what the Association of Cricket Statisticians and people like that say as well.
Well, they should say no. We're not going to.
It'll be another little argument, won't it?
Yeah. But if they're backdated, then.
Yep.
Everything subsequent to that is also sort of goes down by 1, as it were. Or it may be. Here's Roland Jones on off stump, and has pushed away out to point.
It would do, actually. Jeffrey.
Yeah.
You got 100 in that series, didn't you?
The last match here at the Oval. I only played 2 tests, though.
So there'd be a bit of a problem there if that's taken out.
Not really. Well, it wasn't a test match 100 anyhow, because it was a test match, but then it was taken out by the ICC, so it never was a test match.
But I think I see what Aggers is alluding to here, because your 100 would now become your 99th 100.
Well, isn't it ridiculous?
No, I mean, that's completely ridiculous.
Right. You're right to him. He's an idiot for putting that out. I mean, and that is politics alone, because you've got a black government in South Africa asking them, because of politics, to take it out. And cricket should say, hey, they're saying we're not getting involved in politics, and that's what they should be saying, shouldn't they? Not Peter Hain and the South African government.
This is remarkable. 187 for 6. So like Jeffrey's instance then.
Exactly.
So like.
Well, the others, there might be others who've got 100. There's another record that you'll have to.
But yours was at Headingley. It was special. It was.
Of course it was.
You knocked out all those plates, commemorative plates. Here's Roland Jones.
Anderson
bowling outside the off stump, and there's no.
But there were
commemorative
knocked
things.
out, as you said. I mean, that's how daft it is, isn't it?
But does it matter? Well, hang on. Say this is real, then, Andrew. Which one was Geoffrey Boycott's proper, authentic 100th 100?
Well, the one after that.
Where was that?
Timbuktu. I said probably Timbuktu. Nobody knows.
In comes Anderson, running in hard, bowls, that's pushed away into the offside. Oh, sent back there. Sent back, and Moen comes into field. Well, this is extraordinary.
I'm trying to think. That was
11th
of August 1977, so famous in England.
That was the 100th.
That would have been. Wait.
So where did Geoffrey Boycott really get his 100th 100 then?
Your next 100. You're not going to like this.
Oh, yeah, I'm not bothered. I just think it's daft.
United Bank Limited on a tour match in Faisalabad on the Pakistan.
Oh, yes, I got one in Faisalabad, yeah, wonderful.
Well, that's your 100th 100. In comes Anderson, bowls outside the off stump, and Elgar lets it go back.
Well, a much better place, isn't it, Faisalabad, and to get your 100th 100?
What about all these plates and caps and bats that you've signed? And
I haven't
what
signed
them,
you muppet. But nothing. I just think it's wrong for everybody, that. It's just silly, isn't it? It's politics. It's politics.
No, it's a great day for cricket and humanity. I'm sure the players involved will take it on the chin. That's one of the quotes.
Yeah, well done. See what people say.
Wow. In comes Anderson, bowls. That's pushed down towards mid-off. And hang on, to being serious a minute, because there's... What date was Jeffrey's 100th 100?
11th of August, 77.
11th of August, 77, that's right, yep.
So that's coming up. We haven't got anything planned for that, have we? We're not doing anything special, are we?
We are, actually.
We have to can it.
We're having a do at our house, 180 people. We're raising money for the Yorkshire Air Ambulance.
We're going to cancel it.
We're not cancelling it. It's all sold and done. Oh. I'll put it this way. Samuel Hassan and...
Here comes Anderson, bowls outside the off stump.
Will not get an invite. That's for sure.
But you can't celebrate your 99th.
And Dave Richardson, the chief executive. I love you, Dave, but you won't be getting one either.
But you can't celebrate your 99th 100.
No, we're celebrating it because it's nonsense. That's it. Just silly. There'll be other people as well.
I know.
After, there's 2 or 3 after me got 100 hundreds, isn't there? I mean, theirs will be... I mean, you can't go changing history just like that for politics. It's for politics.
Here's Anderson outside the off stump. And there's no stroke from Dean Elgar. Well, because actually you invited me to that dinner.
I did.
But you invited me under false pretences
but
now.
The way you're carrying on now, you're definitely not getting an invite.
Well, you've already invited me, but it's not...
Well, I'm taking it back.
It's under false pretences.
It wasn't at the time.
I must admit, I was not expecting that. I mean, that's going to...
Well, it really gave you something to talk about.
It's a mess, isn't it?
It's a mess, isn't it? It's an absolute mess. Well said, Andrew.
Yeah. It's also a complete wind-up, Jeffrey. And after thoughts from you, there's going to be Ed Smith.
Is that right? You muppet. You, it's never. Is that wind-up? You muppet, Agnew. I'll get you for that. You. Well, you've done me a few times, but that's the biggest one. You... Oh, he's enjoying that at the back. I'm keeping this. Hope my Rachel will be listening to this. She'll be laughing. You've done me easy, haven't you? Like a kipper.
It's not difficult, Jeffrey.
Not difficult, he says.
Well done, chaps. Good teamwork.
It's a good letterhead, actually, after
Get off
Jeffrey.
it. I don't want any more about that.
It's a good letterhead.
International Cricket Council, Samuel Hassan.
Broad's getting ready to have a bowl. They're not going to take his record.
Never mind, Broad. I'm still reeling from this.
If you want to take a moment,
that.
to compose yourself, Jeffrey, that's fine. Broad is in, and Morris plays a nice back drive to extra cover, and there's no run. I haven't actually seen this, Jeffrey. Come on, share it, Jeffrey.
You're not having it.
You've taken the joke in such good grace.
Well, that was a beauty, that.
Sure, the players will take it on the chin.
You. God.
You could have come out of retirement, Jeffrey.
Shut up, I wasn't expecting that.
Broad in now, wide of the off stump, Morris
winding me up.
Would you back yourself to get 100 somewhere in first class cricket? There'd be a game somewhere you could get what you needed to get the numbers back up.
I got the numbers up. Andrew, I bet he were part of that.
It was very well planned and executed, wasn't it?
Was it ever? That was a cracker, that, wasn't it?
Broad in again. Bowls to Morris, who leaves outside the off stump. Andrew.
I must say, when I looked up your 101st 100, because Aggers was going, where would be his 100th 100? He did have a good laugh when it was Faisalabad.
Yeah. Faisalabad. It was flat there, beginning of the tour. I took one look at it. It was cream-coloured, straw-coloured, not a blade of grass anywhere. Thought 100.
Broad in again. couple of wickets earlier for Roland Jones on a hat-trick, but it's Broad's turn now. He's in, and Morris plays with time on the back.
I do have memories of the match, though. We stayed in a lovely hotel, like a lovely, clean, spotlessly nice hotel. Was it built by the Aga Khan or Ali Khan? He built these nice small hotels, like 3.5 star. They were lovely. And, yeah, definitely.
Catching extra covers quite straight, almost a short mid-off. 3 slips wait, Broad's angled run in now. Full ball, Morris stands and delivers down the ground. Beautiful shot, on drive. Maker's name facing us. Long chase for Keaton Jennings is good.
Well done.
And restrict South Africa to 2. Did well there. It was a very handsome shot from Chris Morris. Played slightly on the up, perfect cricket shot.
I liked Moyne into him. I thought he was going to play a few shots.
I'm surprised he came off, yeah.
But I just felt he hasn't bowled much in the match. He didn't, you know, he didn't quite get his length right. There's a big patch of somebody's fast bowler's boots that way outside off stump. I'd have tempted him with them a bit, because he likes to hit the ball, does Morris.
Broad in, and Morris once again pushes on the onside, this time straight to Jennings, and there's no run. End of the over, 189 for 6. Blue skies at the Oval, best batting conditions of the match. Warm, not hot. And for a moment there, with Elgar and Bavuma at the crease, it looked like South Africa's odds of saving the game were creeping up.
No,
and then Roland Jones,
pressure.
2 in 2.
Hasn't done anything, has it?
And then Philander.
Hasn't done anything, has it yet?
Not off the seam, no.
Yeah, the sun's out, it's been a different pitch. I mean, they're not as flat as the Oval, sometimes we've seen it, but good, nice to bat. It's just when we have that poor weather and overcast and the newish ball, it's uneven bounce.
Anderson in, Elgar on a length. Elgar seems to get sort of slice the ball and looks ungainly, and then when the bowler misses his length and Elgar can punch, drive or pull, he looks terrific.
He's pinching me letter. I'm going to frame that. 31st of July, Monday at the Oval.
You shakes of disbelief from Geoffrey Boycott. He still can't get his head around the fact he's been suckered in by Aggers. Anderson in, nice off drive from Elgar, and very well fielded at extra cover as well. It's Wesley, I think. That's Elgar's game in 2 balls, summarised perfectly. First ball was a length ball, and he sort of sliced down, looked ungainly and squared up. Second one, a little bit fuller, and he just stayed very still and punched it with crisp timing to extra cover.
You just got to keep going in these situations. Just keep swapping the bowling around and keep drawing him wide. It's the only place where he looks unsure. He plays at wide balls, doesn't he?
Yeah.
The left-hander. He did it Jimmy Anderson yesterday a number of times. He played beautifully. All the other shots, defence, everything. He's gutsy, determined.
Anderson in, and Elgar plays this really nicely through mid-wicket. Excellent timing. Elgar's actually standing. I nearly said it before that clip from 4 through wide, but on Elgar's standing on about off stump when Anderson bowls round the wicket, and he's looking for that, isn't it? Anything inside his eye line.
You got to get him
away.
wider. I mean, he played one awful shot at nearly a wide ball, didn't he? They just draw him wide. Look, we've all got little areas where we are vulnerable, and his is when you just get him too wide.
Anderson in again, bowls, and there it is, wide of the off stump, but Elgar is not drawn. Yeah, when you saw the replay of that clip.
Did he bowl much at left-hander, Moy? I think he'd seen bowling at Morris.
Andrew will do the numbers. I was just going to finish the point on Elgar. You could see his leg stump was fully visible. He was standing almost outside off stump and making the angle for the clip to leg. Andrew will come back to us about Elgar against Moeen as Anderson's in, wide of the off stump, left alone.
Yeah, bowled a 5 over spell, of which only 9 of the balls were at the left-hander.
There's a lot of rough outside the left-handers off stump at both ends. Pick the end where I think it's best for the spin, and I'd try and get him one at the left-hander. I mean, that shot he went to his 100, he wasn't to the pitch when he came down. He was beaten, and he just flailed at it and went over mid-off.
Anderson in, and that's a perfect line and length, and Elgar is discomforted by a rising ball in the channel. End of the over, 193 for 6, Elgar 111, Morris 18.
I can ask you something. When he plays forward there, Elgar played beautifully, said that. He plays forward defensive, and so often he takes his bottom hand off the bat. Did you ever do that?
No, I didn't.
And he does some people regularly. This is not occasionally. Yeah. He does it a lot of the time. I mean, he plays at the ball nicely, gets his foot out there, but his bottom hand keeps coming off the bat.
Did Nasser do that a bit, Jeffrey? I think Nasser took his bottom hand off. Some people, maybe whether they're partly, maybe they feel they're going to get hit on the hand, and partly maybe they're just trying to take the, if they get an edge, they're trying to reduce the force going through the bat so it doesn't carry. I don't know.
No, I don't know why you take your hand off the bat. I could understand once if it happened, just once in a flood the ball bounce on you, but he does it regularly. It's one of his idiosyncrasies, is that
That's
it?
right, yeah, it is.
He just does it so often.
He does. Off the front and back foot. But he's a battler, Elgar. We've all made the comment in this test match that he can look very ungainly and awkward, but he's a fighter, and sprinkled alongside some uncomfortable moments, he can also unfurl some cracking shots as well. But it's Morris's turn now. He's 18 as he waits for Broad to start an over. Wide of the off stump, left.
Our fellow commentator, there's nobody looked a little crab-like, and what a fantastic player he was, and I mean that genuinely. He's not here, so I'm not taking
Graham Smith, you're talking about.
Graham Smith,
top
whoa, what a fantastic, gutsy, determined, courageous. I saw him play with a broken hand. Wow, he could play, but I mean, when you first saw him, you think, not a stylist. A bit crab bent over, wasn't he? Works it to the leg side, shovels it almost a lot of the time. But hell, it's about how many runs you get, what situations you play well in, do you help win matches? Terrific player.
Broad in, Morris plays a straight drive, the equal of the one he played 2 overs ago. And when you see Morris play shots like that, you think to yourself, he's a pretty good number 8. Very clean striker of the ball, simple bat swing. And that was running all the way down towards us as we sit just over Stuart Broad's left shoulder. Perfect shot.
Joe Root, if he doesn't bowl Moeen, Joe Root, a few lollipops before lunch. Toss him up, you never know what happens.
What have you made of Stuart Broad's bowling this test match, Jeffrey?
He hasn't done anything last match or this on 2 decent pitches to bowl. He's hardly moved the ball. He bowled the opener out this innings with the one that really nipped back, but he hasn't moved the ball much.
Broad again, wide of the off stump, left alone.
But has nothing against the pace, the line. He's bowled a lot of good balls on the line and length, and he's running pretty good. We've seen him sometimes move the ball, and he's had wonderful performances, match-winning performance, but he hasn't. There's very few balls have actually moved. That fair? I think I just haven't.
He's a very difficult bowler to assess because he has these wonderful streaks, doesn't he? And then he blows sides away.
Right. Yeah.
And then the rest of the time he struggles to recreate that as a nice back drive by Morris. Just in front of square on the offside, there's a chase on. The slide is on now, and that will restrict Morris to a couple. I think it's David Malan who mopped that up. Andrew.
You talk about Graham Smith and match-winning situations and things. My favourite Graham Smith stat is that he's the only player in the world to have made 4 match-winning 4th-inning centuries.
Yeah.
Nobody else done that.
No, look, I'm not saying that because he works with it. I'm saying what I truthfully believe. I tease him about it. Looked like a crab, but what a player. What a player. Fantastic.
Broad again. Bowls. Good bouncer. Straight at Morris. Good line. Morris plays it well. And it's passages of play like this where you just feel this game was savable, actually. I felt it was
would have been a very tough ask. No excuses for the way England batted at Trent Bridge, but 2 full days is a tough thing to chase, to survive. But this game, 4 sessions, I think if South Africa had preserved probably 2 more wickets last night, I think they'd have had a chance today. I think the wickets stayed pretty good. Little bit of rough for the bowlers, but been not much lateral movement under blue skies. I think the top order just kicked themselves for last night. Broad in, wide of the off stump and left alone by Morris.
I always thought they would have to work at it a bit to get people out, especially if it's sunshine. And pitches get slower. They always get slower, test pitches. And out in the open, I mean, I've never seen a pitch get quicker. And I keep saying to everybody, if it gets slower, it's a little easier to play. You've just got that fraction more time. Time is everything for a top level. Fraction more time, good players play better. The ball hasn't done very much. Jimmy Addison's the one who's made it just offer, and he hasn't got a wicket. He hasn't got a wicket. I think the spinners will have to winkle somebody out at one end. Moyne hasn't bowled much. I mean, he can bowl very little because the seamers have been dominant.
Anderson starts a new over, probably the penultimate one before lunch, who's in now, and Elgar leaves. Okay, question for you, Jeffrey. If this game was played out 10 times from now, from this situation, how many times would England win? How many times would South Africa save the game? Would it be 9-1 or 8-2?
I'd expect England to win 19 out of 20.
19 out of 20. Yes.
I would. I think I would be surprised. I think it'd be great effort if they save it.
It's probably fair.
I'd be... Look, it may happen, maybe the one match, but I'd be surprised.
Anderson again, Elgar leaves outside of stump. Is actually a difficult one for Johnny Bairstow. It's died, may have hit a foothold, that's why it bounced low. Even Alistair Cook's full length dive can't drag it in, it'll be 4 byes. A rare bit of variable bounce here at the Oval, normally so true.
But again, 5th day, you see. He usually do, but I think
200 up for South Africa, 203 for 6.
I think bowlers tend to find a way when they've a bit of time to get people out. I don't know how and which bowler and what way, but they tend to find ways, don't they? And I think a crucial factor is there was enough overs to get a good few overs out of a new ball when it comes. That's going to be a crucial factor.
64 have been bowled, we're in the 65th, so 15 overs away. As the boundary foam is being repaired and put in the right place after Alistair Cook kicked it backwards a bit. Anderson in wide of the off stump, and Elgar leaves alone again. He stays 111 not out.
You see, with it not swinging, not moving, he's got himself, as you mentioned, over to off stump. So anything that pitches a good 12 inches or more outside off stump from round the wicket, he's just leaving it well ending. He's waiting till Jimmy then wastes his energy, him not playing at it, bowls a bit too straight, and then he picks him off. Thank you very much. Good cricket, good batting.
Anderson in, and there we've just seen an example of that. Even though it was inside edge, there'll be 2 pretty easy runs with the field set overwhelmingly over to the offside. Anything squeezed over with just fielders to protect the onside will be easy pickings.
He might go over the wicket. I think he can't carry on like that. He's been playing him well as Elgar. He's better off going over the wicket, I think. Don't you think so? And going back to that. Or he's got to bring the backward point over and stop him just
shoveling it away to the onside.
Shoveling it for 2.
He is coming over the wicket. So Jeffrey, once again, England are listening to you.
I don't have a telephone to Joe Root.
Anderson in wide of the off stump, taken by Bairstow. He's played really well, Elgar. He's held this together, 205 for 6. If just one other player, Bavuma was the one who looked likeliest, and it was an excellent review by Toby Rowland-Jones. Trapped Bavuma, wasn't sure at first glance up here whether it was bat and then pad. It was pad and then bat, and that's why England went for the review. Led by the bowler, Rowland-Jones' judgment was upheld. Anderson in, bowls to Elgar, has once again been wrapped on the hand. Now, has that bounced? Has he played a little bit low? It's really hurt him. His fingers are taped up already this morning, and that's really hurt. He's still shaking and flicking his hand. Maybe that's why he takes his hand off, Jeffrey. Maybe he just likes to get close to the ball.
Oh, you see Moyne's back. I think that's right. Toss it up. Don't be afraid.
That's really hurt. He's flicking his
wrist frantically, Elgar. He's only got one more over to get through to lunch. Moeen is going to bowl it.
Give it a bit of air. There's a big bowler's foot mark, quite a way outside off stump, but spin it, get it up, spin it. This lad Morris is quite a decent batsman, but he likes to play shots, isn't he? He's better than defending, he's better at playing a shot or two. With all those runs to play with, you don't mind a shot or two. You just want one wicket.
Last over before lunch on the 5th day, bowled by Moeen Ali, who's in, and there's a big shot which is missed outside off stump, and I don't think Jeffrey would have enjoyed that very much.
Beautiful drift ball. I'm not sure he didn't get an inside edge. What happened? Beautiful drift ball there. Oh, no, it went straight through. Gorgeous how it went with his arm.
3 men around the bat. Morris waits, Moeen in. Bowl. Morris is right forward in defence. It's funny when the ground's slightly emptier, you can hear the individual claps and chants. It's a more intimate experience in some ways. Like a full county crowd. Moeen in, and Morris cover drives, and he'll be disappointed not to have got it through a very sparsely populated offside field. Just 2 men. He picked out the one of the extra cover.
Just a bit full, isn't it? Just a bit too full.
Missing the rough, isn't he? Moeen again bowls. That was a better length. Morris is forward, but it hasn't turned off the good stuff, has it, Jeffrey? There's been almost nothing from the good part of the pitch.
I've seen some oval pitches turned, play great and then turn. Morley, Tufnell, 2 winning matches, he's turned it.
Moeen again, and Morris is forward, but no turn, if anything, just going on with the arm and catching the outside half of the bat.
Don't be afraid to get it up in the air. You've got loads of runs to play with. If he hits you for 3-4s and he gets out, you're winning.
Moeen in again.
Caught!
There you are.
Edged! Caught! England finished the session with a wicket. Very well bowled Moeen Ali. It was on with the arm. Morris was drawn into a defensive shot. Smartly taken by Ben Stokes at first slip. And that will give England renewed hope of mopping this up quickly in the afternoon session. 205 for 7 South Africa finish. Morris goes last ball before lunch.
Beautifully bowled. Joe Root and I are on the same wavelength.
You've been right in sync, Jeffrey.
Yeah, I mean, beautiful. I mean, he can bowl, he gets wickets. I mean, when we all first saw him, we thought, oh, he's not Jim Laker, is he? But you know, he's not Graham Swan, but the lad gets wickets, and you've got to have confidence in him. When you get an old ball, a seamers are bowling, they're bending the back, it's not doing anything hardly, you know, because the sun's out, the pitch is on the 5th day, you've got to have confidence in your spinner, and I'm glad Joe Root brought him back. And the more he bowls, the better he gets, and he has this fantastic knack of getting wickets. He does, it's a gift. I don't care where it comes from, you take it. It's wonderful. But I said straight away he was drifting the ball. When they get their action right, the off spinner, it drifts from the arm. If there is any spin, it'll spin back. But you mentioned it hasn't really turned, but it drifted. Caught it slip.
Very well
beautiful
bowled. Testing both sides of the bat, as John Embry used to say. And South Africa face a rather grim prospect now. They've only got 3 wickets left and 2 whole sessions to bat. England now.
Well, you've got to be able to pass the bat on the inside and the outside.
Yes, that's right.
Doesn't matter what type of spinner. Left arm spinner, arm ball going in, and the outside. Same thing. You've got to pass the bat on both sides. And I'm going before that Agnew gets.
Thank you, Jeffrey. I thought you took that all in great spirit and grace. It was a...
No, I didn't. He's done me easy.
Just go through the South Africa scorecard. Kuhn was bowled broad 11. Amla caught Root, bowled Roland Jones for 5. De Kock bowled Stokes 5. Du Plessis, LBW Stokes without score. Bavuma this morning, LBW Roland Jones 32. Philander next ball, no shot, LBW Roland Jones 0. And last ball before lunch, Morris caught Stokes, bowled Moeen 24. That adds up to 205 for 7. England's bowling figures: James Anderson 13 overs, 3 maidens, none for 26. Stuart Broad 16 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 47. Roland Jones 14 overs, 4 maidens, 3 for 35, backing up his superb performance in the first innings. Ben Stokes, lively last night, bowled with pace and aggression, 12 overs, no maidens, 2 for 50. And Moeen Ali just picking up that wicket there with the last over before lunch. 11 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 36. 66 overs completed, 14 overs until the new ball is available. If South Africa can survive that long, and England will be lunching in a good mood, filleted by that excellent wicket last ball before lunch. Aggers.
Yes, oh dear, I'm still calming down from dear old Jeffrey. And well played, Andrew, let me say. That was, I would not want to play poker against you, Andrew Sampson.
I was really worried I was going to give it away any second.
No, you played an absolute blinder.
Managed to survive.
Terrific. Simon James' email said, "Thank you, I've only just stopped laughing. It matches the leg over one. I was driving north on the M1 when that happened and struggled to drive today. I was sitting down, thank goodness. I mean, there's lots and lots. I know you all enjoyed it. If you missed it, then I'm sure we'll find a way of podcasting it or it may be, because that was dear old Jeffrey. And actually, it was on video, was it? It was on video. Crikey. Didn't realise that. Well, so I'll be able to watch Jeffrey's reaction at the end, which was very, very amusing, as you know. So well done, everyone. Nice stitch up. Always nice to do one of those. And Mel's down there. Hello, Mel. We've got a little journalist panel going on here, which is excellent news. We've got Lawrence Booth from the Mail. We've got Mel from Cricinfo.
You looked like you had to remember from
I know. How can I forget? I'm just coming down from winding up poor old Jeffrey. I've been working on it during the course of the morning. So there we go. Anyway, that's fun. So, well, that was quite handy at the end there, wasn't it, Lawrence? I mean, there's no thought today of things not quite...
Yeah, I mean, England should win, but I think it helps. And with Elgar getting stuck in, England just need to chip away at the other end, and Morris... looked like he could hang around for a bit, so they'll go into lunch in better spirits, I think.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, we rather admire Elgar, don't we?
When you think that he was hit a couple of times. He was hit when he was bowling. Was that Bairstow, I think, might have been who hit him when he was bowling, and then when he was batting, he was smacked by Stokes, and he was sitting there in the dressing room with his finger in ice. And
he's taken some bruises.
Oh, it's really, really tough, and to see. Just to see the way that he played the ball when he'd get a really tough one, and then he'd thump the ball to the boundary even today, and it just really gutsy, I think would be the word I'd use to describe that, and has kind of kept South Africa most of the morning with some vague hope perhaps of lasting a while. But
yes.
But Lawrence is right, you just chip away at the other end. Some nice flight there from Moeen at the end, just doing for Wright, who looked good.
Telford Vice is here as well, who's very well known to our South African listeners. Who are you writing for these days, Telford, apart from sort of virtually everybody? You're on, where's your main source these days?
Anyone who will pay me.
That's brutally honest.
Actually, the Times Media Group in South Africa, which is the Sunday Times and Business Day and the Sowetan and all sorts of other people.
Quite serious ones then. Yes. No need for an anorak. This is English summer out there. You know. Why have you come here in a puffer jacket?
Because English summer is a complete rumour. And I'm sat outside, which is wonderful because you get the atmosphere and you get bits of the crowd.
You sit out. You're in the overflow bit.
On purpose, if you like, or by choice, because it's a bit of an accountant's office inside that press box, and I'd rather not be there. So outside is lovely, actually.
I haven't been. What's it like? It's just a bit of a dungeon in there, Lawrence. It
is a dungeon.
It's sort of very dark.
Well, I remember when we first were let in there, and they had the sort of some kind of covering over the glass, which was further blocking our already not very good view. So at least we can see through the glass now, which is a bonus when we're trying to write about what's happening.
Yes.
But no, I agree with Telford's assessment. It's actually much nicer to sit outside. Yeah.
Good. Well, before we move on to talk about things, what about the sort of the 100th test or the 106th test, whichever you're playing this? They've done it well, sorry, haven't they? Whether it be the 100th or 106th, it's always good to come here. It's a test match here, Mel, isn't it, Mel?
Yeah, it's been a great sense of occasion around it. And when you walk down from Vauxhall and you see all the banners that are lining the way, even down around the press box area, they were putting up all these amazing historic photos of this is an iconic ground, one of the oldest in the world, one of the very few grounds that have held 100 or 106 tests. So it has been. I love coming here. This is actually one of my favourite grounds anywhere, because I also sit outside every time I come here, and there's something about sitting at the Oval. You feel really close to the action, more so than a lot of grounds. I don't know whether it's because the stands seem quite low and flat, but you really get a sense of feeling close to everything down where we are, which is quite low, and one of my favourite grounds. And they've done a lot of the media coverage that has surrounded it.
Yes.
It's a brilliant occasion.
Each cricket ground's got something, hasn't it? What does it for you at the Oval, Lawrence? What gives you a little...
Well, I mean, if you
when you come here,
dare to compare it with the ground north of the river, the Oval always feels like the people's ground in a way. I mean, I don't upset people who like Lords, and I like Lords in its own way. It has a fantastic buzz and so on, but the Oval does seem a slightly more, democratic ground, shall we say, and it seems to have staged some amazing games over the years. Before this game, I picked 10 great tests from the Oval for the Daily Mail, and I had to leave some crackers out. Len Hutton 364 in 1938, and even 2006 when the Pakistanis didn't come out after tea on that famous fourth day. Lots seem to happen at the Oval. I don't know if that's because the crowd get behind it in a way, or it's the last test of the summer.
That must be quite critical.
I think that is critical. It's actually it's slightly ironic that the 100th men's test here isn't the last test of the summer, because that really would encapsulate what the Oval stands for. People playing for places on the winter tours, or series up for grabs. England or Australian captains with the urn at the end of it. It's always something special. Always seems to happen here, but. So for me, it's the people's venue in London.
Yes, we haven't talked to you since the Women's World Cup, actually, Mel. I mean, you were working on that just while we're talking about 106 or 100, and everyone's getting very confused how we say it these days. But that was a big success, do you think?
Oh, by any measure, it was a huge success.
More than you expected?
Yeah, I think probably more than I expected. What it all was going to come down to, I felt that the organisation that was being put into it, the fact that the women have become more professional over the past couple of years, was always going to lead to it being a better spectacle. And because there were actually going to be cameras on it, people were going to be able to see it. All the stuff that a lot of us have seen over years was suddenly going to be seen by a lot of other people. What really made it, I think, was the fact that they had two cracking semi-finals followed by a cracking final. And you hardly get that in any world tournaments. When you think back, how often do you have a great semi or a great couple of semis and the finals a fizzer, or the other way around? So I think that really helped. The only thing I want to know now is what's the legacy of it in this country. There's still, I think, a lot of questions to be asked about the structure of the 50-over game. At the moment, you've still got a lot of talent that comes through the academy at Loughborough. There's very little, there's no pyramid structure. There's very little below that top level, and that's where I'd like to see the legacy come. So you've got a lot of more development in grassroots areas, so that you've got cricket grounds where they've got girls' toilets as well as boys' toilets, as silly as that sounds.
It's really as basic, isn't it?
It's really that basic. But then there's also places for girls to play. Now, if they go away and take their love for the game from the Cricket World Cup, they take their free bats that they got from Lords, where do they play? And it's a big question to ask. And also creating a pathway from grassroots through to a local, through to county, through to regions, to the top. I think that's a big question to be asked in this country about where we go from there.
Okay, that's interesting. And it's the development of women's cricket in countries like South Africa, Telford, that's really helped to make this tournament, isn't it? Because they've come a long way in a short time.
And it's very symbiotic, because no women's cricket has grabbed the attention quite like this Women's World Cup has in South Africa.
Is that right? Yeah.
It was just amazing how the attention paid to it went up and up and up, and it got onto the front pages sometimes, which is unheard of.
Is that because they were doing well themselves, or just because it was a good spectacle?
Both, I think, and also because it was available for people to watch in South Africa. Which is a little unusual for women's cricket. It's not been a long time that we've been able to see women's games on television in South Africa.
Is that on what we would call terrestrial TV? I mean, anyone could watch it, or do you still got to pay to watch it?
No, it'll be on pay TV. Almost all of our sport is on subscription television.
Yes.
So I think the public is kind of used to that.
Yeah.
But yeah, even so, it's not been on television a lot before, and they did well, and it was a big spectacle, and it was exciting. There's a spontaneity about women's cricket which is almost disappeared out of men's cricket, which is wonderful to see, and you honestly don't know what's going to happen, and why wouldn't you watch that?
And to witness crowds supporting, like they support a men's game, I think was quite a big step, don't you think? I mean, it wasn't sort of the John Teal sort of encouragement sort of applause that there's been sometimes in the past, but this was just actually crowds just supporting their team as they would any other men's team, really.
Yeah, well, I mean, the final was the big one, wasn't it? Full house at Lord's, 26,500, and when that only happened because the cricket had been pretty engrossing until that point. I mean, we were all at the semi-final, England against South Africa at Bristol, and I don't think I can remember a more emotional conclusion to a game. I mean, the South African players were in tears, almost to a woman on the outfield. Dane van Niekerk in the press conference was red-eyed. She said, if you were in the dressing room now, you'd be in tears too. And
South African press were in tears.
Well,
I think our commentators are in tears in English games too.
Everyone was in tears, and that, I think that sort of captured the essence of that tournament. And also what was important, and Mel was talking about grassroots and the future and so on, was the number of young girls at the final. I mean, girls who cricket might have passed them by in the past, but they were there with their mums and dads, and they suddenly had these heroes that they could look up to. We don't know yet. Maybe it'll take 15 or 20 years to sift through the system, but we might have captured thousands of young future England cricketers there. It was a fantastic day.
Let's hope so. Mel, you, I'm sure, have been. You still dip your toe into Australian matters. What are you making of the slow rumble that seems to be coming from there overnight into this morning about finally, possibly some sort of agreement that might have been reached between the board and the players?
I dip my toe very cautiously into those hopes.
Right.
It looks like there has been some agreement. There have finally been these talks, and James Sutherland had come out and said we're going to have to go to arbitration if we can't come to an agreement, which is quite an adversarial way of solving something in the end. So there have been various things that have been designed, I guess, to try and push it to some kind of conclusion, because we're so far past D-Day. The Bangladesh tour is really, really in danger now. So they've come up with some agreements. They've come up with some terms that they finally agree with, but what's concerning is, so the whole thing has been hanging on this idea of a revenue sharing model in that memorandum of understanding, and the reports that are coming out of Australia are suggesting that they've come up with a solution that still involves revenue sharing, but in a modified way that gives more flexibility for Cricket Australia to be able to look after grassroots crickets, which is what they've all been looking for anyway. But that has to be approved by the board. So in the negotiations, which James Sutherland, the CEO, Alistair Nicholson from the ACA and a few others, they've come to this. It still has to go back to the board.
Right, and there's rather combative chairman, for instance.
Well, this is it. There's, you know, if some certain schools of thought on the board are still hard line against revenue sharing being in there, then they could turn it down. So I mean, they might not. They might approve it. If they approve it, then they will be seen as backing down. It's if those words of revenue sharing are in there, then I think, you know, there could be penalties for various people to pay in the aftermath of this. But they still could turn it down. If they do, it's just an absolute shambles.
That would be back to the beginning almost, then, would it? Or that would be arbitration, and it would be all very messy.
Go to arbitration, and no matter what happens here, I mean, make no mistake, the damage between the cricketers and Cricket Australia is really broken. It's going to take a hell of a lot to heal it and to get any kind of trust back. So look, we're all waiting. I think everyone's just hoping that it's approved and they come out to a press conference on Tuesday or Wednesday and say we've got a deal and we've got a team going to Bangladesh.
Right. So you think it's going to be that soon, that there's going to be the board will meet, and whatever way they go is going to be imminent?
I think we'll find out. So it's got to be found out this week, doesn't it? Because of that tour to Bangladesh, and they've already released just today. They've released all the fixtures for the Big Bash League and the Women's Big Bash League. So they've released all the fixtures for a competition which at the moment they don't have very many contracted players for.
No.
So it's clear, you know, they want to move it on. They can't afford for this to go any longer than a week without something happening. So either the board approve it and we can then move on, or else the board don't approve it, in which case it's back into negotiations or maybe straight to arbitration.
Yeah. Has it surprised you how sort of brutal it's become, really? I mean, you know, the players and the board, they always have to try and get along somehow, don't they? But, you know, Lawrence, have you been monitoring this with particular interest, and have you at any stage worried about the Ashes, for instance?
Well, Not really on that second point. I mean, maybe that's just the sort of slight English complacency that the Ashes will always take place. I mean, some Australians have been saying, hang on, this is an absolute gimme. David Warner came out and said quite early on that we won't play the Ashes if this doesn't get sorted out. But what amazes me is that we're 40 years on from Kerry Packer. Yeah. And that was supposed to change the dynamic between players and administrators. Suddenly players then realised that actually they held more power than the administrators that ever allowed them. Packer realised that, and for a couple of years world cricket was in turmoil. But what was supposed to emerge from that was the players held the whip hand. They hold the whip hand to an even greater extent now because of all these 2020 leagues going around. If you're not going to employed by get a central contract with your board, you can just turn around if you want, like a lot of West Indians have done, and say, oh, that's okay, I'll play 2 months in the IPL, I'll play a month in England, a couple of months in Australia. South Africa are getting a big tournament up and running. You can make a good life now as a freelance T20 freelancer. So boards have to be very careful. And I think Mel's point about the breakdown in relations further down the line between players and administrators will be a crucial one for the future of international cricket.
Yeah. How are they down in South Africa, Telford, the relations generally with board? There's a rather strange thing with the coach having to reapply for his job during a tour and that sort of thing.
It's all very odd, isn't it? Yes. I mean, whoever understands a cricket board, I'm not sure they do think, never mind how they think. But yeah, it is odd. The relationship, though, has improved in recent years dramatically, and that's because the South African Cricketers Association is just such a well-run thing by Tony Irish, who of course is also a big name at FICA at the international level. So the relationship has improved. It's become a lot more professional. Players are much better handled than they used to be even 15 years ago. So that has been a major factor in improving just the professionalism of the game. Of course, that is almost all coming from the players' side. The board gets along with things, and the professional side of the board get on with organising things like Global T20, but the actual board gets in the way a lot of the time. As I'm sure South Africa is not alone in that regard, and you do kind of wonder why they exist. And I hope that's not overly cynical, but the relationship is better than it used to be between the players and the board, but none of that is the board's fault. It's the players doing.
Okay, well, that's the politics dealt with, and it's a fascinating state of affairs, isn't it? It really is. And let's hope that from our perspective, at least, the Australian situation is resolving itself. I'm here. We're chatting away at lunch because it's 205 for 7, so England need 3 more wickets to wrap this up and win this series. I've got Lawrence Booth in the Mail, Telford Vice from Various, and Mel Farrell from Cricinfo sitting alongside me, chewing things over. Bit of funny old series, Telford, so far, isn't it?
It has.
What do you make of this? I mean, there were you way up last week, and England rock bottom, and now it's sort of swiveled round again.
Well, it's not boring. And,
no,
and that's a good thing. Does
the quality bother you?
The quality of the batting, yes, it does. And I think it's part of the problem is that in South Africa's case, they've not been on good pitches for a long time. The pitches at home have been prepared to suit the fast bowlers, and of course we were in India not too long ago, and that was a mess. The Australian pitches, they were fine, but you just haven't been, the batsmen have not been given pitches on which they can play themselves in and stay there and make big runs, and you can see that in the results. There's not been very many. There's only been 3 centuries in this series.
So you feel that with South Africa's players, at least, there's that feeling of, cool, I've got to get some now while I'm in, because there's probably a ball up there with my name on it, and that's the way that they've tended to bat.
I think there's a lot of that, and you can see somebody like Heino Kun, who scores a pile of runs at a lower level, is just too indecisive, or he has been in what we've seen from him in this series. And I think there's not enough emphasis placed on just building a long innings. I know England have a similar kind of mentality, but the South Africans, I think it's almost slipped away from them. It's not been a conscious thing like it seems to have been with England. In South African terms, it's almost been a case of, we've almost forgot about people like Graham Smith and Callis and the way they used to play.
Yes. I mean, Amla, I suppose, is the fellow who stands out, and Algar, to be fair, absolutely fair. I mean,
absolutely,
they've got that right, sort of.
They have. Amla is fading, I'm afraid. He's not the player he was 5 years ago when he came here and scored that unbeaten triple century. This kind of situation is this is how Dean Elgar sees the world. It's against me, so I'm going to go out there and I'm going to show it why I'm better than it, and you can break my hand if you like. And so he's perfectly set up for this kind of situation.
Well, go on, Lawrence. What are you making of the quality of the batting, particularly in this series?
Well, I mean, I think in both first tests, both teams were stung at different points by some of the criticism that's come their way. In the first test, South Africa collapsed in a heap in the fourth innings, no fight there. England showed no fight in the fourth innings at Trent Bridge. Lots was said about that, and actually what we saw on the first day here, it was rain shortened, but it was engrossing because England were determined to not give it away. Cook's innings, actually, it'll probably get forgotten about by the end of this game, but was set things up for England. 171 for 4 on a grey day felt like England's day. It probably wouldn't have done in other conditions. So Stokes, he came out and shouldered arms, didn't he? Started leaving things. They were determined not to give it away. So I think England have benefited from the constructive criticism, I think.
Do you think they have? Do you think it took criticism? Because there were some rather strange reactions, weren't they? I mean, I interviewed Trevor Bayliss at Trent Bridge. I thought rather an odd interview immediately afterwards, in which he sort of like, what crisis? It was a bit strange. And then, of course, Joe Root, well, he didn't have a go at Michael Vaughan, but he sort of reacted, didn't he, to some criticism of his. Are you surprised that they seem to be stung by our criticism when actually they should be criticising themselves?
Well, I think it took them a while to admit that point to themselves. I mean, Bayliss's point after Trent Bridge was that in the first innings, 5 of the top 6 had got out playing defensively. That was the argument they were hiding behind.
Correct.
There was no doubting in the couple of shots in the first innings, notably Moeen Ali and Liam Dawson, but England said, hang on, the innings was over by that point. Second innings, they all gave it away, didn't they, after lunch on the fourth day. So I think they've realised that they can't just take this is the way we play attitude into every game. They can't just say that aggression will win you test matches, because England set a basis to win this game by playing carefully in the first innings. Then they exploited the conditions beautifully on the second day, and South Africa's batsmen couldn't live with them. But Elgar shown again in this innings you can build an innings just by staying in it. Bavuma has looked one of the most solid South Africa batsmen all series, because he first of all, he likes a scrap. He seems to score most of his runs after they're 80 for 4. But secondly, he's got a solid technique. So hopefully, the thing that will come out of this game is that Test cricket doesn't have to just react to the white ball formats now. It can have a temper of its own.
Yeah. Will you get that, Mel? What have you made of it?
Well, I think the other factor for England is that they've had a couple of debutants really make the most of their opportunity, and the performance of Toby Rowland-Jones, I mean, what a debut for him in the Test here, in almost every possible way. He's obviously let the side down by not getting a hat-trick. Come on, must try harder. We'll put a little tick on that one.
That would have cemented it, though, wouldn't it?
I mean, amazing. Yeah. But he's really made the most of his opportunity, and bowling-wise, look at the options that Joe Root's been turning to. And it's interesting to see, we were talking about this downstairs with some of my colleagues, that Jimmy Anderson seems to have gone down a bit in this Test as the option to turn to at certain points. So that's an interesting thing. And even Tom Wesley, the way he batted, it's early days for him, first Test, but he had looked like he was trying to make the most of his opportunity to be there and do his part in settling things as well in that batting lineup. So
do you worry that the way both teams have batted in this series is the way that Test cricket generally is going, though, and that we are kind of, heading inevitably towards 4-day matches? Going to say, what's the point of a 5th day? It hardly ever goes there. We've gone there this match because we had all the rain during the course of it. I mean, do you see us sliding that way? Well, largely because the players don't bat well enough these days. They've been consumed by one-day cricket, and it is the way that they now play. Can you see that happening?
Sure, because that's what's happened to Australia as well. Australia's had its own batting crisis, particularly in the top order, and the things that I've been hearing here about the lack of fight and the not being able to dig in. This was being said in Australia when South Africa were there 6 months ago, and they got rid of several players and a selector. So it obviously is, that the advent of white ball cricket is having an effect on the way people play. And I think also we're starting to realise that, being a top order batsman, particularly being an opening batsman, is actually really hard.
Well, yeah, that's
true. Really hard.
I'm glad you said that, because what I want to know, and I'd love to talk to modern batsmen, I'm going to try and find one soon, is why there isn't that fight, and where has it gone, and why isn't it there? Because it is such an integral part of being a top order batsman, and they enjoy it. They actually relish that challenge. Alistair Cook enjoyed it the other day. Dean Elgar might be hating the bruises, but he's loving getting it out there. He'll be ticking in that dressing room, because that is so much part of the Test game. And where has it gone, apart from those a few around? Where has it gone?
I think it probably has gone with some of the aspects of technique that we used to see, and I think we can blame the white ball game for that. There's no doubt if you for much of what you play, you're not going to have to stick around and build an innings. I think you can't help but
take the blows
and all. He's got no pomp, but he's got plenty of circumstances. Dean Elgar, but it's just I think it has to disappear. As much as you tell yourself not to do that, it's human nature. I don't think you can last and play that kind of innings if you don't have to do that for most of what you do. And let's not forget that there's the money aspect of it. If most of your money is made from white ball cricket, well, then that's your bigger priority, and I think that we need to accept as a game.
Yeah, you're nodding away, Lawrence.
Well, yeah, I do agree with that. I mean, from an England perspective, Trevor Bayliss has said all along that he wants a top three that are reasonably aggressive, and he knows that, and that's based on the fact that Cook isn't aggressive. So he thinks that the other opener, and preferably the number 3, can get on with it a bit. But I mean, Westley, between the start of yesterday and lunch, scored 22 runs in 88 balls. And some people getting very impatient on social media. I mean, they do on social media, don't they? But getting even more impatient than usual, saying, well, go on, declare Joe. But actually, Westley's innings in his own little way was important. England gave themselves 138 overs to take 10 wickets, so they can't do that.
It's actually a very nice chance for a debutant just to get a bit of a feel of what it's all about.
And it said a lot about his temperament. That kind of innings reveals a man in ways that 30 and 25 balls at the top of a Test innings doesn't, and that is the beauty. I sound like an old codger here, but that is the beauty of Test cricket, isn't it? That you find out about the characters.
Do you want the truth?
Yeah, tell me. Hit me with it.
You've got a bit old codger to come in here. Sorry, Mel, that's not being personal. But I'm afraid it goes with the territory. Yeah. It needs to go in here. Well, then, given that we're more optimistic then about the Ashes and everything else and taking place and taking part, is Keaton Jennings going to be walking out of the Gabba in November to open the batting with Alistair Cook? Well, go on, what do you think? Is he the man?
I don't think so, based on what I've seen so far. So I could be wrong, but I mean, on quick pitches facing Mitchell Starc first up, Josh Hazlewood nagging away, just outside top of off stump,
doing the Philander roll a bit quicker.
But quicker on quicker pitches as well. That's going to be a huge test. He hasn't looked comfortable. He's looked quite stiff and awkward, I would think, when just the innings I've seen him play here. And he's just looked so miserable every time he's got that look of someone who's looks quite defeated every time he's got out. It's almost like he knows it's coming. So I don't know. I haven't seen it yet, but I'd be surprised unless he does something fantastic in the next test, or then against the West Indies, bearing in mind the West Indies are not the strongest test side. But then who've you got to replace him? I know a lot of people talk about Mark Stoneman. I know some people aren't fans. I know that some staff members on the English side haven't seen him play, apparently. So I don't know well enough who the other alternatives are out there. But like I said, opening is really, really hard. Not the only team who's struggling to find an opening partner for one who's also really good.
Yeah, it's an interesting situation you can find themselves in, I reckon, because I'm sure they'll give Jennings another go. But were he not to work him at Old Trafford, then maybe Stoneman does come in against a West Indies team in which, frankly, really the quality of that is going to be very questionable. And whoever comes in, if it is him, knocks off a few nice runs, cheap runs, and off he goes to Australia. And in fact, actually, he's no better than what's been left behind here. So it's a bit of a dilemma, isn't it?
It is a dilemma. I mean, the unpalatable truth is there probably isn't a man in England equipped to score lots of runs on hard Australian bouncy pitches against Mitchell Starc coming in for his third or fourth test. No one. That would be too much to ask of anyone. The question is whether Jennings is that man. I suspect not. I mean, he may prove us all wrong with 200s at Old Trafford.
But you're looking at particularly that off-stump area, presumably, where the foot goes, where the bat's going.
That's what the batting experts tell me downstairs. I mean, Stoneman, again, Mel alluded to it. Trevor Bayliss says he hasn't seen him play live, so that's a slight issue with the selection setup if the coach hasn't seen this guy who could open for England. Hasib Hamid is the name.
Though, of course.
Well, he is. He's only one of 4. You're quite right. But you'd hope that the England coach would have seen the main contenders. Hamid is the one we all want to rediscover the touch he showed in India, and that's where. you see, no matter what kind of form he's been in for Lancashire, I'd be tempted to bring him straight in against West Indies, get his confidence going again. I think he'd score runs against them, because I think we all think that he is a future long-term opener for England. When he played in India, most people had him nailed down for 10,000 Test runs after his first day in Test cricket. So it was a great shame that
that could work, because we do know he can play, albeit he's been obviously his confidence. He got 100 for Lancashire seconds the other day, and he finally got him some 3 or 4 day cricket play. So we know he has got a decent technique. Yeah. So therefore, perhaps if he comes in with that background and he does get some runs against the West Indies, we know that he'll take some form and some ability with him to Australia.
Yeah, I think that's important. And in England we do have a tendency to say, "Oh, what can't he do? What happens if he gets found out by the?" Well, look, so what if we genuinely believe Hamid is going to be an England opener for 12 years, he's going to have to go to Australia 3 or 4 times, and if he has a difficult tour at the start of his career, that's fine. He'll learn for his next trip there. Yes. Let's invest long term here. And I mean, how long will Stoneman be around for if he gets picked? Well, I think I'd bite the bullet and go with Hamid.
Yeah. What's your advice to the Poms going down under Telford, having done it recently yourself from the other perspective?
Maybe watch what brand of mints you take with you. That might be a good idea.
That seems to have been sort of forgotten about, hasn't it?
Yes, and see if you can irritate them. That seems to, that really works. And it doesn't take much to irritate an Australian. You could compare them to South Africans or anyone else, and they won't like that.
They don't like that. How good are they? On your last
the Australians, they were. South Africa won that Test series.
Yes, exactly.
And won it well. Okay, they lost the last Test, but it didn't matter by then. I think they're Australia, and they seem to be better when they play against England. For historical reasons and cultural reasons and everything else. I think they're a decent side. I think it'll be a good contest. I wonder how much their minds, Australians' minds, will have been taken off the Ashes by what's going on at the moment with their Labour situation. I don't think, you wonder what that's done to the dressing room. It seems to, you might think it would unite it, but will it really? And if you've got all this happening in the background.
Players do seem united, don't they?
They do.
But then it's quite easy to unite against your boss if you're feeling a bit grumpy.
I suppose it is, but I'm not sure how that helps if you've got to go out and win a game of cricket. So they're a good side, but England are a good side as well, and I can't pick a winner. I think it'll be.
You can't really.
No, I think
having seen both teams in action recently.
Yeah, seen both teams, I think they are made for each other. It could be an interesting marriage.
Well, not sure we're ready for that, are we, Lawrence? If we're honest, but
he obviously doesn't understand the dynamic. He thinks that. No. I take Australia as favourites at the moment. I think their pace bowling attack is potentially very potent. Stark, Hazelwood, Cummins and Pattinson, where they get them all out on the park at the same time.
Mel's pulling faces actually, which we'll find out why in a minute.
She often does. England have depth in their seam bowling attack, but perhaps not the potency in Australian conditions.
Pace, where's the pace?
Well, where is the pace? I mean, Mark Wood has already played 2 Tests and now he's injured again. Chris Wokes will come back, but he's not fastest. Toby Rowland-Jones is 85 miles an hour. Are we saying he's going to run through Australia?
They're all much as Jake Ball, Stuart Broad. They are all in that sort of speed category now, aren't they?
That's the problem. Who is the man who's going to run through Australia on Australian pitches?
Yeah. When are you going to start asking that question in the Daily Mail?
We've been asking it for months. Agonising. No, I mean, unfortunately, that's one of the downsides of covering English cricket is always thinking ahead to the next Ashes. And not concentrating on the series.
Well, that was kind of my point. In that when are we allowed to start looking ahead? I mentioned it today. Actually, I had to admit on my Radio 5/4 stuff this morning from the hotel room. I started to talk about because we mustn't dismiss these West Indies Test matches, obviously, but there is that little worry in the back of your mind as to actually what they are going to prove.
We will dismiss them, won't we? We'll be asking from the first day of the first Test against West Indies who's going to be playing against Australia. It'll be a dress rehearsal for the Ashes, with great respect to West Indies, but that's what it will be.
Yeah. Mel, you're pulling faces.
Oh, that's just because, I come on this show, I get called an old codger, and then I'm told that Australians get easily irritated. I'm not easily irritated.
You sound it to me. Excuse me.
Would you like a mint, Mel?
Having a tantrum in the corner.
Not at all.
And I apologise for the old codger thing. So there we go. Who, are you daring to look ahead yet to the Ashes, Mel, or not?
I can't look past Australia winning in Australia because I keep trying to think, when you talk about depth in seam bowling, who gets David Warner out in this attack? Who gets Steve Smith out? I watched David Warner get 100 in a session in the first session not so long ago, and I would like it to be a close series, and I hope it will be. But it's a big ask unless Australia are very discomforted by what's happened. It's a big ask for them at home in the conditions that suit them so well.
Good stuff. We're getting excited only because things do seem to be moving positively down under politically, which is good news today. Thanks to all of you, Lawrence Booth, Mel Farrell, Telford Vice. Thank you very much indeed for such entertaining company. I think Mel's going to take it out on me outside. I'm sorry, Mel. I'm so sorry, but we won pointless together. We're friends, aren't we?
I love you dearly.
Well, there we are. So we'll get away with that one. But anyway, thanks for coming, all of you. 205 for 7. The players are in the middle. England need these 3 wickets to wrap up this match and to go 2-1 up in the series. Are about ready to go. And looks as if Roland Jones is going to start up from the far end. We've got Maharaj and Elgar at the crease and Dan Norcross at the microphone.
Thank you, Aggers. So, wicket last ball before before lunch. And Dean Elgar looked despondent, didn't he, as he went off. Perhaps because he thought Chris Morris the last recognised batsman, but they've got quite a tail of South Africa, quite a strong one, as Roland Jones starts up after lunch. First ball is played off the front foot with an angled bat to Stokes at backward point, and there's no run. I am joined straight after lunch by Michael Vaughan.
Yeah, afternoon.
Yeah.
Had a nice bit of scampi, to be honest, Dan.
Did you?
Yeah. Don't often get that at cricket venues. Yeah, nice bit of scampi.
You don't normally get
tartar sauce.
That's how it is. The food at the Oval has been mostly impeccable, but today I had a slightly dry chicken in a white wine sauce with a bit of leek.
Yeah, a bit tired.
It's a trifle. There's Roland Jones into Elgar, who works his next ball. It's a backward square leg. And there's no run. 205 for 7. England need 3 more wickets to win. It's a big wicket on the stroke of lunch. But wasn't that a curious session? Simon Mann was saying this over lunch. England took 3 wickets. One was shouldering arms. No other time, really, did South Africa look like losing a wicket. The ball didn't really beat the bat. It looked very comfortable to bat out there.
You'd probably say that the pitch played at its best in that session.
Yeah. Good overhead conditions, of course. So Roland Jones is in again, round the wicket to Elgar, who works this straight ball to Jimmy Anderson. They come through for a single as he moves to his right from square leg.
Well, I think what bowlers will do now, and rightfully so, is they'll just try and get Elgar off strike. And there's target Maharaj, there's Rabada to come, Morne Morkel. I think Morne will know that as soon as he gets out there, spin will be on. I'm sure that'll be the target.
Batted well in that first innings, didn't he? I mean, when South Africa collapsed to 61 for 7, their tail wagged a bit, didn't it? And similar circumstances, actually. That it was the morning, wasn't it? The morning after the deluge.
That's right, yeah.
And the sun had come out, and the overhead conditions were good, and the pitch started to play more easily. Bavuma, Morkel, they looked pretty comfortable. So Roland Jones is over the wicket to the right-handed Maharaj, who pushes a straight ball out to the covers, and Moeen Ali moves to his right to field from point, and they come through for another single. Andrew?
Yeah, 100 runs for the 8th and 9th wicket combined in South Africa's first innings from 61 for 7.
Yes. Did you hear about the terrible trick played on Sir Geoffrey?
I did. I have to say I really enjoyed it. I really did, and I'm looking forward to seeing the full video version, which I know Henry at the back of the box has been spending a good time since making sure he edits it properly.
I think he was the brains behind the whole operation.
Well, I thought it was genius. I think there should be more of that.
Round the wicket again is Roland Jones. This ball's wide of the off stump, left alone by Elgar. Do you know who Henry Moran reminds me of a lot? Do you ever remember a programme called Hong Kong Phooey?
Hong Kong Phooey, yes.
Yeah. Do you remember the cat that was actually the brains behind the operation?
Hong Kong Phooey.
#1 super guy. That's it.
What follows that?
Hong Kong Phooey, quicker than the human eye.
That's it.
He's got style. It's a groovy style and a heart that just won't stop. And on it went. Roland Jones in to Elgar, who comes forward and pushes the ball into the covers. He's going to get at least one. He'll probably stick at one because that means that he can keep the strike at the end of the over. 208 for 7. Maharaj has 1. Elgar 115 because he sits there, does Henry, much like it's called Spot the Cat, and he had stripes, if you remember.
I do remember, yes.
And Hong Kong Phooey always got the credit for saving the world from whatever calamity it was. But behind it was this rather cunning, wise,
clever cat, wasn't it?
sinister cat, who is our Henry Moran. And he's looking very much like a cat that's got the cream at the moment, as he's poring over the footage.
It was a very good setup. You know, I think we all now start triggering our minds to start looking at him to think, what's the next one?
What's he up to?
Who's he after next? Who's
That's the problem, isn't it?
Who's he coming for?
He says, he was hoping that I'd say I reminded him of Brad Pitt.
But hey ho, hey ho, hey ho, like that.
208 for 7. Or was it 200? The scoreboard has 207 for 7, but our monitor has 208 for 7. Andrew, I hope, will know the answer. As Moeen Ali starts in with 2 slips to Dean Elgar. His first ball is full on off stump and defended on the offside. No run.
208 for 7, yeah.
It is 208 for 7. I believe Andrew was also played a blinder in it by slowly identifying where the 100th 100 would be, that was the killer line, really. Moeen's in again, and that's pushed up to mid-off, and there's no run. But it is cruel, and we must also be mindful, as you say, that it could happen to any of us at any moment.
Well, it could, and the good thing for everyone, that you'll be able to see it very shortly.
Moeen in again, round the wicket to Elgar, who covers up in defence. He's got this odd way of defending the ball. Often the wrist moves from left to right, it sort of comes across the ball.
Yeah, the great reveal when Boycott is told that his 100th 100 potentially wasn't at Headingley.
It's at Faisalabad, I believe. The next ball is driven into the covers.
And
no run.
I've just been informed that it'll be around 10 minutes that you can all watch it. I'm presuming it'll be on the Twitter feeds and BBC website, Facebook. Yeah, it'll be everywhere. BBC One News, One Show, you're going to be everywhere.
They won't be listening to us anymore, Michael. Next ball outside the off-stump, left alone, shouldering arms, Andrew.
I think when we were setting the whole thing up before play, the moment Aggers got most excited was when I told him Jeffrey's 101st 100 was in Faisalabad against the United Bank 11.
You're all in on it. Vicious bunch you are. Next ball is worked up to mid-on, where a sun-hatted Stuart Broad moves in slightly ungainly fashion to his right to field, collects and underarms the ball to his compadre.
I have to say, Dan, I strolled in to the com box this morning. I think it was about 9:45, and you know, generally it's a happy box. Very smiley faces, friendly. Everyone's looking forward to the day's play, even though it's the last day. It's like, yeah, it's been a long week, but you know, there's always a buzzing and energy about the TMS box. Well, there was just a little bit more of a smile, from particularly Jonathan.
Right.
He sat in this corner here, and you could just see there was something that was making him very happy. And then he looked at the schedule, and he just looked, I've got to wait till 12:30, have I?
So he was very, very pleased, I think, at South Africa's resistance.
Well, that was the problem. I did mention to her, they lose 6 quick ones, you might struggle.
4 slips in for Roland Jones against Maharaj, who's on strike, and he gets a short ball, pushes down the offside. They're going to get a single, which will infuriate Roland Jones and England, as Moeen Ali was not able to cut off that ball. It's pushed only about 6 or 7 yards in front of square, but he's wise to it. He's a decent batsman, Maharaj. He looks solid, he looks compact and capable.
Yeah, he probably favoured just at the minute with the ball tailing back in. You know, I don't think that'll worry him as much as when in the first innings the ball was going away. That right shoulder is very kind of geared towards hitting the ball on the onside.
Roland Jones is in now to Elgar, who flips this away. It's going to go fine, down to the fine leg boundary, and it will be 4. A decent effort, but unable to stop that ball.
It's always a bit nasty on the boundary, isn't it, when you're fielding? You've chased it for 20 yards, and it goes for 4, and you're sprawled all over the deck, and you have to go. The ball just trickles over the boundary rope there. As you're picking up, there's 4 or 5 young kids just doing the 4 signal in your face. Right close to
rubbing your nose in it. Yeah. Almost literally.
It's great to see so many kids here. It's £1, isn't it? The admission today.
It's a decent crowd for a 5th day. Roland Jones once more, and that's defended up to mid-off. And there is no run. There's a new ball, of course, that becomes available in 11.5 overs time, should they require it. The new ball has done a fair bit of damage in this Test match, hasn't it? I think looking back at how certainly South Africa lost their wickets to the new ball, and England as well, ever so slightly.
Yes, it's Alex Stewart talks about it a lot, doesn't he? New ball wicket. I think the conditions have helped a little bit beyond the new ball this week. It's been swinging consistently.
Roland Jones in again to Elgar. Oh. Beautiful block drive through mid-on. It's going to run away all the way up to the Bedser stand. Not particularly fast, but he was in complete control of that shot. It's a wonderful shot for 4.
Yeah, I think South Africa are two opportunities this week. Day one with the ball, they didn't quite get it right. Philander being ill obviously affected them hugely. And then also when they batted in that first inning, to just not graft and fight hard enough to try and get it into day 3. They'd lost too many wickets. I think it was a kind of second afternoon, probably 5 down rather than what did they end up being?
Next delivery is played with an angled bat down to the gully region. A shy at the stumps, misses. But he's back in his ground anyway. Yeah, there's no run.
It was 8 down, wasn't it, with Flanders still to come.
And had they taken that, we were talking about if England had managed to take that last wicket, more than 5 minutes, still 3 or 4 minutes to go. And Philander came out the next day, but you're right, at 60, they lost it at 61 for 7, didn't they?
Yeah, really? that was the problem for South Africa. It's such a long game to come back from when you get yourself in that position. They just driven it through to that 3rd day, and they could have got something out this time. They may still, you never know.
Here is Roland Jones to Elgar, who's battling furiously. He pushes the ball into the offside. They come through for a quick single. There's a shy at the stumps, and this could be, well, it won't be overthrows actually, because it's well backed up on the boundary. And I'm not sure they would have gone through for the run in any case, as that was the last ball of the over, and Elgar's managed to nick the strike. He has 124. Maharaj has 2. South Africa 218 for 7.
Yeah, new ball done damage in against South Africa in this game. The first 20 overs in the first innings, South Africa lost 5 wickets. In the second innings, they lost 4 in the first 20 overs.
There you have it. There you have it. How many overs have we lost to rain in this match so far, Andrew? I say rain, I mean rain and slow over rates.
We were 82 behind after the 3rd day, so we've made up 8 on the 4th day and potentially 8 today. Well, should be 8 theoretically today as well, so effectively 66.
Right. Which is another disappointing aspect, isn't it, from South Africa's point of view, because they're effectively, if we could say they're 66 overs behind and they're in this stage. I mean, this is like being at the stage before tea on the 4th day. As Moeen Ali starts a new over and Elgar comes forward in defence, pushes the ball back up the wicket. There's no run. There are 2 slips and a short leg in mid-wicket. Mid-on and mid-off are set quite deep. The short extra cover, backward point, and the deep backward square leg. Moeen around the wicket bowls on leg stump. That's worked up to Broad at mid-on.
Yeah, I think he's playing in innings which, it's frustrating England, but I think there'll be a huge amount of admiration from the England team for the way that Elgar's fought this out.
Here's Moeen Ali again, just 4 steps in, bowls, and it's worked to short mid-wicket. No run. It has been a gutsy knock, hasn't it? I mean, there's runs there, but it's the 208 balls. And in the context of the way Test cricket has been going in England, there hasn't been a lot in the way of fight backs. We've talked about this a fair bit over the last few days. Moeen in again, forward comes Elgar, pushes just in front of square on the offside, but he can't get a run this time. And it's sort of what you want to see, the games have been too quickly got into a pattern, haven't they? And they've done it for a number of years now. It feels like the sort of
it seems a common trend, doesn't it? As soon as a team is struggling.
Moeen Ali in once more, driven nicely but slightly loosely through extra cover. It's running away on those practice pitches. They're going to come through for 2, but it will be just 2. And there are 1 ball left in the over, so Elgar's now going to be looking to push a single. It's a long way to go. There are 66 overs left in the day after this, so. But it's about getting that discipline right. If Elgar can farm the strike, then he must farm the strike. As Moeen's into him again, and he cuts at a ball that's a bit too full for it. Goes straight through to the keeper. There's no run. Moeen will be pleased with that, and most importantly, so will England, as Maharaj will be on strike, the new batsman. He's only faced 2 balls since lunch. We've had 13 minutes of play. Is that the 3rd over we've had? 4th over. So out of 24 balls since lunch, Maharaj has faced just 2 of them.
Yeah, 2 balls, and both balls have been on the back foot. I think if you can just bring him forward on and around 4th, 5th stump, I think the outside edge can be found. So that second new ball is due in 10 overs. Is that right?
Yes.
10 overs time. So you might say, oh, I've got a shirt on the screen here.
Oh, that's a good one.
Look at that for a shirt.
Oh, do you think I could pull that off?
I think you may. I mean, I'm having a look at your shoe. Yours is nice.
Not bad, is it?
I like that. I think you'd go for lighter trousers with it, though.
Yes, I think you're probably right. Roland Jones is in to Maharaj. That is full, and it's driven beautifully through extra cover. That's going to run up towards the ground staff. Right to the bed to stand as we're looking at it for 4 more. That's a tremendous looking shot.
Yeah, nice balance. Just a little punch with that bottom hand. He's got that huge chest pad on again, Maharaj. It's like a pillow. Yeah, lovely shot, yeah. No swing.
Isn't it? It's a huge pillow as well. Bit full, but we want him to be bowling full. He's got 4 slips in, 4 precisely that. And I'm delighted to be able to tell you that the video that we were talking about, that Mike was very keen to see, is available on the Facebook page. So you can see Jeffrey's reaction in full as well as hear it. So Roland Jones is in and plays away from his body but smashes it through extra cover. That was a wonderful shot from Maharaj. 2 4s in 2 balls. Maharaj moves to 10. And South Africa 228 for 7. They started very well after. I'm not quite sure if Elgar needs to protect him.
That was like a Alex Stewart style shot. Bit of a press. Look at that beautiful straight bat. Just through the line of the ball.
It was quite full, but he didn't play off the front foot, did he? He played it just from the crease.
No point in using your feet, is there? Just get your head in the right position and let the ball come and time it. Square leg's going back now, so I think we might see a short ball or 2. Still 4 slips.
Yes, you don't really want that to be happening to you. You've taken 8 wickets on debut. It feels a little bit disrespectful.
Yeah, I've been really impressed with Roland Jones in the second innings, I have to say. Ball a bit quicker, hit the pitch hard.
He's coming in now from the pavilion end to Maharaj. He does get that shorter ball, and actually Maharaj wasn't quite sure how to play that. In the end, the ball's landed at his feet, but more through luck than judgment, really. He was aiming to turn it to the onside, got into a bit of a tangle. And there's no run. He remains on strike. Has been impressive on debut. It's if you're Jake Ball watching this and Mark Wood,
Chris Wokes.
Well, Chris Wokes. I mean, when are we expecting Chris Wokes at sort of West Indies series?
Last week in the seconds, I was led to believe. Not heard much about him. Yeah, but the West Indies Test matches, he'll be in contention for those.
And again is Roland Jones, another short ball. Up on his toes goes Maharaj, but he suddenly looks a little less comfortable. Might you be if you're going to be bowling that at him, and he's got that huge pillow as a chest pad.
Short
leg. Want a short leg?
I think you're right. I think if you're going to go that length, you probably can take your cover point away and put a short leg in place, and you've still got your 4 slips for that full of length. That runs are irrelevant. You can play a few nice strokes, and bowlers won't want them against their figures. But I think as a captain, you've just got to put all the catches in place.
He's got a deep square leg and a long leg as well. Should he try the hook? And pigeons have stopped play briefly as 3 pigeons fly straight across the pitch.
Do you give any reason why there's not as many pigeons here today? There was a lot.
That's a very
why not
a very
on a
good
Monday?
question.
Are they at work or?
Yeah, I think they might. I think they might actually have to go to work on Mondays. Yeah, I think they have to come round to my place and foul up my garden.
So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Normally, there's about 30 of them, pretty much where the square leg umpire is at the moment, with the bowling from the pavilion end, and then they gradually move around to the other side after about 3 o'clock. As Roland Jones is into Maharaj, he bowls a very full ball, a full toss, which is flayed at and gets the bottom of the bat, dribbles to.
I'm sure that someone will let us know why the pigeons potentially may not be here. Do you think it's because it's not as
maybe
do they come from moisture? There's a lot of moisture in the ground.
Ooh.
Would they come because of the moisture and there's not as much today, so they've gone to somewhere else?
What do they eat? I mean, do they eat? Oh, there won't be any worms, are there? Will there?
I don't know. There may be.
Yeah. And the moisture would bring those kind of
the seeds from the wicket ends. They.
Oh yes.
Reseeding.
Because we were told about the moisture on the first few days. As Roland Jones is in again, that's smashed, the flayed out again. He's got a thick edge. It's running away down to the untenanted third man boundary. For 4, 3 4s in that over off Roland Jones. Maharaj moves to 14, 232 for 7.
He's 14 from 8 deliveries on the charge as Maharaj.
Oh, very good. You're a poet. So if you want to hear the full version of the Jeffrey wind-up, it's available now as a TMS podcast. I'm going to make way for Simon Mann after some more Pigeon and Jeffrey-related thoughts.
Yeah, and I do encourage you all to just have a watch of that. It's very amusing. It's one of the best ones. To be honest, any time that Jeffrey gets wound up is always worth watching. But I would suggest that it's very dear to his heart. Afternoon, Simon.
Good afternoon.
You enjoyed it, didn't you?
It was lovely, yeah. It was very well prepared as well. A great press release. Great spoof press release. I mean, it looked authentic. And Andrew played his part. And so, of course, Jeffrey. Here's Moeen bowling, dragged into the onside by Elgar for a single to wide mid-on. Broad is after it and picks up. And one more run to Elgar, who's 127 not out, 233 for 7.
Now, Simon, we were with the pigeon expert last night, Blowers.
Yeah.
What are you like on your pigeons? Why wouldn't they be here today?
Well, I'm not sure. One thing I did notice last night, it was remarkable. 3 minutes to 7, off they went. As if they knew that. There's one heading for us. It nearly hit the window. 233 for 7. Moeen goes in, bowls to Maharaj, right back into his stumps, playing French cricket.
It was almost as if he was charging at me for talking about this team of pigeons.
Well, they obviously sense that play is coming to an end because they all flew off because they know the big covers are coming on. That's the end of their feeding for the day. I noticed that last night. Moeen bowls, driven nicely by Maharaj, but straight to cover. No run.
See, now we've been talking about them. You see down the right, there's a few more arrived. You obviously listen.
They're away to the right-hand side today, left-hand side yesterday mainly. Here's Moeen bowling, back in his stumps goes Maharaj, playing that to extra cover, and there's no run.
Yeah, you feel with Maharaj that he will give you a sniff. He's looking to play a few shots here, isn't he?
Yeah, it looks like it. Although, credit to South Africa, I think they've really done well today. He's a big shot there, balloons off Bairstow, goes to Stokes at slip, there's no appeal. Well, that was a huge drive by Maharaj. I think it hit Bairstow. It bounced as well. That's the other thing. It hit one of those rough patches outside the right-hander's off stump. Took off. Hit Bairstow on the gloves as he went with it. Forward goes Maharaj, playing defensively back down the pitch. Picked up by Moeen. And there's no run. Yeah, I think Maharaj is just giving England a bit of hope here of an imminent 8th wicket. But they have done very well today, South Africa. They've resisted. Well, there was that 2-hour first session this morning. I know they took 3 wickets. It sounds a strange thing to say, but they didn't look like taking a wicket. South Africa were resisting superbly. What have you got?
I'm just watching the video of Agus reading out the statement and Jeffrey's face in the background.
How much of it is there on there? Is it just 1 minute 44? I mean, it lasted for about 10 minutes, didn't it, the whole thing? It's worth catching up with all of it. It's probably funnier knowing that it's coming rather than, at the time listeners were thinking, probably listeners think with Jeffrey going, well, that's absolutely ridiculous, getting rid of all those first-class hundreds.
Oh, it's his face.
There was a thought about all the... Where was it? Peshawar made his runs. No, Faisalabad. The sort of plate makers of Faisalabad making 100 plates for Faisalabad. Little boom industry there. Here's Roland Jones bowling. Turned away by Elgar, not stopped by Moeen at mid-wicket. It's a chase out towards the boundary. Probably will be stopped. Sliding effort out there. Throws on its way. And they come back for 3 runs, which Joe Root, the England captain, won't be that disappointed about. It means they've got Maharaj back on strike, and he's played a rather flirty way so far. Elgar looking so solid, 130 not out, 236 for 7. South Africa are not even halfway there in terms of runs. England need 3 more wickets to win. But I don't know who came up with the press release, who actually wrote it. It was Henry. It was very, very well written, I have to say. Oh, Agus wrote it. All right, Henry did all the sort of copy and pasting and things like that. Yeah, well, very good team effort. It was very convincing, that press release. Maharaj on 14, 4 slips in. Toby Roland-Jones bowls to him. Maharaj edges through the slips. I'm not sure it carried. It's gone for 4. It's gone through them. I think it was just in front. There's Stokes and Jennings. They're on their knees at 3rd and 4th slip now, looking at each other. We're saying, well, was that a catch to you? Was that a catch to me? Was it even a catch? It was a genuine outside edge.
I don't think it was
difficult to tell from that replay. Front on, yeah, it was just in front of the left hand of fourth slip.
Yeah, it's pierced the pants right in the middle of third and fourth. He's gone a bit closer, Ben Stokes. He's gone a bit closer to Keaton Jens, a bit closer to the bat. Look how close they are. I mean, what's that, tracking 12 yards?
If he really goes at one, he might get one in the face there. Stokes in at fourth slip. Roland Jones bowls, it's full, it's dug out by Maharaj for only a single. We've got a man back on the deep square leg boundary who runs around to his left. So Maharaj is off strike. 19 not out. The other factor here is the new ball. Not sure if we've mentioned that of late, but we're in the 73rd over. And often, well, Elgar's used to it, of course, but the tail, well, I find it difficult. So that is coming up. 2:05, or 7 overs, probably about 2:30, the new ball. As England look to wrap this match up in front of a decent-sized crowd on this final day. People have taken up the offer to come along at reduced prices. Roland Jones bowls round the wicket to Elgar, who guides this away in a gap through backward point. Anderson's after it. Elgar's come back for 2. Anderson knocks it down and then sends in the return to Bairstow. Elgar is moving towards his highest Test score, which I think was his last Test 100, wasn't it, Andrew? The 140 made against New Zealand?
Dunedin, yep.
Yeah. He's 132 not out. Well, he deserves his highest Test score. He's played magnificent in this innings. He's had some luck, of course. He was dropped early on by Jennings. He's been struck on the body. He's really battled through. Down to a slip and a gully for Elgar and a short mid-wicket. Man at back at deep forward square leg. Roland Jones bowls. Elgar puts the bat there and drives it down the ground. Nice looking shot for more runs. Chase for Broad up to the boundary. He'll stop it inside the rope. Much slower oval outfield than in previous Test matches I've seen here because of all the rain we've had of late in the last couple of weeks. Very green outfield. So 2 more to Elgar. 134 not out. 245 for 7. Still bags of overs left for England. How many South Africa got left to resist? It says 64 on the board. Is that including the last hour, the 15 in the last hour?
It does, yeah.
It does, right. So 63 after this one. So we're not even close to getting halfway through the day yet. New ball to come. South Africa have tried hard today. Bavuma out for 32. Philander first ball. Padding up to Roland Jones, then Morris. Last ball before lunch. Not even the last over, the last ball before lunch. Edging to slip. Roland Jones moves in, bowls to Elgar. He goes past the outside edge. That doesn't seem to have happened for a while. Crowd respond. Through to Bairstow, but Elgar survives. 245 for 7 at the end of the over.
24 runs of Roland Jones' last 2 overs.
Right.
Okay. Yeah, that's a good way to finish though for Roland Jones. Angle in. Just, seam movement. Yeah, seam movement. A bit of grip in the wicket.
Almost too much. A bloke who's 130 not out, you just want to move it. Well, most blokes, you want to just move it a fraction, don't you? Just to move it too much, they miss it. And that's what Roland Jones did there.
You coming up to Manchester, Simon?
No.
No?
No.
Oh, you're
holiday
time,
yeah. Holiday time. Yeah, well, as long as the plane takes off. My wife and kids went on the advance party on Saturday with my wife's 87-year-old father, and they were at the airport for 5 hours and the flight was cancelled.
Oh, that's not very good.
So they had to come home.
Oh.
Here is Moeen Ali bowling. Back into his stumps goes Maharaj. Flat bats it away for 4. No trouble at all. Just dropping a bit short. Moeen. And Maharaj has played some shots. He's up to 23. 249.
Why was it cancelled?
No idea. Absolutely no idea.
Just decided not to go. That's it.
Lots of not much information around it at 12:30 at night at Gatwick Airport.
Ooh, that's not good.
No, so they couldn't get out Sunday. They had to go. Well, they're there at the moment, heading out. Hopefully 2 days late. Yeah, you just lose 2 days of your holiday. Next question. EasyJet. I knew you wanted to ask it. Here is Moeen bowling, driven away into the offside or misfield at extra cover. And Broad goes to his left to pick up. So I'm hoping the same thing won't happen to me tonight at 10 o'clock at Gatwick Airport.
Well, it depends what airline you're with.
Well, same one.
Good luck.
Yeah, so they're under a bit of pressure. 250 for 7. Elgar 134 not out. And he's on strike now. 2 slips in and a short leg. Moeen round the wicket. but short, and Elgar is able to brush it away, stopped that short leg on the bounce, and there's no run. Moeen, who took the wicket of Morris in that final over before lunch. I mean, you feel he's got a chance against the left-hander, but of course Elgar is in, he really is, and comes forward there, clipping that through mid-wicket. Broad after it again, and Elgar gets another single. Is that the last ball of the over? No, there's still a couple more to go. Just thinking the quicker bowler from the far end wouldn't mind a fancy bowling at Maharaj. 24 not out from 17 balls. He's barely made an impact in the series with the bat. He's done it with the ball.
He's averaging 5 in the series before this.
He's having his best day out with the bat. Here's Moeen bowling to him. Oh, and that one turns and hits him on the thigh pad as he goes back into his stumps.
That's the first one that's hit that foothole. Moeen's been trying to get it in there. He's just been missing. Look at that. It's the first one's really grabbed in the middle of it.
Took something out of the pitch. Moeen bowls. Oh, he's so close there. That was just a straight honour, I think. And Maharaj played for the turn, and it went past the outside edge and past the off stump.
That's beautiful bowling. Trying to hit that foothold, and that's why it's hard batting. When you see footholes outside the eye line of off stump, you're looking and oh, is it going to hit it? The one that got Morris just missed it, went straight on. That last one was exactly the same. Stokes is coming into the attack.
It's just to get things going a little bit. On that far end. When was the last time he bowled, Andrew? A couple of wickets yesterday.
Yes, he started this morning, didn't he?
Yeah.
So spell this morning. Finished at 11:30.
Right. So he's had a few hours off with the ball. 2 for 50 from 12 overs. He's having a long chat at the far end with the skipper. And he's going to be bowling to Dean Elgar. He's really taken up residency there. 135 not out. Proper test match gritty batting. 218 balls. The new ball 6 overs away, so Root will be conscious of that. Alex Stewart's alongside me now. Root will be conscious of that, having Broad and Anderson presumably ready for the new ball.
Yeah, they'll take it straight away.
Yeah.
Unless the game is over by then. My prediction, Simon,
you're struggling
15.
You're struggling now, Alec.
Yes, gutted. You've let me down.
I thought it was a bit optimistic this morning.
I was just hoping, but...
Now here is Stokes. Well, perhaps Stokes takes a hat-trick. Here he is, bowls to Elgar. And no strike from Elgar. Again, one of those sort of flinching leaves we've seen from Elgar. Just underlining that feeling that it's not been the silkiest innings in Test match cricket ever played, but mighty effective and really showing his colleagues the way. Showing, well, not just his colleagues, but also the opposition as well.
He's been brilliant. It's not something you'll pay to watch, but my word, it's been an effective innings. And then all of a sudden he say he looks ugly, 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 and then he'll play a beautiful straight drive.
Stokes goes into bowl to Elgar. Elgar up on his toes, guiding that away on the offside towards extra cover, and there's no run. Has it been a £20 for adults and £1 for under-16s innings from Elgar?
I think so, yes. I don't know what... Well, there's people here who are listening now. I reckon it's been good value. Yeah, obviously the pound is the excellent value, but £20 they've seen, what, 2.5 hours cricket so far?
What I was meaning was,
was it a
£70 innings, or or has it been a £20 innings?
Probably asked for a refund innings. No, it's been a top innings. So it's a test match innings. That is the thing, and it's showing those who are watching that it isn't just about grace all the time.
Round the wicket goes Stokes, bowls to Elgar, who's in behind that nicely, playing to extra cover, and there's no run. He was in good form coming into the series. Andrew might remind us how he had piles of runs for Somerset in not just
in all forms
first
of the game,
class cricket.
50 over as well, didn't he?
Yeah, I saw him bat in that remarkable game. At, well, it was it wasn't a semi-final, was it? It was
the knockout, the equivalent of a quarter-final.
Yeah, down against Nottinghamshire, where both sides got over 400. He made 90 odd that day, 91 I think it was. Played lots of strokes. Here is Stokes bowling to him, and that's guided away into the onside towards mid-wicket. Broad runs round to pick up under his sun hat, and there is no run. He got runs at Nottingham in a not exactly elegant fashion, but very, very important.
He's almost an uglier version of perhaps Justin Langer.
Yes, if you've seen Langer bat, just take it down a couple of notches.
Oh yeah, more than a couple, but that type of player.
2 slips in the gully in for Stokes. He bowls to Elgar, who turns that away into the onside, forward at square for an easy single. How many balls have they got at Maharaj in this over? 1.
Elgar averaged 47 with a couple of hundreds in the championship for Somerset, but in the one-day competition, as you were talking about, in 6 innings he got 105 50s and averaged 103.
Yeah.
He smashed us around in the first, I think it was the first group game this year. Got when they chased down, well, we had them something like
20 for 5,
20 for 5, something like so.
Yeah. I mean, in the old days, that was sort of just game over, wasn't it?
Yeah, people come out and just
go with a whack, hit a couple in the air,
get the 50 perhaps, and then go home.
Yeah, on the M5, you'll be with the points.
Unfortunately, it wasn't the case. No. We're back down there again this weekend, 2020 on Sunday at Taunton, and then followed by a 4-day game starting Monday. Not sure about the preparation.
No.
Not good from the ECB there,
but generally the blocks of cricket have been good this year.
It has been. As the downside with the blocks is the weather. You've seen sides losing 3 and 4 games to the weather.
Yeah. Here's Stokes bowling very wide of off stump, no stroke from Maharaj, and that's the end of the over. He rather wasted that one, Stokes. The opportunity to bowl at Maharaj, who's 24 not out from 20 balls, so he's his highest score of the series, but there's no real sign of permanence. You just feel if they can have a couple of overs at him, they might make a mistake. The partnership has been worth, well, it's close to 50 now for the 8th wicket.
So if I was at 47 run partnership?
Yeah.
But no, the second new ball will be key. That is the thing. The new ball has taken wickets in all the innings, so you'd expect Broad and Anderson, if they are required, to wrap it up then. Hopefully we're not still saying that at 5 o'clock.
Moeen bowls, forward goes Elgar, playing that defensively well on the offside. Plenty of gaps for Elgar. England are on the attack in one way to him. They've got 2 slips and a short leg in if he were to make a mistake, but also they've got 2 men back on either side, which allows Elgar to get the single. Then you have a go at Maharaj. Moeen, in a lovely afternoon sunshine, moves in and bowls to Elgar, who's forward. He's covering any spin there. And plays it to Anderson at extra cover. You feel if Moeen were to dismiss Elgar, LBW's one of the ways, and just finding that outside edge as well. Just get one to go away from him. Moeen bowls. That's outside the off stump. He offers the pad. It's wide of the pad. It's through to Bairstow.
He just wants to say, Drew, I mean, the inside edge or outside edge, but he's just bowled a little bit wide. He's aiming at the footmarks there, which are just too wide. If you can just get the edge of one.
Moeen round the wicket, bowls to Elgar. Shows good judgment, offering the pad there to a ball outside the off stump. And through to Bairstow. That was a bit closer to off stump that time. The sort of judgment you can show when you've been in there for a while. You don't have to play at that delivery. Moeen, well, about to go in there, they decided to make a change in the field. They're bringing the field up. The man on the deep square leg boundary. Just stop the single and get a chance to bowl at Maharaj the next over. Toss right up, driven and caught. It's caught at slip. Well, that was it. Moeen tossed that one up. There was just a fraction of turn. Elgar went for the drive, and Stokes took it so nonchalantly a first slip that for a moment I wondered whether it had gone to him off the outside edge. Elgar's innings is over. He doesn't get his highest score in Test cricket. Really gritty knock, but with him you feel goes South Africa's last chance. Out for 136. And South Africa 252 for 8.
Well, brilliant bowling, but what a brilliant innings as well. Let's talk about Dean Elgar first. Getting a standing ovation from this crowd of what, probably 8,000-9,000. They're all on their feet, and he has earned that right as well, because here's held South Africa's innings together. He made sure that it wasn't going to be an easy victory for England. 136, 228 deliveries. A wonderful innings, one he won't forget, but it's going to be in a losing cause. But from a Moeen Ali point of view, that's really clever bowling. He just threw it up that little bit high. Wasn't quite a half volley. Elgar thought it was the half volley. He went for the drive. It just allowed it to turn a little bit. And then Ben Stokes, he's as good as we have at first slip to the spinners. Brilliant, shelling peas. It was like Chris Jordan. We talk about Chris Jordan, probably of the modern players, has been good. Well, I'll tell you what, Ben Stokes will rival him.
What is this? Someone had just chucked him an apple.
It was. Well, they say stay relaxed. Yeah. Stay relaxed. You see the ball, catch it. Well, that's what I'm stood there for, he'll say.
The other thing as well, there was no sort of great emotion, was there, as well? Was it Wally Hammond used to catch them at Slipton and put them in his pocket and then look behind him?
Where's it gone? I think a few Tony Locke, used to do that as well at leg slip here for Surrey. That was it. But no, listen, that was good. That was really good from England, because they just have a little partnership and they think, well, we're going to just wait for that new ball. But Moeen Ali, England's second spinner, according to the coach, but he's the first spinner here in this game. Again, he's showing his skills and value to the team.
Well, with the dismissal of Elgar, just about makes it impossible now for South Africa. Such a long way to go. I mean, it almost felt like a very, very difficult job on this last day. But you've got the tail and the new ball, and the ball spinning as well a little bit from Moeen. And that's edge and caught as well. Rabada's out first ball. Just poking that. And it took a firm outside edge. And Stokes away to his left-hand side. Pouch, an even more straightforward catch. South Africa are 9 down, and that's the third time in this innings that South Africa have lost 2 wickets in 2 balls.
Well, it's just too easy. It's a carbon copy, really. It might have been fractionally wider than the ball that Elgar nicked, but otherwise it was the same trajectory. Just threw it up there, got the ball to hold, a drive, a check drive. If he'd middled it, it'd probably gone for 2, but instead outside edge, first ball. He's walking back, and all we have left now is Morné Morkel as he makes his way down the Bedser stand steps from the dressing room. And the last rights are about to be served. Really good from Moeen Ali, really good from England, and another fine catch from Ben Stokes. We're talking about Moeen Ali being on a hat-trick. Well, Ben Stokes was on a hat-trick, as was Toby Rowland-Jones. But now it's the end of the over, and it'll be Ben Stokes who has a chance to finish the game off.
Well, these things sometimes do happen a bit of a clatter, don't they? But anyway, England then needing 1 wicket to go 1 up in this series. And Stokes will continue from the far end. Again, I'm glad you seized on Elgar there. That's a really brave innings, a real fighting, hard work, disciplined, over my dead body innings. And his statistics, Andrew.
Batted for 5.5 hours, 331 minutes, faced 228 balls, hit 21 fours, and it's the 3rd highest score in the 4th innings of a test match for South Africa. Only two batsmen have made higher ones in the 4th innings. Graham Smith, that famous one at Edgbaston, he made 154 not out in 2008. And back in 1947, Bruce Mitchell made 189 not out here at the Oval.
Well, we've got Maharaj on strike, and Stokes coming in to finish it off. The crowd behind him, up he comes and bowls, and Maharaj defends it and plays out into the left hand of Stokes. And England's players there, a few little butterflies, they're ready. They want to finish it off, get the game done. It never is done until it's done, is it?
It isn't. No.
You just feel in the back of your mind, come on, you can't let any of the pressure off. But surely this game's in the bag now. 2:52 for 9. Stokes from the pavilion end, bowls down the leg side, poor delivery. That nicely taken by Johnny Bairstow, rolling to his left. Someone who, again, I think is worthy of mention. There was a stage, well, until this summer actually, that you felt that generally through his test career keeping, he made a mistake a match. Some of them big ones, some of them small ones. But actually in this series so far, well, I'm not sure he's made one.
He has. Well, I can't remember one.
No.
He made vast improvements, I thought, the second half of last summer, and this summer, he has been outstanding. We're not talking about him, which is a good sign.
In comes Stokes, bowls, and pushed away by Maharaj to point. Moeen comes in busily there, tosses the ball to mid-off. The only things unconcerned at the moment appear to be the pigeons, the third man. They're just squabbling and pecking away, and that's it.
Who's your man of the match, Aggers? I'm going for Ben Stokes.
Yeah,
there'll be others looking at Toby Rowland-Jones, I guess.
Yeah, it's one of those two, isn't it?
I just thought his 100.
Stokes' innings was...
Yeah, that was the difference.
Yeah. 2:52 for 9. Stokes on the way, comes in, bowls to Maharaj. It's outside his off stump. And, it's taken by Johnny Bairstow. I might award it to Andrew Sampson for the part that he played in doing poor old Jeffrey.
How brilliant! How brilliant was that?
Well, it's out there now. If you want to see it, you can see it. You can listen to it as a podcast. He took it very well, the old boy.
He had no option.
No. On my Twitter feed, I put a photograph of the ICC press release that started it all. I'm sure Dave Richardson and Peter Haynell won't mind their names being taken in vain. 252 for 9. In comes Stokes, bowls a bouncer. Maharaj is underneath it. Collected by Johnny Bairstow. 252 for 9. Great fun. Thanks. I know a lot of you enjoyed it, and there's been tremendous feedback from people who've been laughing in their cars or trying not to laugh in their offices or wherever it may be. So that's what we're here for, let's face it.
Never seen so many notifications on my Twitter feed, have I?
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Well, there you are. Is that a record, by any chance?
Absolutely.
Well, I'm sure they're official ones.
Well, I don't think I'll put it in the database.
No. 252 for 9. The sun shining. Stokes comes in and bowls to Maharaj and the inside edge there into the pad. Yes, he was going to pick it up there and be kind, but Wesley came in from short leg. That's the end of the over. 252 for 9. England need 1 wicket to win this match. And number 11, Morne Morkel, is going to be on strike. He's got a bit of a job to do because he's got a small matter of, 240 to win.
And it's the hat-trick ball.
59 to survive, yes.
We have the hat-trick ball now as well from Moeen Ali.
That's Simon's saying he's right. It's the 3rd hat-trick ball, isn't it, in this match?
Yeah, in the innings.
In the innings,
In
yes,
the innings.
Yeah, absolutely.
Can't have happened too many times, I wouldn't have thought.
Well, 3rd time lucky. Maybe.
Looking at first ball ducks in an innings, there's quite a few innings where there have been 3 first ball ducks in innings, but there's never been 4. So the hat-trick will break that record as well.
Yeah, well, big moment then for Moeen, who the ball is tossed to him. He's on a hat-trick. And lots of close-in fielders, though even Alistair Cook's going in close by the look of it. So...
no longer captain, is he?
No, but also deep mid-wicket, which is a bit bizarre, in case Morkel goes for a slog.
Throw it up, Moeen, come on.
Here comes the hat-trick then. Moeen round the wicket, bowls to Morkel. He's hit on the pad, appeal flag before wicket. They really want this. And the umpire's saying no, and they're all making the review sign. All of them are making the review sign there. Well, I wonder. They're all congratulating Moeen. The umpire's given it not out. I thought it looked... Well, leg stump at best, shall we say.
I was going to say, did it hold enough?
Delivery, you can go to front on spin, Nisha.
It completely defeated him, let's be honest.
You could almost say, did he really try and hit it? I'll tell you what.
You can go to ultra edge.
Well, he hasn't edged it, so there's no ultra edge on this, I'm sure of that.
No,
I think this could be out. I think Moeen...
the bat and the ball, and you can go to the
inside
ball
of middle and leg.
Here we go. Is this hitting? Do we get a red flag? We're watching. Yes. We do. Moeen has taken a hat-trick and he's won the match for England. What a finish. What a finish. And they're jumping around, they're saying well done. Wow. What drama. England win by 239 runs, coming back from that dreadful performance of last week. Now it's South Africa's turn. We've got some work to do, but for now it's just handshakes, a delighted Moeen. He really is. His face is split from ear to ear by an enormous smile. Wow. A hat-trick via technology to win the game. Terrific. That really is. What a day it's been.
It's brilliant Test cricket. Yeah. Absolutely brilliant. It really has been. Yet lowest scores, 353, the highest score of the game. But what a way to finish it. Moeen Ali, England's number 2 spinner. We keep having to call him that. I think he's having to say, I'm sorry, I'm England's main spinner, regardless. What clever bowling. Look at this celebration we're just watching on the screen.
He's almost taken off.
He doesn't show a lot of emotion normally, does he?
No,
he's ecstatic.
That is special. There'll be some pictures of that around because that really is very special. He's been lifted off his feet by his teammates. A young lad there's got a very smart Panama hat on, I can see in the crowd. And he's cheering on. It might be young Moeen. He's got a little boy. I wonder if that's him. It could well be. Actually, I suspect it probably was.
He was very proud.
Yeah. 252 all out, and England win by 239 runs. It's 2-1 going to Manchester, and Moeen's leading them off. And well, it all fell in a bit of a heat there for the end. What was his figures in the end there?
Moeen finished with 16.1 overs, 5 maidens, 4 for 45.
He's gone roaring in there with 3 at the end. Morris, Rabada and Morkel first ball. He's got a stump and he'll have the ball, I'm sure, tucked away in his pocket. I can see it in his right pocket. There he goes. Well, another nomination. We've had a busy match with Champagne Moments, by the way. The nominations of which I'm sure Simon will go through as he holds the fort here while I make way down to the far end. Champagne Moment nominations, of which there are many and plenty, will be discussed by Simon, and you can add your nominations, of course, to that. So I'll head off down there with a rather different interview with Joe Root than last week, thank goodness.
Be on speaking terms with Michael Vaughan as well, I should think.
I haven't tested out Trevor Bailey since last week either, but I suspect he might have a smile. Well, so there we are. Alex, some thoughts from you, and then Simon Mann's coming in.
You get yourself down there, Aggers, but England will be in that dressing room absolutely ecstatic, because this time last week, when they'd lost at Trent Bridge, they had been very, very poor. They showed no fight at all, and they were rightly criticised. But whatever's happened in between those 3 or 4 days, they need credit for, because they've come out from ball one. It was difficult on day one. They took the brave decision of batting first in bowler-friendly conditions, but through Alistair Cook's 80-odd and then Ben Stokes' wonderful 100, they set the game up. And then they ran through South Africa, 175, all out with Roland Jones on debut, 5 wickets, and from there it just got better and better.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the good things about it. It's actually one of the good things about this series. I mean, we haven't had that cut and thrust in terms of, you know, a really tight game. The teams batting first in each of the matches. Okay, you say, well, look back in history, win the toss, win the game. It's not been like that at all, because for all 3 sides batting first, or all the teams that batted first in the 3 matches, they've really had to work in their first innings, and they could have.
Oh, it could have backfired.
Yeah. And they could have, they bowled out for 200 in all 3 of those matches.
Trent Bridge last week could have been very, very similar. But again, but just shows when you're brave, and they generally say when you win the toss, you generally say we're batting, and then you think about, well, should we? And you still say no, we're going to bat. And I thought this pitch was a perfect example of that, because South Africa were unsure. I think Joe Root was a little bit unsure, but he took the right decision, and it was tough. But quite often, when it is tough, you do get rewarded for being brave, and they certainly have been with an emphatic win.
Well, you weren't far away with 2:15, were you? 2 in the end. It all happened very quickly with those 3 wickets for Moeen Ali. The hat-trick for Moeen Ali.
43rd hat-trick in Test match cricket, and the 14th for England. First against South Africa since Lindsay Klein in 1958. It was Australia in Cape Town.
And he finished with 4 for 45. Broad 1 for 47. Roland Jones 3 for 72. So his match figures, Andrew?
Would have been 8 for 129.
8 for 129, and nearly 50 runs as well. I mean, he's had
48 runs.
He's had a brilliant game. Stokes finished with 2 for 51, and Moeen then 4 for 45. Elgar 136, resisted, and then once he was out, very quickly.
And of course, Morkel's dismissal means that the first Test match innings with 4 first ball ducks in it.
Wow. Champagne Moment nominations. We've got 4 of them. Moeen's hat-trick. Rabada bowling Milan. That was a dramatic dismissal. Roland Jones making merry with his 6s. And then a cheeky one, Bairstow shouldering arms to a ball bowled by mistake, which happened yesterday afternoon with a byplay with the crowd. There's a very obvious Champagne Moment, I think, above all in that list. Well bowled Moeen, and he's slightly diminished by the fact that it was reviewed, to be reviewed. I mean, I was watching it live, Ed Smith alongside me, watching it live, it just looked bang out. You just have that feeling from the touchline sometimes, from the boundary rope, sometimes you just think, oh, that's out, and it had that feel about it.
Before reviews, that would have been described as an intimidating appeal, I think, the way England encircled the umpire.
Oh, one more Champagne Moment nomination, of course.
3 6s.
Stokes. Reaching his 100 with a 6, but there was a sequence of 6s as he reached his century. So that's up there as well. That's always a great way to bring up your 100. They call it the grand manner. But yeah, that Moeen one. I mean, they had to review it, not least because it looked very close, but also because they were moving towards the 80 over mark, and they get the reviews back anyway. But England bouncing back and winning. Tough runs in the first innings set it up. Ed, is that fair?
Yes, I think the conditions on the first day with overhead cloud, a little bit of rain, the lights on, I think that was the moment where sort of England had to play really well, and did so, and set the whole thing up from that point on. And I think actually one of the things we're seeing is that a side that can construct a first innings in the old-fashioned way, get through the difficult bits, survive, show resilience, then I think the prospects of winning the game from there are enormous, and that's happened obviously in the last few Test matches, and this time it was England's turn. So a great bounce back from England after abject performance at Trent Bridge.
Perhaps what we need in this series, perhaps it might happen at Old Trafford, is the side that wins the toss and bats first. We bowled out for about 250, and then we might have a tight game in the series.
Yeah. So a thought just on the evidence of what we've seen today. I think one of the big changes in this match was the bowling attack as well was livened up, not just by the wickets that Roland Jones got, but also just by his presence, the freshness, the energy, the vigour. I think we make too much of a thing in cricket about being dropped. I think the reality is that players play a huge amount of cricket. They also are on the road almost constantly in their lives now. I think there has to be a way of a kind of natural rotation. We'll see with Wokes coming back, with Wood, who doesn't seem to be the kind of cricketer who's going to play relentlessly. He's going to need to be rested and have breaks. Roland Jones now comes into the equation. Anderson and Broad are going to need to be managed at this stage of their career. There's got to be a way to have a bowling attack on the field which is actually fresh and renewed, and I think that would be my first port of call if I was a selector or manager, would be making sure that every Test match you had 4 fresh seamers on the pitch, not just people who don't want to get dropped or whatever. There's got to be a way past that.
It's an interesting idea, but the players hate it, don't they?
I doubtless strikers don't like it when Alex Ferguson told them they were rested as well. But the reality is that no one now, pitchers Eddie Jones has got a good line in rugby union, which is, why is he on the bench? He said in baseball, the people who finish the match get paid the most amount of money. They're called finishers. He said, why is it any different? Now, maybe he's looking after people and trying to make them feel good on the bench, but there has to be a way. Other sports have managed the problem of rest and tiredness better than cricket. There's still this stigma attached to being dropped. I think it's overestimated.
What about batsmen?
Batsmen too, although I think it's physically so much less draining. Maybe mentally, maybe there's a time where you say, look, actually, you need to come out of the firing line for a while, you'll be back. It's not as big a deal. As soon as you're detached from playing, it's not as big a deal as we imagine when it's us on the line.
Well, that's 2 subjects today you've introduced for later future debate and fuller debate in the future. There was one about 4-day Test cricket earlier, start of play, and also about that rotation idea for bowlers, it being not having a stigma attached to it. I remember when Jimmy Anderson was dropped at Edgbaston against the West Indies, when he was not very happy at all. He really wasn't happy, but there we go. It might need to happen to prolong his career. Anyway, we're going to have the presentations fairly soon. Jonathan's made his way to the far end of the ground, so let's cross over to him.
Doesn't take long when you're fit and lean and going with the breeze. But here we are. Yes, we've got here quite quickly, haven't we? Not a big crowd, but the members are hanging on and waiting for the presentations. It'll feel very different to last week. It's amazing, this Test cricket, isn't it? They come and go, these matches, so quickly. But standing there at Trent Bridge, this sort of time last week, and thinking, oh dear, here we go. And how will Joe Root cope with his first heavy defeat and the interviews and the press conferences and so on? Well, it'll be different today, but that suddenly happened very quickly, Michael, didn't it?
Yeah, it did. I mean, remarkable, really, the 100th men's Test match here, and what a fitting way for it to finish. Lovely bowling from Moeen Ali. I thought the England team this week were terrific. I just want to remind everyone of day one, Alistair Cook. All the talks, there'll be Toby Roland Jones, fantastic on debut, Jimmy Anderson at times, Ben Stokes'
innings, yeah.
Magnificent 100, Wesley number 3, but the foundation for me was set on that first day when it was a little bit tricky. Alistair Cook went out there and played the old-fashioned way. We've seen him do it on many occasions, but after Trent Bridge, I think it was very important that someone kind of set the stall out to not necessarily show the England team exactly how to play, but just to remind them that's the way you play in those kind of conditions. I thought Alistair Cook did that very well. The way that Stokes played on that first evening, when it looked like he was batting with a toothpick, he was playing and missed. Flander had him on toast, and he fought through to make sure that he was there for the next day. It got a little bit easier, and then he struck a few sixes to get that 100, which was great to see. But I think the intent of the England team this week, the effort of it looked like they were prepared to put the hard work in. Yeah. And I think that's what we want to see on a consistent basis. We want to see it as soon as they lose the toss and they're having to chase the game. And it seems a difficulty in this series. I think there's a stat that suggests that England at home, bowling second, I think they've got the least win rates.
Of anybody.
Yeah, Zimbabwe and I think Bangladesh are at the bottom of the tree, and England just above them. So that tells you that bowling first in English conditions. England have got to get better at that. You know, they have to get better at chasing the game, as do South Africa. The series has been chalk and cheese. South Africa struggled at Lord's batting second. England struggled at Trent Bridge. South Africa now here at the Oval. You know, and we'll see who wins the toss at Old Trafford, because clearly so far in this series it's had a big effect on the teams.
Yeah. Hearing Ben Stokes has been named man of the match, by the way, just for those things, so we'll hear from him. I'll have a chance to chat to him in a moment as well. If you're just joining us, by the way, the game is over. It suddenly sort of fell in a heap at the end. Moeen taking a hat-trick. I mean, it's been an extraordinary match, really. That there have been 3 opportunities in that innings for someone to take a hat-trick, and he got the last one. He went to review. He was actually given not out by the umpire, but they went to review, and when that red light came up, I've often wondered, you know, with not being massively in favour of the technology, as you probably know, but what it was like, or what it might be like at the end of a match or end of a series or something, to have a verdict decided by technology, and would it take all the excitement out of it? Actually, that didn't. I suspect because the hat-trick was involved as well, actually it was pretty dramatic, wasn't it?
It almost added to it, because, you know, I was on commentary for the television at the time, and I was staggered that the umpire had not given it out, and maybe I thought, oh, maybe there's inside edge. As soon as I saw that the ball hadn't touched the bat, you know, you always feel with Morne Morkel against spin. You know, I don't think Moeen Ali would ever have got a better opportunity. Well, you know, it's all about taking your opportunities, and he certainly did that with that nice hat-trick. The celebrations, actually, with all the team in the middle looking at the screen. Again, it just added to the drama of the occasion, and the drama to what was happening out in the middle. But as I say, again, England this week have been terrific. Ben Stokes and Joe Root are here. You just mentioned that Stokes has got the man of the match. Can understand that. He had one of those games where he was creating impact, wasn't he, with the bat, with the ball, and also with his catching.
Ben Stokes is here. Well done, Ben. Man of the match, and richly deserved. I just... Hang on a second, microphone issue there. I just wonder where you put that 100 in terms of all those that you've now scored.
Yeah, I think, you know, it's probably one of the more different ones I suppose I've had to get. You know, probably the most hard-working one I've had to do until the situation allowed me to sort of express myself. So, you know, in terms of getting through the hard periods of the game and then cashing it at the end, you know, very, very pleasing. And more importantly, to get a good score on the board first innings is always crucial as well.
Yeah, and to get the green light when Jimmy appeared on 91. I mean, did you really feel that you had to go for it? Do you have confidence in him to see you through otherwise?
I mean, look, Jimmy's done it over countless times. You know, he's managed to hold an end up, and you know, I just took it upon myself to sort of make that call because the wind was blowing that way and slow left arm spinner, and it's a strength of mine. So you know, I knew I was close to the 3 figures, but you know, at the moment in time it wasn't really bothering me if I got it or not, because we were you know, hit or bust then.
I wonder if du Plessis would have bowled a spinner again if you thought about it. I mean, did you think that really did give you a good chance?
Yeah, I mean, look, I think it was you know, stage in the game where if it was a seamer or a spinner, I was probably going to try to do the same thing, but you know, I thought it would be easier to try and do it off the spinner than the seamer.
How was that at the end with Moeen and the hat-trick? I was wondering often about technology deciding, you know, the finale of a match, but actually that was really dramatic, wasn't it?
It was. I mean, you know, as soon as it hit him on the pad, it just looked out.
Yes.
But, you know, I asked the umpire what he thought. He said it might have been going down, and he thought he heard 2 noises. So, but yeah, it was an obvious one to review, and, you know, it's just sort of added to the drama towards the end of the day, and you know, what a way to finish it with a hat-trick.
Yeah, I mean, how does it feel, actually, when you're out there and you're waiting, you're looking at the screen, you've got Moeen and so on. I mean, how does it feel when a match ends like that?
Yeah, you know, as soon as you see the slow-mo replay, it was just like, oh, this has got to be out. And then obviously when the Hawkeye comes up and you see the 3 reds, it's just, you know, different, you know, commotion, all kinds of emotion. We've won the game, Mo's got a hat-trick, so, you know, it was a pretty good feeling for 5 or 10 seconds.
Yeah. Go back a week, and the criticism that the team got for Trent Bridge and the way that happened. Looking back at it now, honestly, I mean, we don't know what goes on behind closed doors, but how cross were you yourselves with the way that you played last week? I know people who said stuff in the media got a bit of stick from you guys, but you know, that's what you say publicly. But actually, in the team, what did you feel?
Yeah, I mean, obviously we take more, you know, more away from how we feel as players in terms of how we play. So, you know, the comments, you know, in the media and stuff like that obviously does hurt, but, you know, at the end of the day, we're more sort of, you know, embarrassed about the way that we did perform last week. But, you know, that's totally forgotten about now, as, you know, probably tomorrow this game will be, because we know we've got a huge game coming up still to make sure we win the series, because we don't want to have a repeat of Trent Bridge in the next game at Old Trafford.
But was there a conscious change in the way that you batted in this match, as a collective unit, I mean?
No, I mean, look, it's an easy thing to say when we end up posting 350 and, you know, getting through a hard period of time. But, you know, we always look to play in the same way. You know, just being positive, attack, defence, whatever we do, and just making the right calls at the right time.
Well done, Ben. Loved your innings. Well played. We'll see you later on. Man of the match, Ben Stokes, and he's lined up here. He's going to get his award very shortly. It's our usual slight melee down here. We're being moved around because we're offending somebody's camera angle, apparently, which is a new one. But Michael, you come back here, and we'll just continue while we wait for. We'll get to speak to Joe Root and Faf du Plessis in a moment. Quite interesting comments, I thought there. I mean, you're much more honest. I mean, I think after a match when you've lost and people say things, inevitably as a team you do get a bit miffed, don't you? But actually, he was much more honest. They're saying how badly they know they played last week and how they're putting it right.
No, I said on air I'd be very disappointed if, you know, the likes of myself, Jeffrey, Nasser Hussain, doesn't matter who makes the comments. I would have been very disappointed if the comments that we were making, which were fair, you know, criticising the way that they went about their batting at Trent Bridge was wrong, it was poor. You know, I would have been very disappointed, and I'm pretty sure that in the team room leading into the test match here on Tuesday, potentially when they first met, I would be slightly surprised if one or two of the words that we'd spoken to about and the comments about the batting and the style, I'm sure these guys would have pointed a finger at one another and said, what were we doing? Why did we play that fashion? Why
you do have to have that sort of honest discussion.
Yeah, and I think it's important to drive a team forward. You need every now and again the finger to be pointed at you. You know, whether it was the criticism that inspired them to play the way they did. You know, I now give them a challenge to go and do that on a regular basis. You know, they've got too much talent. They've got too many. You've got the likes of Ben Stokes, Joe Root in your team. They've got too much in this England side to have these inconsistent times. You're going to lose the odd test match, but not in the fashion that they lost at Trent Bridge. You know, they've got to become a side that, you know, the way that they batted in the first innings, that's going to be their DNA. That's the way that they should play. That's the tempo. In the second innings, when you're setting the game up, you know, you can play a bit more expansively because you're trying to create that moment to declare like they did yesterday afternoon. Great. But in the first innings, Test match cricket hasn't changed. You have to earn the right. Alistair Cook earned the right for this team to go on and get that competitive 353. Ben Stokes himself, I call that mental toughness the way that Ben Stokes played, because he played against his natural game. You know, he likes to hit the ball to the boundary, but he realised that the situation that the team needed was for him to grind through that evening session. The situation on the second morning was he had to kind of be watchful for a while, and he gave him that right to go on later on to strike the ball to the boundary. And, you know, I hope he kind of sits in his room tonight. They'll celebrate, as they should, but also just maybe write a few things down of what he was going through, thinking at that time, because, you know, in a week's time at Old Trafford, we've seen this England side before, you know. Whoever wins the toss, it's clearly a big advantage in this series. Whether it should be or not, it's just the way that these teams play. You know, just write a few things down of the kind of mental thoughts you were going through, technical thoughts, because it's worked for England this week, and all the individuals in the team. You know, Tom Wesley at number 3, he looked right. You know, he played nicely. Joe Root in the second innings played nicely, but it was a different vibe around the England team, and I don't want them to be an England side that needs criticism to produce performance like that. Yeah. No, we don't want to be criticising them all the time, but we will do if they continuously play inconsistently. If they go to Old Trafford and play like they did at Trent Bridge, you know what, we'll fire into them, and rightly so. I want to see an England side with all that talent and all that kind of different variations. The formation was right this week. You know, they went with an extra batsman, 5 bowlers. I liked it. Moeen Ali, the number 1 spinner, just got a hat-trick. You know, so stay with that formation and let's see a bit more consistent. Let's see the style of play. And also with the bowling, I thought that the bowling looked like a unit. They looked like they were bowling for each other. You know, Toby Rowland-Jones, I was more impressed in the second innings than I was in the first innings. The first innings, I thought it was just perfect conditions, swinging and seaming all over the place. You know, he got quite lucky in terms of the conditions he was bowling. In the second innings, when it was a bit tougher, I thought the wicket probably played at its flattest today. You know, he looked like a proper bowler. He ran and hit the pitch hard, 85 miles an hour plus. That's what you have to do in Test match cricket. So loads of positives. But I always give a warning sign. I always worry about the England side when they get so many positive messages, when we praise them so much, which you have to do when they play so well. But let's see how they play at Old Trafford.
Just tuning our way, the match is over. England are 2-1 up now with one Test match to play. They've won by 239 runs here at the Oval. Just going through the presentations, we'll be hearing from Faf du Plessis in a moment. He's just over there chatting on the TV. So we're just wrapping things up. But Moeen finished it off with a hat-trick, which was sensational, really, very dramatic. He had a huge smile on his face. It was an overturned not out for an LBW, so lots of waiting and hanging around till suddenly bang, up went the 3 lights, and that was that. So I'm just about 5 yards away from Joe Root. We'll talk to him in a moment as well. He's got a big smile on his face, a little bit different to last week. And beside him, Ben Stokes, the man of the match, who I described the other day. I don't think I was getting carried away, but Stokes really is 4 cricketers in one, really. I mean, he's a proper batsman. He's a hard-hitting, aggressive batsman. Outstanding bowler, brilliant fielder. I mean, he's everything. He brings everything you possibly can.
Not many have mentioned him, but I like his celebrations as well, because it's a bit old school. You know, I've watched lots of black and white footage of the 60s, 70s of when they used to get a wicket and almost just take the catch and walk to each other. He didn't get... I mean, he's had one moment of... I think he got Quinton de Kock out yesterday and he kind of turned back and give it a nice celebration, but... He's very much an old-school cricketer. You know, he plays the modern game, but he's very much an old-school thought process. I mean, you look up there, you've got your captain and vice-captain, and particularly the skipper's looking at someone next to him thinking, wait a minute, we have got someone special, you know, in the England jersey, and he will have magic moments. He'll have down sounds as well, but I just think he's just got that ability to lift a crowd. He's got the ability to lift the team, and the spell that he produced last night, you know, at 90 miles an hour, to get rid of Quinton de Kock, which is such a big wicket, and then to get rid of Faf du Plessis first ball again at a huge wicket in the circumstances of the match, knowing that Faf du Plessis likes to play in these kind of innings and these kind of situations. You know, England have got someone that they know that they can always look to just increase the tempo out in the middle, which is great to see.
Well, here comes Faf du Plessis. Lovely to see you again, Faf. Thank you. You've got to talk to me, win or lose, I'm afraid. It's a bit of a turnaround from last week, isn't it?
Yeah, it's almost like deja vu since the first time we spoke. Probably the exact same mistakes we made as in that first test. Just from a bowling point of view, our consistency was lacking. Very obvious losing Vernon Philander. He's you can put him down every day as a guy that will lock in on those areas, similar to a Broad and Anderson. If you lose someone like that in your attack, they leave a massive hole. And that was first day. Obviously our bowlers, not everyone stepped up to that. And then first innings with the bat. I will say that first innings, that the night of batting there was with Indian conditions facing spin.
That's about as bad as it gets, isn't it?
It is as bad as it gets. The ball was moving around. It was pretty dark. But as I said, you have to get through those sessions. There's no way. There's no excuse. You've got to limit the damage. Almost 1 or 2 wickets or 3 wickets max in a session like that. But it was a proper blowout session for us. England, that session put us so far behind. We had to do something really special to come back.
I mean, I've sat in dressing rooms at times like that, and you can get actually quite angry and worked up, and you feel that everyone's ganging up. We shouldn't be playing. You shouldn't be playing in this sort of thing. So how do you try and stop that from happening?
Look, you try and speak to the umpires. I mean, the first thing I did when I walked to the wicket was talk to the umpires about the bad light. Probably should be more focused on using my bat than my pad.
I wasn't going to mention those.
But you try and make sure that the umpires understand that it is a little bit unfair, because you feel like you, as a batting unit, you feel that it's really, really tough at the moment. But as the new rules state, it has to be dangerous. So if the umpires doesn't seem it's dangerous, then you got to get on with the job. And then it's about making sure that the dressing room puts it to one side and know that there's nothing apart from batting out there.
Well, Faf, you mentioned it. How does it feel to have been out twice without using your bat when you should have done?
Yeah, they say the first rule of batting is to use your bat. So, yeah, the first innings was obviously trying to get through that period where the ball was seaming and swinging around. So trying to be as tight as possible and Jimmy getting it to nip back nicely. And in the second innings, poor judgment for me. Once again, in that, I think that defensive mindset of trying to save a game, playing stuff that's straight and leaving everything that's outside your eye line. Stokes, you bowled a brilliant in-swinger, which one should never leave alone.
I'll bet you don't next time. Dean Elgar, though, I mean, that is brave, opening, gutsy test batting at its best, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, Dean is almost a example for guys who don't always look pretty. I mean, at times he looks like he can get out at any stage. He plays and misses at 1,000 balls, but it doesn't get to him. And I think that's a really important lesson for everyone, you know, is no matter how you're feeling on the day, you still need to produce the goods. This innings, he got hit a few times. And a fantastic test match innings too, under pressure, trying to see us through. We just needed 1 or 2 more guys to be there with him, and then we would have taken England to the last session or the last ball. We're a team that's pretty good in these situations. We don't just fall over and die. And I think from a low order position today, they fought really well, so that was good to see.
Beth, thank you for talking to us. We'll see you at Manchester. Good luck in there. Thank you for talking so nicely to us. There we go. South Africa's captain, Faf du Plessis. Now, what a difference a week makes, Joe. And Trent Bridge seems a million miles away, and you're smiling, and it's all a bit crazy, really, isn't it?
Yeah, well, we've not been doing things by halves in this series, but yeah, it's been a really good week. The way we've played has been fantastic. The performance with the bat first innings really pleased me. I think the way we went about things was excellent. Found a really good tempo, and I think that's something that we need to look to emulate moving forward.
Yeah. What particularly pleased you obviously to win, but even more the way that you played in this game?
Yeah, I think the way we played was brilliant. I looked down the side and we've got a number of different match winners throughout. So I think if we can set a game up and get in a position of strength early, then we generally find ways of getting across the line. So I think it's really important that we continue to look to do that. But the most important thing for me was that we responded positively after last week. It was obviously a very tough week for us, but it just shows the character of the guys in the dressing room.
Absolutely. And were you very honest with yourselves? I mean, I know you're a bit upset about the criticism of Trent Bridge, but behind closed doors, were you saying, actually, hang on, hands up here, that wasn't great? Yeah,
you're going to be upset because you don't want to hear it, but I think we all know that wasn't a good enough performance for an England team, and it would have been very easy to sulk and moan about it. The guys stepped up and made sure they put in a really good performance here, and I think now it's all about trying to go on further than we have done this week and make sure that we finish the series strong in Manchester.
And Ben Stokes' innings was a masterclass, really, wasn't it, of that sort of player playing in a Test match situation?
Yeah, absolutely. He got a really good balance between putting pressure on their bowlers and taking his time to get in and absorbing it when he needed to. And for him to play that, I'm sure it'll give him a lot of confidence. And as well, it shows that a number of different players within the team have, there's no reason why we all can't go out and play like that. So yes, there is a time and a place to take them on and be slightly more aggressive, like we set up in the back end of our second innings. But as I say, I think the tempo that we had in that first innings was excellent.
Always interesting for a captain to have a new bowler in his quiver, as it were. Toby Rowland-Jones, what a debut that was.
Yeah, fantastic debut. He came in obviously in very favourable conditions, but still you've got to put in the performances, and the wickets that he took and the times that he took them were excellent. And from that point on, really, we always felt that we were slightly ahead of the game and we were driving the game forward. So it was great for him to start that well, but most importantly for us as a side to take control and get the win.
Before we speak to Moeen, how was that for a finish? I mean, it's fantastic, wasn't it?
Amazing finish. It was a fantastic little bit of bowling, really. Been trying to encourage him to bowl a little bit wider all day, and he came up trumps. He's got that knack of winning games and doing special things for us, and that's just another occasion where he's managed to do it.
Go on then, I'll speak to Joe. Thanks for speaking to us. We'll see you at Manchester. Thank you very much. Moeen, wow. That was amazing. You were literally lifted off your feet.
Yeah, it was great. It was a great feeling. Never had that before in any sort of cricket. I've done it in football a few times, but not in cricket. But no, it's a great feeling to win the game.
Yeah. But I mean, did you know it was out? Were you a bit surprised it was given? You were very excited at the appeal. I mean, I think you knew, didn't you?
Yeah, no, I was very surprised they gave it not out, to be honest with you. As soon as it left my hand, I knew it was going to be straight or thereabouts, and I was pretty confident.
And to finish a match in that style, and to wait and to watch and to have a look at the big screen for the replay and everything, I mean, that's a pretty dramatic way to finish.
Yeah, I mean, it's brilliant for the crowd, and obviously for the team, for it to finish like that. The whole suspense of it hitting the stumps and stuff was brilliant.
Good lad. So just looking ahead, I mean, it's been a really topsy-turvy series, this, hasn't it? How do you feel now going to Manchester 2-1 up?
Yeah, win the toss and bat, hopefully. The team that's batted for it so far has won the games, but obviously in Manchester we need to... one thing we've struggled with, when we have gone ahead, we've managed to not play so well the next game, so it's going to be a massive emphasis on playing well and starting well in the Manchester game.
Good man. I will never forget your face when that red light came on. Thank you, Moeen. That's lovely. Moeen, who finished proceedings with a hat-trick here. It really was the most dramatic end to a Test match that you could ask for. He's wandering around. There's all sorts of presentations and interviews going on down here, but I say it's just a lovely way to finish here this time rather than at Trent Bridge, where the crowd really were pretty upset last week, if we're honest. It's a very different feeling here. I'm going to speak to Trevor Bayliss in a minute. You'll hear that, I'm sure, on Radio 5 Live later on. We've got about 30 seconds here to say goodbye. It's a better feeling, isn't it, Michael, down here than last week?
Well, it's nicer to be on the pitch with smiley faces from the England camp. I have to say, the coach here, Trevor Bayliss, vice-captain Moeen Ali, Toby Rowland-Jones, what a debut he's made. Yeah, I think the message now for the England side is, let's see you do this again in a few days' time at Old Trafford.
We shall see you there. Thank you to Michael Vaughan very much indeed, and to everyone else who, of course, has helped with this programme down here at the Oval over the last 5 days. Sun's still shining, and a lot of people are still hanging around here waiting, I think, just to get a glimpse of the players and so on as this match has come to an end. So there we go. England have won. They've won by 239 runs. They're 2-1 up in the series as we go up to Old Trafford. The next cricket on Test match special is Essex against the West Indies. That's from 11 o'clock tomorrow. And then we're on air at Old Trafford at 10:25 on Friday. Do go to the podcast section to look at the wind-up of Geoffrey Boycott today. You will love it, and you can watch the highlights, of course, on the BBC Sports app and at the website, and, of course, the pint-sized TMS. There we go. That's enough information in my ears for now. Let's say goodbye to you from the Oval. I hope you've enjoyed our coverage. We've really enjoyed bringing it to you. And so from all of us here, we'll see you at Old Trafford on Friday. Goodbye.
Pure Live Sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra.
As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another, uninterrupted and in full.
Including cricket.
Bowls and pancakes. Bowl, it's all over. As England win by 266 runs.
Athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula One.
The crowd in the grandstands are on their feet. Lewis Hamilton comes out of the final corner to win the British Grand Prix at Silverstone.
Rugby League.
It's game over. That is job done.
Basketball. Rugby Union.
He crashes into the Springboks and gains 1 metre.
Tennis.
Djokovic's backhand. Federer's in the rally now.
Football.
Oh, it's fabulous! It is absolutely fabulous!
For more info, click bbc.co.uk/5live. More live sport, pure live sport.
You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra.
As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another, uninterrupted and in full.
Including cricket.
Bowls and pancakes. Bowl, it's all over. As England win by 266 runs.
Athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula One.
The crowd in the grandstands are on their feet. Lewis Hamilton comes out of the final corner to win the British Grand Prix at Silverstone.
Rugby League.
It's game over. That is job done.
Basketball. Rugby Union.
He crashes into the Springboks and gains 1 metre.
Tennis.
Djokovic's backhand. Federer's in the rally now.
Football.
Oh, it's fabulous! It is absolutely fabulous!
For more info, click bbc.co.uk/5live. More live sport, pure live sport.
You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra.
As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another, uninterrupted and in full.
Including cricket.
Bowls and pancakes. Bowl, it's all over. As England win by 266 runs.
Athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula One.
The crowd in the grandstands are on their feet. Lewis Hamilton comes out of the final corner to win the British Grand Prix at Silverstone.
Rugby League.
It's game over. That is job done.
Basketball. Rugby Union.
He crashes into the Springboks and gains 1 metre.
Tennis.
Djokovic's backhand. Federer's in the rally now.
Football.
Oh, it's fabulous! It is absolutely fabulous!
For more info, click bbc.co.uk/5live. More live sport, pure live sport.
You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
More More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra.
As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another, uninterrupted and in full.
Including cricket.
Bowls and pancakes. Bowl, it's all over. As England win by 266 runs.
Athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula One.
The crowd in the grandstands are on their feet. Lewis Hamilton comes out of the final corner to win the British Grand Prix at Silverstone.
Rugby League.
It's game over. That is job done.
Basketball. Rugby Union.
He crashes into the Springboks and gains 1 metre.
Tennis.
Djokovic's backhand. Federer's in the rally now.
Football.
Oh, it's fabulous! It is absolutely fabulous!
For more info, click bbc.co.uk/5live. More live sport, pure live sport.
You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra.
As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another, uninterrupted and in full.
Including cricket.
Bowls and pancakes. Bowl, it's all over. As England win by 266 runs.
Athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula One.
The crowd in the grandstands are on their feet. Lewis Hamilton comes out of the final corner to win the British Grand Prix at Silverstone.
Rugby League.
It's game over. That is job done.
Basketball. Rugby Union.
He crashes into the Springboks and gains 1 metre.
Tennis.
Djokovic's backhand. Federer's in the rally now.
Football.
Oh, it's fabulous! It is absolutely fabulous!
For more info, click bbc.co.uk/5live. More live sport, pure live sport.
You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra.
As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another, uninterrupted and in full.
Including cricket.
Bowls and pancakes. Bowl, it's all over. As England win by 266 runs.
Athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula One.
The crowd in the grandstands are on their feet. Lewis Hamilton comes out of the final corner to win the British Grand Prix at Silverstone.
Rugby League.
It's game over. That is job done.
Basketball. Rugby Union.
He crashes into the Springboks and gains 1 metre.
Tennis.
Djokovic's backhand. Federer's in the rally now.
Football.
Oh, it's fabulous! It is absolutely fabulous!
For more info, click bbc.co.uk/5live. More live sport, pure live sport.
You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra.
As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another, uninterrupted and in full.
Including cricket.
Bowls and pancakes. Bowl, it's all over. As England win